Hello and welcome to Hockenheim in Germany for the 8 hours of Hockenheim. Where else would it be but the fabulous Hockenheimring? My name is Edward Hunter. Alongside me is Alex Folks, and we're getting ready for what is technically the third round. Although, in terms of GD3 points paying, it's actually the second round. But for keep it simple, it's the third round of the championship.
Yeah, no points for GT3 last time, unfortunately. There was a couple of issues, I believe it was with the McLaren. I don't know if it was livery or whatever.
They got disconnected, if I remember correctly, Alex. But anyway, it's great to have you with us here for this third round of the championship. So I believe the GD field is being sent out for qualifying at the end of the pit lane now. Right at the front is one of the Hunter Birch simulation cars. That's my car, of course, that I co-own with Joshua Birch and Tom Dillon. So Joshua and Tom, we should be getting in commentary a little bit later. Tom, of course, is at the moment controlling the broadcast for us very helpfully. But it is a very, very interesting championship situation as I desperately try to
find the standings.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the problem is I'm in a screen sharing thing, so I was getting like forced into where it wouldn't let my cursor escape my second screen. But here we go. I've got it on. So the championship standings are still the same as they were from Istanbul a couple of months ago when we did the Istanbul 6 hours. So it is the Sheba team number 2, which is number 320, that I think has quit the championship, but they did win in Istanbul. So SD Sheba lead on 25 points from EP Lab or EP Lab, Sim Racing number 162, who are staying. They finished second in Istanbul. Then in third, it's Hunter Birch Simulation Reading Game Studios number 485. Or RGS instead of Reading Games. It's HBS RGS. Third in the points. Then it's Finavond number 44, who have got 12 points to their name in fourth. Then Boyd Transport Racing 206. TWR 96 Into the Points Racing number 47 are in 7th place. Then is Boyd Race Transport Racing number 306, the sister team of the 206. And a final team on the points board is down 11th, Trax VR number 11, who've got 2 points to their name. And everyone else still on 0 points. That's the Lev Speed teams, HHR number 36, Aztec Racing. Neither team have got points on the board, although they do have 2 teams in contention today. And Race Club Germany, number 78. So it looks like everyone's left the pit lane. Then, Alex, big variety of cars here. You've got, obviously, Hunter Birch Simulation with the Aston Martin. The Ferrari, very, very good in a straight line. The Eplab and a few others are using. I think Trax VR have gone for the Mercedes A-Class, which is very... the BOP definitely played to its advantage, but it will be interesting to see who is the best at Hockenheim, because it tends to be quite a circuit that is not like most of the ones on the calendar that have got a big straight somewhere to take advantage of. It's a very technical circuit for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a full complement of GT3s into this round. 15 out of the 15 slots available, and we have one reserve car that was there, but obviously now that we've started the race, they won't be joining us. It's quite technical circuit, 16 corners, and the lap record was set in 2018 by Vettel. It's a 111.21. Obviously, we won't be seeing anything like that sort of pace. I believe it's 25s coming from the LMH and 140 coming from the GT3s. I did a bit of a calculation earlier. I would expect if we didn't have code 80s and we were around qualifying pace, most of the LMHs, we'd see about 330 laps, but obviously adjusted for code 80s and obviously mistakes and such. I'd expect maybe 300 to 310 laps across the 8 hours.
Yeah, we're just watching Oliver Hargitay from Aztec Racing, and that was, of course, the team that got their second car into the race. So that is the team that James Smagasgard, who was going to commentate with, is competing and entering. It says, it was my idea to enter the second car, so if we don't get in, it's my fault, basically. That's why he put himself into the second car. But Hargitay lining up the timing screens at the moment, crosses the line in the Ferrari to go fastest, immediately beats Benz Boros' time in the Hunter Birch Simulation 486, another car that's seeing its debut. But Valentin Ivelev has also just beaten that in the TWR number 96, which is a pretty impressive first lap at 138.4. Fastest lap we saw in practice, Alex, was in the GD3 field was 137, I believe, by Carl Magnus Bore.
So quite a bit of a while to go to improve, as we saw a couple of cars off the circuit with the reading game car off at turn 1, probably resetting so they can get another lap in, I believe.
Here we go, and now it's Race Club Germany that have topped the table. There we go, with a 1:38.030, so we're nearly in the 37s already. And there is Carl Magnus Bore, who immediately pumps in for Baba Boy Sim Sports number 159, pumps in a 1:37.5. So that is pretty much what we expected from Carl Magnus, who's very, very quick. We saw his performances with Iris last season were very, very strong in the team that finished, I believe, second in the points, the Team Imperium. That was the was it Iris 77? I can't remember what numbers Iris used last year, but they'll probably correct me immediately in the comments. But anyway, great lap by Carl Magnus to eclipse Lars Otto by half a second then. So the order currently in GD3, with a few minutes left to go, I think, is Carl Magnus Bore for Baba Boy Sim Sport, Lars Otto for Race Club Germany, Cortese for EP Lab, second in the championship, of course, in their Ferrari. Then is Valentin Ivalev in the TWR, Oliver Hargitay for Aztec Racing, Sezbolks Erdeli for Hungarian. Is that Hungarian Hobby Racing? Hobby Racing. There we go. I thought it said something. It was a bit compressed. I thought it didn't say hobby. And in fact, now we see the 444 of Cal Listola. It's not the 44 as it says on the championship stand. It's actually the 444. And Listola sets the 7th fastest time to displace their Delhi. Boros in the 486 is down in 9th, and then it is Murdo McLeod in 10th. So interesting. I'm not sure where the 485 is, because I assumed it would be out there at the moment. There it is. There's Lizio Neto's yet to set a lap then. So Neto leaving it late then. We also wait to see Christian Lewis just ahead of him for Aztec Racing 490, which I believe is the car that just got in. Louis Hesketh for Boy Transport is about to start a lap. And Nikos Papaminimihail for Eplab in their second team. He's also on a lap at the moment. So I guess we'll watch Nikos, sorry. I'm not trying to make up driver names here as I go. Going through the hairpin then. And this is where he's going towards the Mercedes-Benz Arena. This is a really tricky one in terms of getting your braking point right, because if you get it wrong here, you can go really offline, and it can compromise this sort of chicane coming up. Very elongated chicane. And there we go. He just about hits the apex there, does Nikos, as he collects himself up. And then we go into the stadium section, of course, which is where it sort of opens up in front of you. You get this big gravel trap and a big grandstand either side of you.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I haven't driven any of these cars, obviously, but is turn 7 flat in the GT3? I'd assume so.
We'll see. So there goes Paparinhale. Where is Louis Hesketh? He's starting a lap as well, so we can, in the middle of a lap rather. I'll see if I can keep an eye on the timing screens now as we watch Hesketh go about his business. But Delhi set a 21.6 in the first sector, which is pretty good. Otto set a 21.4 though, personal bests for both of them. Murdo McLeod has got the Boy Transport into 7th position ahead of Mark Verardi for full throttle number 69. Louis Hesketh in the Boy Transport car on a pretty solid run at the moment. And let's see, because these, of course, are his first laps of the session, whether he can get himself into the top 6 or so. Let's see as we get yellow in Sector 1, which briefly clears. Louis Hesketh powers towards the line then. And it is going to be quite slow, actually. 140, so that puts him down in 13th position, where, though, is Eliseo Neto somewhere behind. Here he is. And Neto was feeling very, very confident in practice, saying that he could. His target is basically to win this thing with James Juber as his teammate, and he cuts all the way to the inside there, gets it very wrong. Does Eliseo, so it's going to have to be the next lap, isn't it? Because I think we're getting to the end of the GD3 running, and the LMP2s are waiting to be sent out. Oh, there's Carl Magnus Bore, smashes his previous pole position record. He's gone for a 1:37.3, and that is him done for the session, I think, as Eliseo steps the rear. As Eliseo's clearly come out late and got to hurry up, hasn't he?
Yeah, struggling through
10th position.
11. Arguably the hardest the corner on the circuit, turn 11 that is, and he's sliding out of turn 1. Very reminiscent of what Charles Leclerc did. But yeah, current track temperature is 23 degrees Celsius. I say track ambient temperature. 23 degrees Celsius, or for our American viewers, 73.4 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know why I felt the need to do that, but Obviously,
gotta
it
hate that
seems
metric
somewhat
system.
important. Yeah.
Anyway, here comes Listola. Listola is on a personal best first sector. Hargitai is actually going quite quickly as well. He's set purple middle sector, and that's the guy down in 8th in the class at the moment. Here comes Listola, though. Improves to 10th, so just one position, but here is Hargitai. There's a brilliant middle sector there. First sector looked about on par, but let's see what the Aztec Racing driver can do here to get himself into the top end of the board in GD3. Going very, very wide indeed, off track and smashes the DRS board there. Takes it with him on a little bit of a journey, so that has completely cost Oliver Hargitai there. Big shame for him. But we've still got a few runners coming through to set more laps. Eliseo Neto sits at 21.9 in the first sector. Christian Lewis, 21.8. Boros sits at 21.4. So let's keep our eyes on Ben Boros then. Here he is. And this is the corner where, and you see he's just about got it under control a little bit more. So the Aston Martin is clearly quite tricky in these high-speed corners, isn't it? Much more settled in the low-speed traction zones. You can tell the difference between the two Hunter Birch cars, by the way, whereas the 486 has got the green stripe at the front and blue at the back. So the green for Hunter Birch, the blue for Reading Game. And with the 485, it's reversed. And there we go, just about able to keep on the curb. Where is this going to put Ben Boros in 6th position? There we go, in front of Murdo McLeod. So great effort there from Bence, of course, former Paul Street Boys driver, and now making his debut for Hunter Birch Simulation. And at the moment, outshining the championship leading car at the moment, with the 485 down in 12th position.
And what I've noticed is that these GT3 cars seem very happy to take that huge sausage curb on the exit of turn 15, of obviously the penultimate corner of the lap. A lot of cars have been going on this with both of their wheels sometimes, and they've come out fine. And I'm imagining that's only going to be the case for the GT3 cars, and maybe for the LMH that might not be advantageous and could even see you sent into the wall. And I think that really does show the difference between the faster cars and the GT3 cars. Obviously that they are a lot more, what's the word, robust?
Yes, they've got better suspension travel over some of these curbs. And interestingly, Boy Transport 306, the 206 have gone with the Ferrari 488 Italia, but the 306 have gone with the BMW M4, which is very interesting. I think they're the only team to do that this season at the moment. So it's not often that you see teams with two different cars, because two different cars means two different setups that you need, effectively. So they're giving themselves double the work, essentially. Whereas as a Hunter Birch, we just went for two Aston Martins.
Yeah, I think they would be also the only...
Oh, look how much he cut to the inside there as well. Sorry, Alex. That must be turn... I forget what corner number it is, isn't it? Is it turn 8 then?
11?
11, there we go. I've got it completely wrong. Yeah, it's 11, which is the entry into the stadium section. But, yeah, it's sort of as we look on board, you get a lovely look at the BMW logo on the steering wheel, as well as the rear camera instead of a rear view mirror. Well, actually, he's also got a rear view mirror as well, has Murdo, as he goes out to start his lap. Cortese, by the way, has got his EP lap 6 tenths off of Carl Magnus Bore, so that's both of them in the 137s then.
I lied a bit earlier about them being the only GT3 M4, the 306. It's also the 96 TWR, so just want to point out my mistake before I get roasted by anyone in the comments.
I can have a check of the comments if you really want, but by the way, Eliseo Neto has managed to get the Hunter Birch Reading Game just 0.02 of a second behind the TWR that you were just talking about, Valentin Iliev. So it led Neto up to 6th, displacing Papamihail and his teammate Ben Boros. So it's looking very competitive at the moment. Yeah, Carday says, we're in a McLaren, not a Ferrari. There we go, so I'm completely wrong. And Chris Tompkins says, I wonder which team's is Ed's. laughing.
Yeah, it's pretty talked about the most.
Exactly, yeah, it's almost like our team gets the most coverage. But anyway, let's keep watching Murdo McLeod as he attempts to get deeper into the top. Well, deeper into. He's trying to get into the top 9, isn't he? He doesn't want to get deeper into the top 10 because that just implies he'll stay where he is. This is a weird way of phrasing. Yes, Oliver Hargitai sets a 37.7, so that puts Aztec Racing onto the front row, 3 tenths off of Carl Magnus Bore, so it's getting very, very tight then. 37.3, 37.7, 37.9 for the podium places at the moment on the grid. As we cut to Mark Verardi, down in 13th for Full Throttle. And Full Throttle have got a weird livery because it's sort of half and half. It looks a little bit like the Finnavon livery on one side. Behind him, I believe that's is that Boros about to cross the line then. No, it's his teammate, Eliseo Neto, of course. And where does Neto go? He starts a new lap, of course. So let's watch Eliseo Neto at work. Just about keeping it on the white line on the right-hand side. As he goes past a couple of cars coming out the pits there. That's one of the... is that another Aston? Or is it one of them's the Ferrari, definitely. It might actually be a Ferrari and a McLaren. And it's a green Ferrari as well. But anyway, there... looks like Frank Bonhard is flying at the moment. Here he is in the Mercedes, of course. So this is the track's VR car. Really strong in the middle sector, but goes well over the curbs there. 45.2. Let's see as he crosses the line, goes all over the gravel there. That reminds me, I think Juan Pablo Montoya did that one year in qualifying, but that's completely destroyed any chance he would have had of going for pole position, though. It's very tight between Otto, Bonhard, Iliev, and Neto, to be honest. Only about 2 tenths separate all three of them, as his Ferrari desperately trying to get out of the... I think 14th is near the back, so he's ahead of only Louis Hesketh, unfortunately. But there's still plenty of time to be found. Pretty good. Calastola sets 9th fastest time, by the way, to put Christian Lewis down to 10th. Neto isn't going too much quicker. Bonhard is that the lap we just saw, or is he immediately gone on to another quick one there? I think that's a bit misleading for the timing screen there, because it just flashed purple on me. But here comes Ferrari then, Alex. Let's see as he rounds the curb on the outside and then tries to get it turned as the Hunter Birch behind goes even wider and decides to teleport back to the pit lane. So I think actually the GT3s will get to go another 20 minutes and then they'll let the LMP2s nail them. I think the LMP2s and the hypercars will all go out at the same time, I believe.
That would make sense. And what I've just noticed is between Iliev and Neto, there's literally 2 thousandths of a second separating their 2 laps.
Yeah, there we go. Iliev about to be let out of the pit lane. And I did say that earlier, didn't I? About Neto, who's on an outlap at the moment. So another outlap, I should say, because I think it was him we saw going really wide. So Eliseo Neto definitely pushing for the perfect lap. And also pushing is Carl Magnus Bore up the front, just ahead of him there in the Baba Boy Simsport car. As the auto director seems to be completely obsessed with Mark Verardi. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that, won't he? That the Full Throttle team, number 69, with a glorious number there. But it's the lap time number that Carl Magnus Bore will be focusing on there. In the green and pink. I love the little pink accent there. It's a very unusual colour scheme, isn't it? That Baba Boy have gone for.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Aston Martin, you might want to argue, but also purple. Like the sectors, the Carl Magnus Bore purple.
Exactly, yes. He might be held up a little bit in the final sector here by the Full Throttle racing car, but it seems that he's got just enough of a gap, so Carl Magnus Bore has judged it pretty much perfectly here. Could we even see a 1:36 here right at the end of qualifying? We got the call, by the way, from Race Direction. Just 3 minutes to go then. So we're not actually seeing the full 27 minutes. We are going to see about 25 minutes of prototype action. Carl Magnus Bore slightly slower in the final sector, so looks like the Full Throttle car did just put him off a little bit. 37.4, a tenth off his best.
Obviously, it's unfortunate that he wasn't able to improve with 2 purple sectors, but I don't think he has to worry too much. 2 tenths to the next car behind him, and obviously he's still currently on positional pole with 3 minutes left for the GT3s.
Lars Otto has also got the Race Club Germany car into 4th, so he's pulled away from the battle with Neto and Iliev. So that means Cortese here pushing for to get onto the front row for EP Lab. Should we go for EP Lab or EP Lab? I don't know which I like better.
I believe it's EP Lab.
Yeah, it's got a big EP on the side, so let's go for that.
Yeah.
I'm just glad it doesn't say PE or something, because that gives back bad memories of school for me. Were
you bullied in that class?
Well, I'm not bullied. Not so much bullied in that class as Cortese going back to the pit lane. So we are getting to the crunch time. We're less than 2 minutes to go in qualifying. So if you're not out of the pits now, you're probably not going to get another lap in. As Cortese goes back, and we cut back to who else but Mark Verardi from the auto direction. James Smagliel says Edward Hunter the GOAT. Ben Parkey says instead of calling it EP Lab, he calls it Prolapse.
Oh.
which I'm not sure if that's an entirely appropriate name. Who else is on a good lap? Bonhard has actually just got the Trax VR car into third position, so displacing Cortese there with a brilliant lap there. And I think he's still pushing for another one, because he's set personal best in the first sector already. So Trax VR could pull out a shock and get on pole position here. You never know. Definitely seems the Mercedes AMG GD3 is it's done well at the BOP. I think I'll put it that way. And I think there was a great fight in Abu Dhabi, even though the GD3s weren't fighting for position, between the Trax VR car and the Hunter Birch car 485 for fourth, I think, in that race, with Hunter Birch just about holding on. But anyway, you can see, even though it's got a really good BOP, the Mercedes doesn't look the easiest to drive, which is why we saw Frank Bonhard making so many mistakes, I think, in the VR car. And he sets a purple middle sector again. There we go. 45.357. And it's in these fast corners that it looks a little bit more settled in. And the checkered flag is out, by the way. We're just getting the message from race direction. And I think that's Nick Homewood there, just in my ear. But anyway, so Nick Homewood gives the race direction, and it looks like Carl Magnus Boré is going to take a not too comfortable, but by 2.5 tenths, unless Frank Bonhard can keep it together. No, he can't. He spins almost into the wall, and that is Bonhard's day done. He will start third on the grid then. So who else is out there on a lap? It looks like Cortese is still pushing. Boré, I think, still wants to go even faster. Cortese's on the out lap then, so I think he's not going to be able to, because the checkered flag is out. Here we go. Oh, purple sector for Papa Mihail in sixth EP lap, number 163. Goes a little wide into the final corner, Alex. And what's it going to be as he crosses the line? No faster. He completely... Yeah, so Gianluigi Cortese, he's a bit annoyed about being bumped down to fourth, isn't he? And he's tried to get another lap in after the checkered flag fell. So, unfortunately, it looks like everyone apart from Carl Magnus Boré is, I think Verardi and Hesketh are still out there. And Verardi does not improve. He improves a little bit, but not enough to get in front of Sesbolt Sardelli in the HHR car. But here comes Carl Magnus Boré, Alex. He's going to smash his lap again, is he?
Maybe that little hill in the grass, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. No,
not quite. 1:37.356, only just off his pole time. In fact, that time alone would have been good enough for pole, Alex.
Yeah, I believe on the graphic, the purple middle sector has been a little misleading, as we've been seeing purple sectors in the middle sector for everyone. So I think it's just the fastest sector that has been, how do I describe it, that's being used in an actual lap time. So that's why we've seen so many purple middle sectors, because on our timing screen, obviously it doesn't tell us that it's a purple middle sector, but on the graphic it does. I think that's something to look out for if you are watching.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can get the GD3 results up. Nope, doesn't look like I can, unfortunately. We can't get mid-race results either because it's not a race. We'll have to wait for quali to finish.
It looks like we aren't going to get a graphic, but it's going to be Boré on pole for the Bubba Boys Sim Sports, then Oliver Hockenheim, the Aztec Racing 390 car with a 37.5. Frank Bonhard able to scrape into P3 at the ending stages of the session in that Mercedes AMG GT3 for the Trax VR team, then followed by Gianluigi Cortese, who unfortunately was not able to get another lap in for the EP Lab 162 car. Lars Otto P5 for Race Club Germany, and then Nikos Papamahel, who we saw get a slightly misleading middle sector purple, but wasn't able to capitalize on it for the EP Lab. The second car, the 163. Then for the Boyd Transport Racing, P7 with Murder McLeod. TWR in P8 with Iliev in the BMW M4. Carle Listola for Finavond Motorsport. Neto for the first of the Hunter Birch Racing cars. that will be the 487 or 485, I forget. Then Christian Lewis, the second Aztec Racing 490 Ferrari, followed by Boros in the other Hunter Birch, then Erdely for HHR, the 36 car Verardi, and finally Louis Hesketh for Boyd Transport Racing.
It was the 485 that Alicia Neto is driving, by the way. But there you go. So the GT3 grid all within 3 seconds of each other exactly between Carl Magnusbora and Louis Hesketh. Frank Bonhard, interestingly, going for the purple tyres, which I believe are the mediums on his fastest lap there. If I'm not correct, that the blues are the soft tyres and the purples are either the mediums or the hards.
Yeah, blues are soft tyres and the purples a weird one. We don't have it classified on our notes. I just don't know what it is. I think it might be the medium, it might be the hard.
There we go. So with that, the hypercars and LMP2s are released from the pit lane, led of course by Luca Gray for Aztec Racing. So Aztec on the front row, as you said, with Oliver Hargitay in GT3, and now hoping to replicate that in hypercar. And I'm not sure if they've got a team in LMP2 or not, but we can briefly recap the after 2 rounds the Le Mans hypercar and LMP2 standings. So currently it is Aztec Racing Falcon, number 290, that we're seeing at the moment, that leads the championship on 40 points. Third at Istanbul and winner last time out in Abu Dhabi. They are 7 points ahead of Racing Zone Team number 1, our championship winners from last season, rebranding from Mugen to Racing Zone. They finished 2nd and 3rd in the last 2 races, or the first 2 races of the season. Team Rookie Monsters 73 are 3 points behind them in the 73 in 3rd. They have got 30 points to their name, from 4th in Istanbul and 2nd in Abu Dhabi. Then Finavon Motorsport 137, who won the opening race and then retired in Abu Dhabi. So they've got 25 points to their name. Then we've got Neurotic Sim Racing number 23, who scored who finished 4th in Abu Dhabi, and Crash Racing number 40, who finished 5th in Istanbul. And those are the only teams that score points at the moment. And it looks like Luca Gray, as I said, that is already at the end of his lap. So let's briefly go through the LMP2 standings, led by the 71. Let's see if they're out there today. There they are, Remco de Zeeuw for United Racing Team number 71. 2nd in Istanbul, winner in Abu Dhabi. They're leading on 43 points. Long gap to Kebab Enjoys number 90, who won in Istanbul before being disqualified from the championship. They're on 25 points, as indeed are Boyd Transport number 40, who have got 3rd and 4th places to their name. They're on 25 points too. Then we've got Ether Racing Team number 46 on 20 points. Gravel Trap Racing 88 on 18 points after doing their first race in Abu Dhabi, finishing 2nd. Finavon Motorsport 139 in 6th. Then Logistical Nightmare Racing Bad Batch 777 in 7th. Optimal Esports number 2 in 8th. Reading Game Series number 72 in 9th. Finavon 140 in 10th. And rounding out the point scorers, I believe it is Finavon Motorsport 140. They've only got 6 points, so they are the last on the board, unfortunately. But let's have a look then at who is setting the timing screens alight, Alex. Looks like Hives and Pajal at the moment.
Yeah, and obviously coming to this round, we've had BOP changes for both LMH and LMP2, with the intention being to separate the cars a little bit and bring the LMP2s closer together. Last time out in Abu Dhabi, we saw that the LMP2s were a bit too close to the LMHs in terms of pace. So for this race, the Glickenhaus has lost 70 kilos of ballast, which, in all honesty, that is quite a lot. I believe it translates to roughly 1/10, probably 10 kilo, or just about that, as far as I am aware. Then for the Toyota, they've lost 35 kilo. So overall, those two cars are going to be faster, both gaining about similar amounts of power as well. But the same cannot be said for the LMP2s, who have lost significant amounts of power, around 15% overall for both cars, and the Orica gaining 5 kilos and the Ligier losing 15. But hopefully the intention is to bring them back to each other while still being slower than the LMHs, which we saw was a big problem for lapping cars, as The LMPs, the LMP2s seem to be a bit faster than the straights as rushing team Rookie Monsters, the Glickenhaus, heading through turn 11, or heading towards turn 11 through turn 10, purple in sector 1. As we conveniently cut away to Louis Hartley in the Phenabond 127 car.
I'll keep an eye on Adam Shipstone there, but Hives and Pajau continuing to set purple sectors there as Hartley lets a couple of cars through, including Pajau, of course, who is at second at the moment, a set a purple middle sector, but it's Hives fastest in the first sector on this current lap. So keep your eyes out as the order director seems... Oh, somebody spun at the final car. That's the Glickenhaus. That's the Rookie Monsters car. So there we go. Adam Shipstone, unfortunately, not able to seal the deal there, as Pajau, unfortunately, doesn't quite go faster there. That was a 26-0, so that the yellow flag right at the end seemed to catch him out. And it seemed that Hives didn't go faster either, because he also set a 26-7. But there we go. Already purple first sector there. I always forget how much faster these hypercars are than everything else, Alex. It's quite hard to keep up with sometimes in the qualifying session when you got, let's see, about 8 hypercars, I think. And how many LMP2s? There's got to be at least
13, I believe. 12, sorry. I had this on my my notes. Like, I've got it basically. I don't know how many people will understand just how small this note sheet is. It's about the size of a payslip that you get.
And look, you saw how much more trouble the hypercar had over the curbs there on the entry into 11 there on the outside. But yeah, those notes are pretty difficult to read. You might want to do some highlighters and sort of color coding and stuff.
Yeah, I've got it in boxes. That's as far as I can go currently. I might have to go out and invest in some stationery. For Le Mans, the 24 hours that we'll see in just about a month's time at the start of July. I believe the 1st of July, is it? Or is it?
Oh, there we go. Another pole lap then from Zoltan Highs. 124.4. Very impressive lap there. Let's see if anyone else can match or eclipse that. Current pole sitter in LMP2, by the way, is Balint Zidzi in the Moreira number 66 LMP2. As Ryan Barrington-Smith sets a 26-0 to get the logistical nightmare bangers and mash a 999 into the top 4 in LMH. As Musadis now eclipses the pole time. There we go in LMP2. So that puts the XRL team onto LMP2 pole by about 6 tenths then. But as you see, Musadis 2.5 seconds between him and Adam Shipstone near the back of the LMH field. Although we have got the likes of Jeffrey Backer and a couple others who are even slower or are yet to set times in hypercar, such as I think Luca Gray and Miklos Toff, who's still trying to clear the GD3 field in terms of lap time. Here is Damir Arshad for IFA Racing. I think they were third in essentially de facto third in LMP2 with the loss of the team that got disqualified. His name I can't remember. I think it was Kebab Enjoys. That was it. Yeah, I remember they had a ridiculous name, but I couldn't remember how ridiculous. But anyway, Arshad, has to let the hypercar of that looks like Louis Hartley about to get through there. But it's interesting for the 137. He won the first race of the season, had an issue, as we see Musadis go well into the gravel there for XRL. So that's not good for them, is it?
He's got one of the hypercars behind. I think that's... I don't actually know which team that is. Would that be the... Oh, well, we cut anyway to Ryan Barrington-Smith. That one... no, that 999 car and logistical nightmares in general had a bit of a nightmare themselves in Abu Dhabi. The LMH, I believe, retired after losing on fuel. I believe that happened to my commentary stint.
Oh no.
A terrible crash in their LMP2 entry. They were pretty much taken out of the race, leading to, I think it was only the second code 80 of that entire race. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that within the first 45 minutes of the race, which by the end of I will be leaving, I'm reckoning there will be at least one code 80. I'm willing to say that with the significantly smaller just overall race circuit and the proximity of these barriers, I feel like we're going to see a bit more contact between cars and perhaps a few more code 80s than we're used to, especially I think we saw in Istanbul. I wasn't there, Obviously, I just know that there was probably more than we were hoping for, and a lot of incidents on track, and I might want to predict that would be the case, but I imagine that wouldn't be very interesting to watch to be in code 80 the entire time.
Well, certainly for teams that need a code 80 at the right time for their pit strategy, it can be quite advantageous as, Adam Shipson has an LMP2 spin right in front of him as it tries to enter the pit lane. But he has gotten up to third fastest on his previous lap to get in front of Louis Hartley in the 137. So good effort there by the rookie monsters. It is still Musadis 4 tenths ahead of Full Throttle Racing Team number 50 in the LMH, and 6 tenths ahead of Ziddy in the Morera number 66. As we look at Miklos Toff trying to in the Full Throttle, trying to there we go, gets himself into a 6th overall ahead of Jeffrey Backer. So it looks like the hypercars are starting to get their act together and get in front of the LMP2s then. So we've got all 8 in a row together, and the only one is Savas Unal, who's in the 161, who's yet to set a lap. I think is at the very back of the field at the moment. But yeah, like you say, code 80s could be a bit of an issue here. It was a bit chaotic last time we raced here in 2020, which was my first commentary actually, which was of course won by RSS Unison in LMP2, and I believe it was also won in GT3 by Abstinio Force Polonia, driven of course by James Juba, who of course is driving for me today in the Aston Martin. So fingers crossed and get a bit of that magic there. Is that Hives? Did he just set another pole position lap? 1:24.357, 1.2 ahead of Stanislav Pajald. So it looks like Zoltan Hives is really on a roll here. The reigning champions, showing exactly why they won the hypercar title last season.
Yeah, that number 1 car certainly showing why it deserves to have that number, and I believe that's a Hungarian flag.
It is, yes, because Mugen used to be a Hungarian team, and I believe Hives and a lot of the rest of the number 1 crew are from Hungary. I can look up who else is in that car. As Jeffrey Backer has a bit of smoke coming out, trailing out the back of the neurotic sim racing team. Looks like it's more the neuroticism that plagues that squad.
Yeah, slight overheating issue for the engine, and I imagine that might be a result of
over-revving it.
Setup. Maybe. Might have had a bit of an issue coming out of turn 3, and I say turn 3, there's actually 3 corners in that one hairpin section that we're currently watching the EEERC Racing 46 car head towards. Apparently, when we come up here, this is 3 corners, so this is the first, and then that's the second apparently, and there's your third. That's corners 2, 3, and 4. That's my slight complaint about how the corners are numbered on the circuit. Some that I would argue aren't particularly corners, but watching Arshad now coming towards the turn 6 hairpin.
Yeah, so Arshad is on, I believe, the mediums. He's on the green tyres on the timing screen, whereas everyone else is on the blues in the prototype categories. And he's literally just gotten in front of Ben Parkey, but then Ben Parkey has pumped in a 129.4 to immediately retake third in class. So Arshad is desperately in a very, very close battle between the pair. 0.053 separate them at the moment for the basically to lead the second row at the start of the race. Essentially is what's at stake here, as Arshad droning about as wide as he can without crashing out into the gravel there. But it's interesting tyre choice. I wonder why some of the teams are going for harder tyres in qualifying. It definitely seems the exception rather than the rule. Is this just EEERC Racing feel more comfortable on the mediums, or do they want to start the race on the mediums as well as, there we go, wide as you like through the final corner, but Arshad not quite able to improve, and it's the final sector where the time ebbs away there, Alex.
A lot of drivers making that same mistake, going out very wide through turn 16 onto the gravel, and I think it's not helped by, obviously we talked about this earlier, the suspension setup of these cars. A lot of these cars not tending to like the bumps, and there's quite a few of them around the circuit, and quite a lot of abrasive or larger surfaces of these curbs, and nicely illustrated on the outside of turn 15, that big old sausage curb with Jeffrey Backer coming through the final corner and
immediately starts smoking as he crosses the line there. So that's interesting. These hypercars, we could see over the course of the 8 hours, the hypercars potentially a couple of dramatic engine blow-ups if some of the teams at the back aren't careful with managing their temperatures.
Yeah, obviously it being 23 degrees Celsius, that's relatively high for what we discussed.
Track temperature is 42 degrees though.
Exactly, those tyres will not be liking it very much, and I'd imagine
Ooh,
that's why
good
we're
lap
seeing
by
quite a lot of
LNR as somebody spins coming out the pit lane there and into the wall. Not sure who that is. I believe it might have been Louis Hartley. I think it's saying it went very slowly there. But great lap by Ryan Barrington-Smith there to get ahead of Pajald by 0.094 seconds and get the logistical nightmare Bangers and Mash car, which I believe has actually got pictures of Bangers and Mash, as in sausages and mashed potato, on the livery of the car. So that's great news for Logistical Nightmare, the South African team, to trouble the front row and get ahead of Scuderia Moreira, who of course used to be Iris back in the day.
Zoltan Hives in the Racing Zone team, comfortably currently in P1. He seems to be running a much higher, I can't say there's much higher downforce setup. I have driven one of the LMH cars, and I can say there's not that much customization in terms of aerodynamic. It's only a couple of ticks, both front and rear wing, but he seems to be running a higher wing setup with a top speed of 310.4 kilometers an hour, which by no means is slow, but definitely slower than everyone else who's in the 313s to 315 range. And Jeffrey Backer not having that much fun with his engine. It seems to be smoking every single straight.
Yeah, and another decent lap there from Barrington-Smith, but still 8 tenths then behind Zoltan Hives. So it doesn't look like Logistical Nightmare are going to pull out a shock pole, as I believe Backer is continuing to give everyone a face full of smoke as he just laps the circuit. There he is. In fact, the smoke's gone now, so it looks like Backer has got himself sorted out. Maybe a couple of his backers have come in and paid for a better exhaust pipe on that hyper. Well, if it's a hypercar, it doesn't use exhaust pipe. That's awful.
I've ever heard.
Awful. It was like improv last night. I made a joke about I think my prompt was, you have to be a whimsical funeral mourner for hire. And I made a very, very bad pun about wakes, about how like the dead person isn't going to wake up because he's dead, something like that. It was abysmal.
Jesus, that is the driest comedy I've ever heard, and I don't even think it's dry enough or it's funny because it's so trying. Zadis.
It was better in context, but anyway. But it's Stavros Muzaidis. That's a 128.275, which puts him 4 tenths behind the fastest of the hypercars. And there we go. We're getting into the crunch time then, so 3 minutes to go. So these hypercars down P2s are running out of time to really get themselves up the board. But for Muzaidis and Zoltan Hives, everything's going to plan so far. As Backer, it's not really going to plan for him because he's just about keeping Miklos Toff at bay by about half a second. But other than that, the rest of the hypercar field is excelling against Neurotic at the moment.
Yeah, and his backers won't be particularly happy with the performance.
Maybe they'll pull their funding.
Yeah, who knows? 23 cars struggling throughout the lap, it seems, obviously, with their... can I say that? I won't say it. But they're struggling with cooling their car. I'd hope that perhaps they would fix that in time for the race, so then we don't have any obstruction of view for anyone unfortunate enough to be behind that 23 car when it does start smoking. Zoltan Hives, purple second sector of 38.638 through the final 2 corners, 10, 15, 16, looking relatively clean. Will he... Oh, he doesn't go into the 23s, but it's a
24.1. So yeah, a whole second quicker than Pajald, who's immediately got back ahead of Ryan Barrington-Smith then. Meanwhile, Ben Parkey set a lap 0.039 behind Ziddy. So that really shows how much the EP Lab team are pushing. But Arshad has got himself onto the front row in LMP2, 6 tenths behind XRL Esports. It's a great effort by Samir Arshad, actually, to get Ether Racing so high up the grid. But we're into the final minute now. And I do not see anyone beating Hives' time there of 24.1. I don't see anyone else getting into the 24s period, to be honest. Maybe Pajard might be able to do it, or Ryan Barrington-Smith, but otherwise it looks like qualifying. I don't see too many other people improving up the order, Alex, in the final 50 seconds.
No, and it seems like we've got another bit of an obsession with Jeffrey Backer by the auto broadcast. Like
I'll change that then.
Let's go to Stavros Mazardis in the LMP2 on his outlap, his final outlap of the session. We've got 30 seconds to go, so anyone that wants to leave the pit lane now they won't be able to start their lap.
Yeah, so it looks like Savas Unal did set a time, and he's gotten himself into the, is that top 6, top 7 in LMP2? Yeah, there we go, 7th place, just behind, about a 10th behind Tom Dillon in the reading game, who's actually had a pretty, we have not seen too much of Tom, but here comes Stavros then. Is Tom on a lap at the moment? Yeah, he is. There we go, and Tom, of course, who's been a big help with the broadcast as the checkered flag comes out. Not looking too much faster, though, in that Orica. The reading game, it looks like they will start top 6, which is better than the GD3 squad can say, with starting 10th and 12th, I think, in class. But let's go back to Musaidis. Is he going to be able to go even faster? He just had a hypercar, I think, overlap him there, and he's gone a bit slower in the final sector.
And it looks like it's a slow first sector from Pajard, so I don't think that he will be challenging for that P1 position.
I think Ziddy was able to get back on the front row in the Scuderia Morera team. And is Ben Parkey still out there? Could potentially get himself on into 3rd place in LMP2. There was a decent middle sector there, but let's see what the run to the line is like for Ben Parkey. In EP Lab will unfortunately only be able to start 4th. So I think that just leaves Musaidis. Musaidis still out there and not going particularly quickly. In fact, that's one of the slower hypercars in front of him. Or is that one of the Ligiers?
That's a Ligier, yes.
Oh, so it's a Ligier that's really holding him up here. Not sure which one it is, though. It's Roy Ton, I think.
Yeah.
In the Boyd Transport.
Those are the only 2 cars out on track, and Stavros going to go into the pits, but Roy Ton looks to be improving in his 2nd sector, but no. I don't think he was able to improve. Oh,
no, he was. There we go. He was able to get into 8th place from, I think, 10th. So good last effort there for Roy Ton, even though he held up Stavros Musaidis, who was already on pole anyway. So it's not a particularly big deal, I guess. But there we go. I think that concludes our qualifying session then. So should we go class by class or just the whole field then?
I mean, let's do... we can go through the whole field if you want to.
No, we sort of have to either way.
Yeah,
here we go then. So let's start then with our hypercars. It's Zoltan Hives in the number 1 on pole position for Racing Zone team. Then it's Stanislas Pajard in 2nd. Ryan Barrington-Smith will start 3rd ahead of Louis Hartley. Adam Shipstone will start 5th for Rookie Monsters. Luca Gray 6th for Aztec Racing. Jeffrey Backer, despite the cooking in the rear of his car, the Neurotic Sim Racing team will start 7th on the grid ahead of Miklos Toff, who for Full Throttle Racing team that rounds out the hypercar field. I don't know, I'm struggling with Full Throttle. It's a bit of a tongue twister. Red lorry, yellow lorry, or whatever it is. Stavros Musaidis will start on pole position in LMP2 from Balint Ziddy. Then it is Samir Arshad, who will start in 11th. So that's 3rd on the grid, with Ben Parkey 4th. Remco Diziu for the URT team was able to get up to 5th in the end, with Tom Dillon 6th. Adam Buzita for Finnevond will start 7th, with Roy Tun 8th. Savas Unal will start the Sunset car being bumped down to 9th near the end, with Andy Tomlinson starting rounding out the top 10 for Logistical Nightmare. Bad Batch, and then it is Maxime Boulio who will round out the LMP2 field. Then on pole in GD3, it's Carl Magnus Bore for Baba Boy Sim Sports. Behind him, Oliver Hargitay for Axtec Racing. Frank Bonhard in the Trax VR AMG Mercedes rounds out the top 3. Then is Gianluigi Cortese, who will start 4th for EP Lab. Lars Otto will start 5th for Race Club Germany. Nikos Papamihail will start in 6th for EP Lab team number 2. Murdo McLeod will start in 7th for Boyd Transport. Valentin Iliev will start 8th for TWR. Cal Listola will start 9th for Finnavon 444, just ahead of Elisio Neto in 10th for Hunter Birch Simulation. And Christian Lewis will start 11th for Aztec Racing. Ben Sporos will start 12th in the other Hunter Birch reading game car. Gazbolik Sledeli will start 13th for Hungarian Hobby Racers. Mark Verratti will start 14th for Full Throttle Racing team number 69. And then Louis Hesketh will bring up the rear of the field for Boyd Transport number 206.
Well done for pronouncing Full Throttle correctly this time for the GT3. You've just gone through 35 of 40 possible entries. Of course, 8 for the Le Mans Hypercar Series, 12 for the Le Mans Prototype 2, and a full complement of 15 GT3 entries for the race. We're in warm-up currently, and we'll be getting underway very soon for 8 hours of racing here at Hockenheim. Fortunately, we were blessed last week with the 24 hours of the Nordschleife. That was quite an interesting watch, if I have to say so myself. And if the drama that happened there is anything like what is going to happen today, I would say that we are very much in for a bit of a treat. As we watch Adam Shipstone on board of that Scuderia Lickenhouse Team Rookie Monsters car, the 73, going through turn 10, having a bit of fun on the inside curve, and this is turn 11, a corner which we've seen many people be caught out by in qualifying, and now the stadium section. A couple people went off here, but overall for everyone it's been nice and clean. And then these two corners, which are hardly corners, turn 14 and 5th, turn 13 and 14. And Adam Shipstone going into the pit lane, not able to demonstrate the rest of the circuit.
Right, so I'm just going to take a very, very quick break then to eat lunch. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you, because otherwise I will just collapse mid-broadcast having not eaten very much. So it's just not a good look to do that.
No, I would rather you stay awake.
Yeah, right. Well, no, it's not staying awake that's the issue. It's dying of starvation. Right. Well, I did eat breakfast, but it's just this is going to be a long race, is what I'm getting at. So anyway,
okay.
I'm going to very quickly get some lunch down before the race starts. I didn't realize qualifying would be so damn long. because I haven't done a broadcast yet this season, because Istanbul, somebody, I won't say who, messed up the broadcast, so we couldn't do it, and I couldn't even get in. I don't want to say. Probably someone in race direction. And then Abu Dhabi, I was at the karting track in Milton Keynes doing some real life commentary, so I couldn't be there. And everyone made fun of me during the broadcast, so I'm sure we'll be making fun of everyone else, I guess, during our broadcast in a minute, Alex. But I'm sure Ryan will be joining us for the start as well, fingers crossed. But until then, I'll see you in a bit. So you can hang around if you want, or we can just go to break and have no one on until the race starts. But up to you, Alex.
Yeah.
Right, anyway, I'll see you soon.
Anyway, that was Ed Hunter. He was joining me for qualifying and will be joining you for the first... Let me just get our schedule up here before I say something that's not entirely true. He will be joining you for the first 2 hours of the race. Obviously, we've just done qualifying. He joined me then, and then he'll be heading back around hour 6, the 1900 to 22:30, 10:30 p.m. British Standard Time, and he will be joining for the post-race and for hour 6 to hour 8. So until he gets back from his blissful little lunch, we'll just be stuck with me until Ryan Ferris, I believe, arrives here to take the third commentary spot of the evening. I say evening, it's the afternoon still. Oof. 8 hours of Hockenheim. It's a relatively short circuit, and Obviously, qualifying just over with, and now in the warm-up stages. The race director for this race, I believe it's either Chris Tompkin or Nick Homewood. They're working together. And there's Nick Homewood confirming that in just about 5 minutes we'll be looking to start this race, and I think we're stuck on Adam Schiff's time in terms of broadcast. Hopefully that changes very soon so we can watch some of the action out on track. We'll go back to on-track action, watching Stavros Mazidis in the LMP2, our pole sitter in LMP2. Joining us in the commentary box should be Mr. Ryan Ferris. Hopefully he's here. He is.
Hello. How's it going today then? Ooh,
well, there's a pole sitter spinning on entry to the pit lane, having a bit of a conflict with the grass, but I'm doing just fine. Nick Homer saying we'll be starting the race in just over 2 minutes, but how's your day going today, Ryan?
Yeah, pretty average. Just waiting up for some great endurance action here. Obviously been keeping some tabs on the Formula 2 over in Monaco, but the main focus for me today has been the 8 hours of not Nürburgring, Hockenheim.
They're basically the same circuit. Anyway, but as I understand it, you'll be here for the best part of 3 hours now. Until hour 3?
Yes, indeed.
So for the race start all the way until just before halfway, and I don't think you're coming back after that, no. So anyway, we're watching Juan Luigi Cortese, and I just have to remind myself, I think he was either third or second in the running for GT3, but I don't think any of our pole sitters have come out onto track apart from obviously Mr. Mercedes in that XRL Esports Orica 07 LMP2 car.
Yeah, no, obviously trying to find the limits as we saw there, but spun into the pit lane. Hopefully we won't be seeing that during the actual race.
It would be quite an unfortunate mistake.
Yeah, indeed, and we're seeing. It's great seeing this season the change in. Well, obviously we got the balance of performance. It looks as though we're getting ready for the main race. So the warm up is finished.
The race director for this race, you'll be the one in our ears telling us when every single code 80 and every single event on circuit, notably code 80s and yellow flags and whatnot. Well, that's Zoltan Hives, the pole sitter for LMH, that racing zone team bearing the Hungarian flag on those rear wing end plates. That beautiful Toyota TS030, and it should be Stanislaus Pajard in the Scuderia Maria 87, who will be lining up next to him on the grid. Then Ryan Barrington-Smith, the first of the Scuderia Glickenhaus. I forget what the car is called.
Oh, I don't know. I've just always referred to it as the Glickenhaus.
But it was the... I'll check. It must be the SCG 007 Le Mans hybrid to see Zoltan Hives starting off under pit limiter 80 kilometers an hour. We'll be getting ready to start the race 8 hours ahead of us, and everyone now back on their way, ready for the start of this epic 8 hours of what's it called? The Hockenheimring.
Hockenheim, yeah.
You've confused me. You've come in here now saying that we're in the Nürburgring, and I had to think about that for a moment.
The 8 hours of Germany. That keeps it simple, doesn't it?
Yeah, it could be anywhere in Germany. It could be the Nordschleife, anywhere.
No, it is definitely the Hockenheim circuit, and yeah, obviously they've just gone past the section where back in the day they would have been flying through the trees in the forest. Now they're onto the new section. Well, I say new; it's been there for a good 20 years or so now.
Years,
Yeah.
Yeah, came around in 2002. It's not particularly new. Yeah, replaced with the Parabolica straight, creatively named, after all, a long curve, typically called a parabolic curve. And coming up now, turn 6, the hairpin, as I have it creatively named on my sheet. I'll check what it's called. Oh, here we go, the Spitzkehre, which I can only assume means hairpin in German. I might be wrong. I'll check.
I believe you got a point there, Alex. Hello, by the way.
Oh, there we go. It's a switchback turn. I've just looked it up on Google. So, yeah, creatively named turns in German. Welcome back, Ed Hunter.
Oh, welcome back, and hello to Ryan, by the way.
Hello.
Great for you to join us for 8 hours of Hockenheim that's about to get going. This was my very, very first race about 3 years ago in EERC commentary, so it's great to be back 3 years on, and it looks like a much bigger field than I remember it being. All sorts of weird things happened in that 2020 race, like there was a car that floated off into the sky at one point and never came back, so it was a little bit of a weird netcode thing. But anyway, the hypercars are going to be released first, of course, presumably over the start-finish line, but they might surprise us, and followed by the LMP2s and the GT3s. So we've got 3 commentators, 3 classes. Who wants to do the start of each class then? Shall I do the GT3s, and one of you guys does the LMP2 and the other does hypercar?
Can we do rock, paper, scissors, Brian?
I've got.
It's hard to do that over a call, isn't it?
I've got whatever beats you.
Let's do a coin flip. Here we go. Heads or tails, Ryan?
Heads.
Okay, so heads for LMH. Let's see. It was tails. So it looks like I'm getting the race underway for LMH. It will be Ryan taking us away for LMP2 and Ed for the GT3 class. And obviously you'd expect us to have sorted that out a bit earlier. But
no, we did it very, very quickly. Plenty of time to go then. It's all in hand, ladies and gents. That was a genuine coin toss, by the way. It's not staged at all. Anyways, we look at the hype. There we go. So the LMH car is getting the instruction to line up double file then, which means we should see Pajard side by side with Hives and Ryan Barrington-Smith side by side with Louis Hartley. So those 4 will definitely be the ones to watch. The MP2 car has been given similar instructions as well, but it's going to be about who gets the best start from the front row, Hives or Pajal, Racing Zone or Scuderia Marrera. There we go, the GT car's getting the position now as well then. So Ryan, you better take it away.
Oh, is it me that's taking it away? Okay. So as they come onto the start-finish straight, lining up in
Green flag.
Hives, and they've gone green. It's Hives that gets the getaway, and it's third place in the back. Around there, 3 abreast going into turn 1. Oh, they just about sort each other out. That's Luca Gray in third position, and round the outside comes Barrington Smith. So we have Hives, Pajad, Barrington
LMP2's just gone green flag, Ryan. Sorry to interrupt there as the chaos continues, and Mozidis makes a very, very clean getaway as Zidzi and Parky battle, and it looks like Parky has gone through round the outside on the Marrera car. And now the GT3s are being released. Sorry, I'm doing LMP2s, and I'm supposed to do GT3s, isn't I?
Yeah,
So-
Oh, I guess you're doing GT3s now.
It's all disappeared, but we haven't got a shot of the GT3s, and that's Magnus Bore and Hagatai side by side, and Hagatai's got passed into turn 1. There was 2 Ferrari 488 Italias battling into turn 3, 4, and now heading towards turn 5. It's Magnus Bore out of P1 is now under attack by Bonhard in that Trucks VR Mercedes AMG GT3, and on the inside on turn 5, not that much space there, but plenty of space to get by, as now it looks like he's going to make the pass, but obviously Bore's got the inside into the hairpin, and he's gone deep, and that's going to allow Bonhard maybe to make an attack for P1, as I think that might have to be looked at. That move by Bore seemed a bit ambitious. Onto Hagatai. Hagatai going wide through turn 7, side by side, and he's going to get back into P2, but more contact between the two leaders, and more contact heading through turn 10, without Mercedes seeming to take it a bit better, but now that's going to allow Franz Otto, I believe it's Franz, to come onto the back of that Aztec racing car as we head towards the stadium section. But
I believe it's Lars, actually.
Oh, well.
Not sure who Franz Otto is.
Franz Otto. It just sounded a bit more German. But, yeah.
We've got battle for 7th here in Hypercar between Miklos Toff and Jeffrey Backer. As we see up ahead, it looks like actually Hartley's in the middle of a battle, or just behind a battle between Adam Shipstone, Ryan Barrington-Smith and Luca Gray for 3rd position. So that is definitely one to keep your eye on, as Barrington-Smith gets very close to the back of Luca Gray's Aztec Racing hypercar there. The Carl Magnus Bore thing into the hairpin there, I thought that was a very late dive on the brakes to take 2 and 1 from Bore, but for me that was clean. I'm not sure what you think about that, Ryan.
It seemed okay. I mean, you kind of expect in GT racing a little bit of rubbing, but yeah, I think it just about get away with it, I think.
Meanwhile, here's the battle for 3rd with Arshad just going past Ziddy into the Mercedes-Benz arena there. And now Tom Dillon in the reading game fancies a go at the Marrera number 66 for 4th position in class. So Tom Dillon has actually made a good start to hold his lead ahead of Anthony Tomlinson. Didn't Tomlinson start 10th in class, and he's got into 6th at the end of the first couple of laps. So that's a pretty good start for Logistical Nightmare. All told, with Ryan Barrington-Smith still fighting for that 3rd place with Luca Gray in Hypercar as well. Oh, pardon me. That's launch just going down. And Mozidis sets fastest lap of LMP2 so far with a 1:30, but the fastest lap overall being set by Hives. He's got the gap to Pajal to a 1.2 up ahead. As the battles, as they just continue up and down the field, don't they? As we see, that looks like is that Bruzita, as we see Papa Mihail in the pits already. But here is Roy Ton in a battle for 7th position with Adam Bruzita just passing the Boyd Transport then. And now Ton has got Unal and Bulio right behind him. As Bonhard sets fastest lap. So let's have a look at GD3 as well if we get the chance, because Bonhard has got past Hargitai as these LMP2s continue to squabble. And there's that Unal and Bulio swapping position. So Bulio gets up the inside then of Unal, and Unal not very happy about that at all.
Yeah, and the gap to the lead is now down to a 2nd, I believe. just double checking. Obviously, we know, as you said, Bunnaud has taken that second position off of Hargatai.
Oh, and that's that Iliev finding with Christian Lewis then for 7th position then. And Christian Lewis on the inside. Iliev has to go the long way around and is absolutely stranded. I'm not sure what's happened to Eliseo Neto. He's dropped behind his teammate Ben Sporos there. You can see him just behind in the background. So it's not a great start for Hunter Birch in GD3. They didn't qualify too well. Even the Aston Martin, it doesn't seem is the best at this circuit, especially with the fast corners. It really seems like a bit of a handful. But I'm sure they're going to battle on and try and use strategy to their advantage. But anyway, this is probably the closest battle on track at the moment. I think there's Ziddy and Arshad who are about 9/10 apart. We've got Shipstone, Gray, and Barrington Smith all fighting over 3rd in Hypercar. And then we've got Bulio, Ton, and Unal all fighting here. It looks like Jeffrey Becker has hit trouble because he's the Hypercar in the middle of the LMP2 field, I think. But wow, it definitely feels like GD3 is very, very close up front. But LMP2 and LMH, the gaps up front are starting to build. Especially Musadis is building a big lead to Parky, who's in 2nd in the 161.
And I think Toff and Becker might have had a little bit of an issue. They were battling, but now they're significantly behind anyone else in their class. And Toff 20 seconds behind. I'm not entirely sure how far behind I don't see Mr. Becker on my timing screen. Even
18th overall at the moment is Becker.
So yeah, that LMH must have had a bit of contact.
Or gone into the pits perhaps.
Yeah, he must have had contact, gone into the pits because he's now 51 seconds behind and 18th overall mixed in amongst those LMP2 cars. But hopefully with the DOP changes, he shouldn't have too much of an issue, even in fighting competition, getting past the squabbling LMP2 cars. Maxime Beaulieu, in the Optimal Esports in P9, and we saw Jeffrey Becker in the background. These jokes don't get any better, do they?
No. I think we keep calling him Jeffrey Becker for some reason, like yes. Boris Becker as well.
That was anyway. By you, but yeah, Jeffrey Becker. There he is, making a move on the P10 car.
Yeah, I think we're making jokes about like Kickstarter or something, Kickstarter backers or something, funding his career.
Yes, but backers. Yes, exactly. He might back out of.
Very wise, very wise. As Unal has to let him through then, as you say. But oh, look at this, Hargitai now with the that's the race that Zoltan Hives now getting through the GT3 traffic, and this could create an opportunity for Hargitai to attack the Trax VR of Frank Bonhard ahead of him.
Yeah, this is allowing Borek to get away. The lead is threading their way through. He's really up the road now. Good few seconds.
Yeah, and here's the battle for 6th between McLeod and Cal Listola. So McLeod is going to go up the inside of Cal Listola's Finavon, gives him a little bump off track there, and through goes the Boyd Transport into 6th position. So a bit of a forceful move there, and is the Listola going to fight back then into the Mercedes-Benz arena? They had to let the hypercar through. That's another Finavond as well. And off goes Murdo McLeod. He's going to come back on just ahead then of Listola. That was a bit messy, and Listola immediately loses it in the Dutch Finavond entry. And just about collects himself, gets going again. But now Christian Lewis will fancy a run at him. There we go in the Aztec car.
Yeah, so the two Fringavons almost actually ended up being a help to each other, but turned out to be a bit of a hindrance in the end.
Yeah, exactly. It's really hard to manage these things, especially at Hockenheim in the opening laps when everyone is so close together. As it looks like Parky fancies a run on Arshad, who's somehow got himself back up into 2nd position, and it looks like Ziddy and Tomlinson are fighting as well, just behind. Or is that no? Tomlinson's a little bit further back. Sorry. But Zizzy could get involved in this battle in the Morera car if Ben Parky keeps getting held up by Arshad. This has been a great fight, actually, for 2nd in LMP2 that we sort of not been giving a lot of coverage to thus far, but they've certainly been going at it. because they want to keep Musadis in sight, but ironically, he's got the biggest lead of any of the class leaders, 7 seconds to the good in front of them.
It seems like Parky, out of all the drivers on track right now, is using every millimeter of circuit. We saw through turn 11, he actually clipped the grass on the inside while trying to get towards the car in front of him as there's contact Rashad between a lapping GT3. I'm not entirely sure which that was, but that's going to allow Parky now through Parabolica and heading towards Hairpin. That's genuinely the corner name. He's going to get a run, but obviously being on the outside in a hairpin. Oh, and he gets the switchback, but he's not going to go for the move. Seems a bit ambitious.
The brakes, he couldn't really get late enough on the brakes there to do a Carl Magnus Bore style move, as it looks like Ryan Barrington-Smith may have hit trouble because he's fallen behind. There we go, fallen off track. He's done a Vettel, hasn't he, into the gravel, and that has really cost a logistical nightmare. It's dropped them out of that fight for third position, and Adam Chipstead and Louis Hartley will breathe a sigh of relief then, as Barrington-Smith continues to be held up by the GD3 field. Meanwhile, here's Roy Ton challenging Jeffrey Becker, who's in a different class, of course, so they're not actually fighting position. But Parky continuing, and all really wide actually from Samir Arshad in the EFA Racing entry there. He almost did exactly what we saw Ryan Barrington-Smith do as well.
Indeed, and it was quite interesting to see. It would be interesting to see if he carries on doing it, but as you said earlier, Parky coming into the stadium section, I mean, is there track limits in this race? Because that was quite borderline, as you said, across the grass into the stadium section.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the rules are on that. It definitely sounds like there's some corners where it is being enforced by the stewards, and I think the game is a little bit, they've decided to go a little bit more lax on it, especially at turn 1, it would seem. But anyway, Parky negotiates the traffic to try and keep Arshad in sight, and is able to do so successfully. Meanwhile, looks like right up ahead, the two Hunter Birch cars are fighting over what I believe is 10th position then, between the pair of them. So we're right on board with Eliseo Neto with Benz Boros ahead of him, and Boros just coming into the team, going a little bit wide into the Mercedes-Benz arena, and that could allow Eliseo Neto to counter-attack, but they've got to let the the cars through the lap. There comes Samir Arshad up the inside of both the Aston Martins, and through comes the other car that was fighting, which is of course Ben Parky.
I think that nicely shows the difference between the two Hunter Birch cars, the green and blue stripes. The blue obviously for the Reading Game Studios, and the other one for the what's the other car? Mummy.
It's Hunter Birch and Reading Game, but they're the same team essentially. So we've got Reading Game colours up front on Neto's car, Hunter Birch at the rear, and the 486 it's reversed. Where, speaking of which, if you want to see a Reading Game car in a battle with not against a teammate, because they haven't got one in LMP2, this is Dylan versus Andy Tomlinson right ahead of him in the logistical nightmare Bad Batch 77 that's got through actually. And we've also got Jeffrey Becker bearing down on the pair of them in the hypercar and bringing Adam Buzita with him.
Can we just clarify that it's Becker and not Becker? As we see
Becker, sorry, yes. I'm sorry. Sorry, Jeffrey.
And logistical nightmares, they're definitely going to be hoping for a good race this time out. They struggled quite a lot at Abu Dhabi last time out. I think they said it sounded very much like the team had spread themselves very thin. They had a lot on that week, and so didn't quite manage to get terms with the car and the track and the R Factor 2 simulator. So hopefully they'll be having a better time out this time.
It looks like Luca Gray lost a lot of time actually to Adam Shipstone in front of him, because it seemed like he was going very, very slow at turn 1, so I think he might have had an off there. Musaidis is actually right behind Toff, who is the penultimate hypercar. That shows just how well Stavros is doing in this race for XRL, that he's keeping up with the hypercars in an LMP2 entry. So that is very, very impressive, as we see Dylan trying to get on song with Andy Tomlinson. He's got Becker right behind as well. This could get a little bit messy as they're being sandwiched by the GD3 field.
And you apologize for keep making the same mistake, but yeah, Jeffrey Backer.
He's backing them up, yeah. Just got to keep making the bad puns and I'll say it correctly.
Yes.
Well, he's in the back around.
Jesus Christ. That was the worst one. I said background earlier. I didn't say background, but yeah, heading towards the hairpin.
I'm sorry, Alex. What have we done? We've ruined everything.
We've
still got 7 hours, 45 minutes to go of this.
Fortunately, I'm gone in 25 minutes, so...
Yeah, lucky you. And there we go. It looks like Jeffrey is coming through on Tom Dillon, and he'll negotiate Andy Tomlinson in short order as well.
I think it might just be easier to say Jeffrey here.
Is there anyone else called Jeffrey? I'm not out at the moment, I don't think. There's Jeffrey Ellis, I know of, but he doesn't drive here. I think he drives for Rookie Monsters, but not at the present moment. At the moment, it's still Adam Shipston at the wheel. So we can call him Jeffrey for now, because he's the prime Jeffrey.
Yeah. Anyway, it seems to be a bit of a nightmare start, and that's maybe a play on words for the name, the Logistical Nightmares team. That's
and is that Hives? And he's been hit by one of the Hunter Birch cars, and it's got absolutely chaotic there. And that is disastrous for Racing Zone. And that's surely going to let Stanislav Pajard through, and indeed it does. There he goes. So Pajard takes the lead.
He's been caught up in that all as well. But he's made contact with one of the GT3 cars there, but yeah, Zoltan Hives out with the lead, and that's Shipstone in the what's it called? The Scuderia Glickenhaus, the Rookie Monsters car. Yeah, he's taken a bit of a hit on the front, and that's one of the Hunter Birch.
Yeah, it's the car that got involved. I think it might have been Ben Boros then coming into the pit lane. There we go. So that's a big shame for the driver making his debut of Hunter Birch Simulation. Unfortunately, didn't quite see the leading hypercar in time, and has cost Hives quite a bit there. Potentially not just in damage, but also in terms of position in the race. Because now Pajard has got himself right back in. So there we go. Did Boris serve a penalty there? It didn't seem like he stopped at all. So is that his way of serving penance for causing that collision, or did he cut the track because of that, and now he's had to serve a penalty?
Well, that is definitely insult to injury right there, as we see Neto going offline as he had the TWR car round the outside.
Yeah, he almost got through there, but it wasn't quite. He sort of just ran out of road, and unfortunately, from his point of view, but definitely luckily from Valentin Iliev's point of view, TWR was able to hold position. But meanwhile, this is raging on. Bulio versus Roy Ton in the Boyd Transport. Optimnal looking to get into the top 8 here in LMP2. And Roy Ton looking pretty vulnerable at the moment. But a very, very dramatic development. And it looks like Adam Shipstone is right all over the back of Zoltan Hives. And he's being held up by the other Hunter Birch now as well. So he's not this. I think Zoltan Hives is not going to give us put us on his Christmas card list at the end of this one. That's for sure. He's not going to be too happy with my drivers. But there we go. And Shipston looking to get the Rookie Monsters car into the top 2 and potentially chase down Pajard for what could be overall victories. That looks like Neto having another go at Iliev in the background, and he's made it through this time.
And it looks like Luca Gray able to navigate those 2 cars as well, and Hives from the lead, obviously. Now 5 seconds to Simon Pajard. That's not Simon, is it?
Let's look at the steering. It's Stanislav.
He's grabbing a little bit on the straight. So
you can see the Rookie Monster in the top mirror as well.
Yeah, a bit of suspension damage, obviously, coming out of that contact, and obviously it wasn't light between an LMH and a GT3 in turn 11, which we're coming up to now. On the last lap, the contact, but hopefully he won't be having to make a pass there much longer into the race.
Didn't it also get T-boned by one of the Logistical Nightmares LMP2s, or was that?
I think it did. It was very chaotic, wasn't it? So, and we got a message from somebody, from Ryan Mazumda, who isn't driving because I think he's at a wedding, and he's saying, "What is Hives doing?" So it's clear who he blames. He doesn't blame Bence at all. So backing the team there is Ryan Mazumda. But here is Murdo McLeod trying to get into the top 5 in his BMW Boyd Transport against, that must be Cortese in front of him, isn't it? Giancarlo Cortese, sorry. Cortese. And Cortese is going to be stranded on the outside here. He's not careful, just about turns in time to keep Murdo McLeod at bay. But McLeod looking very menacing, and he's going to have to let the hypercar through around the outside. That's Luca Gray, of course.
And it seems like Hives got very lucky by catching the traffic in turn 1 there. He's able to put a bit of a second between him and Shipstone in the 73 car, and it doesn't seem like last names are our strong suit today.
No. We'll get better, don't worry.
What did you just do as well? Was it Cortese,
yes.
Yeah. Let's hopefully not repeat these mistakes anymore, but it's Ben Sporos, and now this is also a team name that you couldn't pronounce. It's Hungarian Hobby Races on...
Well, it was the hobby bit, because it was compressed. I thought it was like some kind of deliberately dirty-minded name that they'd gone for, but it was hobby, not what I thought it was. So that was lucky. Anyway, looks like Adam Shipstone is caught right back up, thanks to the Trax VR car, to Zoltan Hives, and Trax VR hits the side and spins in front, and just avoided by Adam Shipstone there, and the Trax VR flashes his lights. Looks like Rhymism is not the only one unhappy at Zoltan Hives today, and if the steering wasn't bent before, it's going to be buckled now, and now that means Oliver Hargitay is caught right up to the back of Frank Bonhard, who's in that Trax VR car, and he's going to try and make a move for second in class then up the inside as they go into a switchback curve. Oh, and Frank Bonhard again is able to defend in that Mercedes that's got great straight line speed as we've seen all season. And here comes Shipstone round the outside then, which will become the inside for the hairpin.
Indeed, and up the Yep, and he's made it stick. So obviously, Hives possibly struggling with a little bit of straight line speed now after those two collisions. My thinking behind it was that maybe, as the car was already going left and down, the hit to the right might have straightened it up slightly, but obviously definitely has hindered him because Shipstone is really getting away now.
Yeah, the steering doesn't look any better, that's for sure, but it doesn't look too much worse. But
sorry to interrupt. Big issue here now. 20-second stop go for Racing Zone Team 1 for that contact in turn 11 on lap 12. So not only have they fallen out of the lead, Zoltan Hives now has a stop and go penalty to serve. So there he goes to go in and serve. Then he'll be stationary for 20 seconds and he won't be able to repair his car either.
And it sounds like Hunter Birch actually reported the incident, which is probably why Zoltan Hives has been penalised for it. But that is a big shame for the guys second in the championship and now going to drop to near the back. I think they're going to come out behind Barrington Smith potentially, and in fact they're coming in for a pit stop as well. So it's a double whammy then for Racing Zone, and this means Aztec 290 with Luca Gray really going to take advantage, holding on to that championship lead. But it's Rookie Monster 73 in the box seats at the moment as far as the championship runners are concerned. The 87 of Scuderia Morora yet to score a point, leading the race by 4 seconds though. Here they are.
Indeed, and they managed to capitalise on that incident earlier. Obviously Pajad didn't get through safely. He 100% safely and unscathed. He was off on the gravel and on the grass, but managed to keep everything in check and has that lead of almost 5 seconds now.
Oh, he's got to get past the Hunter Birch Aston Martin though. That looks like the 486 of Boros. Boros leaves plenty of room, and it looks like Hives has been given another penalty, has he, is that either for speeding in the pit lane or for the incident with the Trax VR car that we saw?
I was also wondering, it looked almost as if it was a very late call to come into the pits, and I'm not entirely sure about the whole pit entry proceedings, but it looked like he kind of cut the entrance to the pit lane.
Hives has come out, I think, behind Stavros Musadis in the overall order, as Bonhard is now trying to fight back after that collision with Hives against Oliver Hargitay's Aztec racing car. And this has definitely got crucial implications. I think GD3 at the moment, the title race is looking wide open because you only had 1 points paying race so far. So really, the order at the end of this is going to be absolutely crucial. We've just got 7.5 hours left to go, and Frank Bonhard, there's no way he's going to try and go round the outside into turn 1, even with the straight line speed that Mercedes AMG has got. But He has got the big problem of Oliver Hargitay is going to defend like crazy in this stint, and this has allowed Bore, as you said earlier, Ryan, to just continue to build the gap behind him. So this is really playing into the hands of Carl Magnus at the moment.
Indeed, and obviously Bonnard falling back into that third position as a result of that collision, I believe, because he was in second.
Yeah, I think he just got through just after, did Hargitay.
And so yeah, he's got all the work that he'd done in the early stages of the race. He's got to do again. As we look to Luca Gray, who's on the back of a Fringer Rondell LMP2 car.
Doesn't quite. It's not quite cooperative, is it? The 139 there.
Yeah, it's every time you seem to be seeing a car lapping another. As we Unal appears to have a penalty in LMP2. Yeah, it's every time you seem to see a car lapping another one, especially in that stadium section, you kind of wince and step back a little bit because you don't exactly know how it's going to pan out.
Yeah, it almost feels like it narrows substantially, doesn't it, when they get to the final sector, essentially. But yeah, it can be very, very challenging just to everyone to find their space, especially early in the race when there's still a lot of cars running and they're all quite bunched together in their own battles. They're not quite so compliant. If someone's just on their own and you come across them in a hypercar, the GT3s tend to be a bit more, right, okay, free you go. But if they're trying to not lose time in the race to their rivals that are immediately ahead or behind them, then they tend to be a little bit more let you through at the last minute, or we get these sort of marginal event. It's also the same from the hypercars and the LMP2s. They're so eager to get through, they'll often dive one up the inside, and maybe the GT3 won't have time to react and move out of the way in time, and we end up with Zoltan Hives scenarios like we saw just earlier.
Indeed, I think the thing is, it is the responsibility of the the lapping driver, to make sure that the pass is safe and clean. And as we see Zoltan Hives coming into his second penalty, this is kind of points out that yes, you've obviously got to try and get through as quick as possible, but you've got to do it in a safe manner. And if you do end up collecting the person that you're trying to lap, this is what happens.
And you mentioned the penalty for the Unal, the Sunset Motorsport 84 car. That was for the current topic, which is a collision with a lapped car, which is the Boyd Transport Racing 206. That's a drive-through penalty for the 84 car that's currently on your screen now, so they'll be serving that as they've got a BMW that's looking to get past them, apparently.
And that's the Boyd Transport, funnily enough. The 306.
The irony.
Yeah, so it's a teammate, I guess, of the car that they knocked out of the way. But
yes.
Yeah, a lot of people in Thunderbird chat annoyed at me saying, "Oh, commentators blaming Benz Boros." So I think it looked a little bit from the angle from the offboard like Boros turned in, but that wasn't the case, I don't think. So we don't have replays. So I was explicitly told not to do it because it might crash the streaming PC. So I'm afraid we can't go back and have another look at that. So I don't think it was Benz's fault, though. I may have been a bit too harsh on that. So I apologise. Shouldn't blame my own driver, but I don't like to be accused the other way of like favouring my own drivers over Racing Zone or whatever else. So that's just me trying to cover both bases. As Pajard is actually caught right up to the back of there, because Pajard is coming to the pits, of course. So he did briefly catch up to Adam Shipstone, but Shipstone now is in the lead as things are getting very, very mixed up now. As we see Tom Dillon also trying to get past Buzita, I think, for a 6th position in LMP2. But this is going to put Pajard, I think, ahead of Bakker when he comes out. And it looks like ahead of Toth as well.
Something I'm noticing, and something that's being brought up to the attention of the race directors, is I'm pretty sure it's showing on screen currently that the server's lagging a little bit. And yeah, there we go. You just saw a bit of a what's the word for that, rubber banding incident. And I feel like, that's Jeffrey Bakker.
Oh, no wonder he's a lap down. He's come to a complete stop then. So clearly Jeffrey has got some kind of very big issue here. Still in first gear though. Doesn't look like the engine's died, but that could well be a code 80 then, as it looks like a lot of more rubber banding happening. So we could have a more serious issue at hand, guys.
I think my personal opinion would be that this would get put to a red flag, as this doesn't seem raceable, and I think that Jeffrey Backer himself has slowed down because he didn't feel safe driving like that. Not that there was any actual issue with his car.
He's got going again. It could be that whatever was lagging cleared on his end.
Maybe a wheel disconnect on his side, maybe?
Oh, I wouldn't rule it out. As this is not an ideal way to go through turn 1, is it? I'm sure it doesn't look quite as bad on their end as it does on ours, but still.
Yeah, hopefully that something will be done about this very soon, because obviously you're going to be seeing other cars around you not going to be able to race very well.
That Bonnard having a go at Oliver Hargitay, but oh, look at that, there's a collision behind. Is that Cortese in trouble? Of Lars Otto.
Yeah, I think that was Lars Otto who was hit by Cortese. I'm not throwing out accusations, but I think that might have been what's happened.
And it looks like we just had another DNF. Tom Dillon out of the race. Oh no.
How's that? I'm guessing, is that a disconnect? We got yellow flags out in sector 2.
It's a
so
red
we've
flag.
had the red flag just called by race direction there and Nick Comewood, and it looks like that might have been what did for Tom Dillon. So Tom Dillon's disconnection was what caused the red flag there. So everyone is being sent back into the pit lane. I don't. Do we have a red flag on the overlay that we can use? I don't think so, unfortunately.
I don't think so, no. Unless you want to go into whatever streaming software we're doing and just put a box over and say red flag.
For OBS, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I could try.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, it's a red flag. That means all drivers are to return to the pit lane under code 80 conditions, and I think we might be losing maybe 10 to 20 minutes of race time. And I know I was predicting a code 80 within the first 45 minutes, but I wasn't predicting this, so to say.
Yeah, I could put the safety car graphic up. Maybe that's the closest I can get to red flag, so we'll go with that, I guess.
Yeah.
It's funny because we don't even have a safety car, do we?
No, but we don't have a safety car, but we've got a safety car tick on the overlay graphics. We've also got code 80, which is basically the same thing. We don't have red flag on, which seems the one where you need more than a safety car. So yeah, anyway. But that looks like a stop in the order then. So our class leaders, when we get going again, will be Adam Shipstone for Rookie Monster 73. And that's really bad luck for Pajal because he pit just before the red flag, didn't he, from the lead? So that's absolutely cost the 87 that was doing so well in this race. Stavros Musadis is going to hold on to lead from Samir Arshad and Ben Parkey. Then it's going to be Carl Magnus Bore with a reduced lead over Oliver Hargitay and Frank Bonhard in GD3. So that really shows somebody else is trying to fight for control now. So I'm going to...
Hello, Ed.
Oh, hey, Tom.
Hello. We were troubleshooting issues, aren't we? So
yeah, it looked like you got disconnected there, or did you choose to leave?
I thought it was on my end, so I pulled over to the pits as to not cause any more damage, and it turns out it wasn't on my end. So
yeah.
There you go.
Okay, so as we wait for things to get back underway, and Tom Dillon dutifully gets us back to the waiting screen and the red flag, unfortunately, we can sort of reflect on some of the action so far. Great fight for the lead in the opening lap for GD3, and the fight for second place, I think, is going to run and run between Trax VR and Aztec Racing. Then LMP2 looks like it's really the battle for second between Arshad, Parkey, and Ziddy, which has been very absorbing. Hypercar, it really could be anyone that wins, guys. So I'm not sure if I know Alex was thinking about leaving quite soon, but I'm not sure if you're going to stay during the red flag while I wait to get going again, Ryan.
Well, yeah. I'm not sure how long it will be, but hopefully it shouldn't take too long. It could be a bit of a logistical nightmare.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
Oh, Alex, we've just been torturing him
Yes.
for the first
yes.
hour of this race, haven't we?
But before I leave, and thankfully so I don't have to listen to any more of these dreadful puns, this is very helpful for Bogatai and the Trax VR team, who are now going to be able to get closer to P1, but not so helpful for Mr. Magnus Bore, who's obviously now lost that 7-second lead that he did have before the red flag, and furthermore, after the contact with Hives and Frank Bonhard, and now they're not going to have that much fun fighting for P1, I'd imagine. But after this red flag, everyone's going to be back together, and we might see a renewed battle for the lead, especially in LMP1. But Hives, after taking that penalty, we might see him take another for the contact with the Trax VR team. We don't know just yet, but maybe, just maybe, he might be able to get back into the fight for P1. But anyway, it's going to be the laps before the red flag that are going to be taken in terms of position. And yeah, so that's my one piece.
A couple of
before I
teams
leave.
asking if they can change drivers as well. I'm not sure. I would think you can under the red flag, because if it's for practical reasons, especially you've got a driver that needs to go somewhere.
It was in the announcement by Chris Tompkins that can all cars keep the same driver for their cars, but I'd imagine there will be exceptions if there's like logistical issues for the team. Yeah, so
Yeah, because one of my drivers is asking me, so
yeah, so I'd imagine that if you can't physically keep the same driver in the car, then I'd imagine you'd be able to request an exception. But that's going to be me stepping out of the commentary box. I might come back later, who knows. Anyway, enjoy
Thanks
the
for
rest
that.
of the 7 hours. And the 7 hours of horrible puns, not 7 hours of Hockenheim, but yeah, goodbye.
Oh dear. Well, it's going to be more than 7 hours, isn't it? Because we froze at we'll have to see what lap it was that we froze on. But I think the clock stopped at, was it 7.5 hours, wasn't it? So we are going to be finishing at this rate around about about half an hour later, I think, maybe, than we otherwise would have.
Remember, the clock is still running it, so they'll.
Oh,
set
the
it-
clock's still running, of course.
They'll set it as close as they can. It doesn't work for people like me who pulled over in anticipation of it being my problem, not the server problem. So I'll be put at the back of class.
No, that's a shame. It was going well, wasn't it, Tom?
It was going well. It was going great. I was having a nice little battle. I was being caught up by
You and Tomlinson, and
Yeah, I thought I had the pace on him, but he was on medium. So
yeah, the tires were starting to wear on your end compared to his. And there was also Backer that was sort of getting involved as well
he was just behind, holding us up. But
in the hypercar, who's not really quite. It was interesting to see Musadis leading LMP2, who's like on the pace of some of the back markers in hypercar. Well, to use it's a. I know it sounds insulting, but I mean that in the most, because even the back markers in hypercar are still pretty quick, because they have to be in hypercar.
Nightmare. But I'm here now to try and sort out the the stream, make sure this is a smooth ship while we're running. But
yeah, the team that I felt the most sorry, apart from yourself, of course, Tom, given it's kind of our team as well, was the 87, the car that was leading the race in the hypercar pit about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes before the red flag was called for fuel and tires.
yeah, that'll be frustrating with them. I think that the key to watch out for here is, as obviously someone who's sort of in the battle, is watch for the LMP2s that are on hards or mediums, because it's an interesting battle. I was on hards myself, which is why I was catching Tomlinson towards the end of that stint. But yeah, it's interesting because I don't think that the medium runners set are going to be able to double stint particularly well, which will be interesting.
Yeah, this is really going to throw all the stint plans out of whack, because those who are going to change drivers and pit like every 2 hours or so, or every 3 hours or so, have kind of got to readjust now, because the field stints are going to be reset then effectively at the start of this restart.
Thankfully, we were close enough on fuel stints anyway, so it's going to work out. It will put us 20 minutes ahead of our running though, which is going to be an interesting one, because we'll be starting the race with 7 hours to go. So we'll actually, in effect, have a 7-hour race.
Oh, that suits me just fine. So everything we just saw doesn't really matter, folks. Although it matters a little bit, especially for you, Tom. And sadly, the decision to stop there. It looks like I guess Jeffrey Backer is going to have to overtake a few more LMP2s as well. Or will it be just be put to the back of the hypercar field?
I would hope they're merciful with him. Let's put it that way.
I just have this amusing thought in my head that that Tom's going to be writing up some sort of appeal, and he's going to be having a conversation with himself, because he is one of the stewards, on whether or not he can start the race somewhere else that isn't at the back. That would be.
Well, it depends what lap they take it. I think I might get away with it, but oh well. It is what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely a frustrating one. I can tell you that after driving. Well, to be honest with you, first race back for about 8 months now.
Yeah. So is it correct that the LMH cars only really have like a half-hour fuel stint, or they usually go a bit longer?
I know for the LMP2 it's 40 minutes. I don't know much about the LMH. I know Jeffrey Backer did a bit of testing in it, but I don't know fuel stints on them, unfortunately. But I would suspect it's around our fuel stints. I think it was in Abu Dhabi and perhaps Istanbul as well. You'd have to see. Yeah, it's going to be one of them where we have to wait for the end of the race. We are about to put you back in the server, gentlemen, and then I'll scurry off to go and let's get into
Get back in the race, I guess. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I've just been talking to my team, and the problem we're worried that because we only got 2 drivers for the 485, and James has got to do something else later today. So he's like, I want to get my stints out of the way, and the problem is also with the red flag is like, oh, we don't want Elysia Neto to do more than 65% of the race, because that's a sort of limit for an 8-hour race. So you can't do more than like I think 5.2 hours is the max per driver. Yeah, we don't want to. There we go. Just getting a bit of confirmation from James at the moment. Yeah, it's difficult commentating on a race and managing a team in a race. But yeah, certainly been some drama so far. It's typical, isn't it? The first race of the season that I do, I mean, I was going to do Istanbul, and then, things went wrong there. But the first race of the season they get to do, we get a red flag for EERC. But I suppose it's sort of more surprising than we get a clean race all the way through, rather than one where nothing happens at all.
And well, guys, I've put you into the server, so I am going to.
All right, am I back in control? Okay, right.
You could take control whenever you want, Ed. The world's your oyster. I'm gonna head back over to the Mumble, and I'll see you in a bit.
All right, cheers, Tom. Then, and so we wish him all well in his run in the 72. So I assume is going to continue, but it looks like everyone that was in before the red flag should be able to continue.
Yeah. Just got to. Wow, everything's all a bit muddled up, I think, on that stream. Although
so I assume we're going to get a restart of the order in the same order. We're going to get all the cars into the same order that we had before.
Just quickly checking. I was just checking on the main screen because got some sort of red box around the screen at the moment on our end, but it's okay. It's not there on the YouTube screen.
Yeah. And one of my drivers is trying to say, oh, because of the red flag, it'll be a shorter race, so they don't have to do as much of the race. So I think every little trick in the rule book to sort of reduce the amount of time they have to be in the car so they can go do VEC or whatever later on, which I find hilarious. But But anyway,
Well, yeah, because effectively, this is now a 7-hour race, not a 8-hour race. So, well, like you said, effectively the first hour was like a qualifying hour, really.
practice, yeah. I'm still in the mumble service. That's how I knew the red flag had happened before it sort of showed up. So, if we're going to green and we get any instruction from race direction, I'll keep you informed. But looks like all the teams still staying put. Like all 3 of my drivers all in the same channel together, which is good to see. So good communication between the 485 and 486 teams.
That could that be a thing for the for future EERC races, that we have an hour-long sprint race to sort out the grid for a 7, like it's the EERC 8-hour, but we do the first hour is just a sprint race for your starting grid, and then
first hour we just muck around, and then we
then you do 7 hours the full on. Yeah,
we did do that. I think for 12 hours of was it Road Atlanta last season? We had a red flag about I think 2 or 4 hours in, and then we just did like an 8-hour race after that, and that was quite fun. But unfortunately, we were retired from that one.
Was that Hunter Birch's debut race? That one?
It might have been, yeah, because we had Mia Rose and Liam Rance in the car, and unfortunately, I think Eric Kamady got in the car and unfortunately crashed it from the lead, which was a bit embarrassing. So now Eric's team manager, technically, he's helped with making the stint sheets and everything. But so Hunter Birch has not had the easiest time, but this season has certainly been going a lot better so far. Until this race, at least, until I started commentating again, everything was going well. Was third in the championship. But I guess it's typical, isn't it? As we still see everyone stuck in the garage as the server resets then. So we're hopefully going to see everyone begin to filter out onto the grid and get ready for the
but is that probably
restart.
The best reason not to have commentators as team owners, because it would constantly have the commentator's curse?
Possibly, but I mean, it did happen with unfortunately Hives and Boros coming together, didn't it? It was just sort of Hives attacking my driver, I guess, up the inside. Let's hope no more hypercars attack my Aston Martins before this is over. James Juber is saying, "You jinxed us," in the Hunter Birch chat. So there we go. And it was interesting because me and Joshua Birch, I think, is going to come in and do some commentary later when he gets a free moment from. I think he's doing all the F2 races at Monaco, F1 qualifying, and Indy 500 is practice. Oh no, Indy 500 isn't in action until tomorrow. I don't think.
Carb day was yesterday, so
yeah. Or is it next week? This Indy 500? I can't remember.
Indy 500 is tomorrow. They're always the same day as Monaco.
Yeah. But we were talking because Jack Nicholls, obviously commentator for Formula E, has recently been let go, and me and Josh commentate on every Formula E race. So I was sort of saying that, if we need a replacement, then he would be the obvious one to go to because he's already commentating on them for his channel. And I've been doing a bunch of videos where I've been syncing up the real footage to the YouTube stream that we do. Obviously, because we don't have the rights to use the actual race footage, so it's a cool little thing that sort of shows what it might be like. Except that I'm alongside, and Formula E would never let me commentate on a real broadcast because I'm way too outspoken, I guess. I'm probably not professional enough. But anyway, there is the warm-up session getting underway. Daly exiting the pit lane, along with Musadis too. So it looks like the hobby team getting a little bit of a running in, but I'm sure that what am I sure about? That's a good thing. If I start a sentence with "I'm sure," it's probably a good idea to be sure about something. I'm sure that it won't be too long. Is what I think I mean to say before we get we turn over to the race session. We get all the cars out again. and we line them up side by side, and we get ready for more double file restarts then, which should be interesting because those who ace the first restart might not necessarily have things their own way second time around, and it's sort of a Australia F1, if you remember, where we had like three starts in the end because of 2 red flags for Albon and Kevin Magnussen.
Yeah, and let's hope we don't get that.
Yeah, I don't want absolute chaos. Especially, the good thing is that at least if they're all starting over the start-finish line, then it shouldn't be like if you're going to restart in like the stadium section, then that's an absolute nightmare because it's just a bottle point, isn't it? Where everyone you end up with a pinch point rather, where everyone's sort of like a stopper at the end of a bottle with the GD cars and the hypercars right behind them. Let's hope we don't get too much of that. But I assume we are going to get another instance where the hypercars have to thread their way through the GD field, and the GD free field has got to really be on its toes and just avoid the hypercars rather than necessarily worrying about their own race.
I mean, well, this is also going to be good for Hives off the back of his 2 penalties. I think it's brought him back into play.
Oh, yeah, provided he doesn't get 2 more penalties causing more incidents. But
yeah.
But
on board
yeah, it's more opportunities for chaos. Really, is this restart is the main thing, but it could also be like you said, a reset for those who weren't doing so well to sort of get themselves back into play and trying to strategically with the 7.5 hours of remaining, or less than that now, isn't it? Because the clock is still running, of course.
Yeah, so it will be starting at 7 hours to go.
So 4 minutes then until we get back underway. I'm not sure who else we got in the commentary session because I think I was going to go till, was it 3? And then I was going to swap over. It's 3 till. Oh no, I'm trying to remember I should actually look at the commentary schedule before I start just deciding that I'm not going to be there.
I think I'm going till. I want to say till 5 o'clock. I think. I can't remember.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the sheet. So, Ed, Alex, Ryan. I think Alex was supposed to go through to British summertime 4 o'clock originally, but he's just decided he's had enough. So it's just you and me through till I think you're going to go till 5 and I'm going to go till 4 because me and Alex are supposed to go through from qualifying all the way through to sort of end of hour 2, I think. But with the red flag, I don't know how that's going to impact things. But
I mean,
then
we've got to do 20 minutes less in theory, is it? Although saying that, we're getting close to the hour mark, so it's going to make not much difference. We'll probably still be doing the same amount of commentary.
Yep. After you and me, well, after I'm done, you are going to be joined for an hour by James and Peter. I forget who James and Peter are. I assume some of them are in action at Abu Dhabi. They're probably Josh's friends. James and Peter are going to go from 4 till about 6. Then from 6 till 7 British summertime, it's Tom and maybe Alex again. That seems to be the bit that we're least sure on. Then from 7 onwards, it's me and Nathan through to the end. I believe Josh Birch is coming back for 5:30 through to 7. And 9 through to 10:30, which is the end of the race. So it looks like the URT car that had, I think, fallen to the back. It's a similar thing to Tom Dillon in the reading game, wasn't it? He's going to be allowed to make his way back through to the back of the LMP2 field. So that's good for URT. And who's driving for URT? I can't remember. Is it? It's not Stavros Musadis, is it? No, it's FA Corkmazer, because they've had to change drivers, of course. So that's why that's happened. But everyone else, I think, also Papa Mihail, I think, is also staying in. So I think everyone else is keeping the same drivers as before, but we are seeing FA Corkmazer get on board the URT. Yeah, so Court Mazer will make his way through the GD class. He just had to avoid him. Looks like Tom Dillon has retired again, which is bad news. Yeah, there's Tom Dillon still stuck in the pit lane, so I guess because he retired early, he has to retire himself again before he's allowed to get back in the race. I don't know. But we could be having Tom Dillon in commentary a lot sooner than we thought, right?
Indeed, and what's going on with this? Oh no, it's still.
Yeah, this is.
I was confused
like
myself for a minute then. I was thinking.
Luca Gray just going to the inside very early.
I was, for some reason, I had a bit of a mental fade and didn't realize, and was thinking that I was seeing two Toyotas at the front and not the Glinkenhaus, but no, we have got the Glinkenhaus there, and obviously it seems like the Toyota is generally the weapon of choice, but the Glinkenhaus is still competitive, and as we can see,
it is. The rookie monsters have done really well, actually, all things considered, with the Glickenhaus. They were pretty brave to go for it in the first place, because, like you say, it wasn't the favoured car, neither in real life nor in EERC. But it seems like they've been able to set it up pretty solidly, get some good lap time performance out of it. They qualified well, they stayed out of trouble, and due to the red flag, they've inherited this lead. So the big question really is, firstly, can Hives get through? And can... is the 87 still in there, by the way? Let's have a look. Pajard. So Pajard somehow has been able to back in the race in third then, ahead of Louis Hartley. So perhaps because he was mid-pit stop on the lap, the countback lap was, so Louis Hartley didn't quite get in front, which is frustration for Finnevon Motorsport. But this means the 87 has still got a great chance to retake the lead as long as it can clear the Aztec car and the Team Rookie Monsters, which is a bit of a tall order, of course. And if they can't do that, that could potentially allow Zoltan Hives right at the back of the hypercar field to make his way back into a fight for victory, as he was early in the race before the collision with Ben Sporos. But they're going to sooner or later encounter those GD3 cars you saw in the background again, and Hives will have to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more circumspect, especially into the stadium section this time around.
Yeah, certainly, and it's also going to be quite interesting to see how he cuts his way through the field, because generally he has been the faster driver in this group. He was setting fastest lap after fastest lap in that first.
That's his quali lap too. 1:24.151, which was the pole time. And Gray just.
Yeah, Gray's been just this whole time just chilling out on the outside, away from everyone.
And Luca Gray takes the lead very, very briefly as he attempts to line up double file very, very early then in the hypercar class. There we go. Now LMH have been given the order to line up double file. So Luca Gray, very, very eager to get ahead. And we saw him when he drove for 360 Motorsports. He was able to take the lead on a couple of occasions. The LMP2s are being lined up double file then. So Ryan, I guess I will do hypercar, you can do LMP2, and then we'll both do GD3, I guess. But is that easy to remember?
Yeah.
No need to do a coin toss this time. But anyway, so it is going to be Luca Gray that will start on the inside, but it'll be Adam Shipstone for Rookie Monster that starts on the outside, which will be the racing line. And keep your eyes out for Stanislav Pajard and Louis Hartley on the second row behind them. Then Ryan Barrington-Smith and Miklos Toff. Then Zoltan Hives and Jeffrey Backer on the back row. So LMH about to get going then in a few seconds time, and we are underway, and immediately Luca Gray goes for it, and it looks like Adam Shipstone is left absolutely stranded there, gets overtaken by 5 cars down to 6th position, including of course Hives, who's now ahead of Stanislas Pajard there. LMP2's now set to green, and Musadis has been jumped by Samir Arshad.
Indeed, and Ashad takes the lead. Mercedes drops back a little bit, but he's under pressure by Parker.
Mercedes was flashing his lights there. I think he thinks Arshad jumped the start. And the GD3s have been released. So there is Carl Magnus Gore right in front of Hargitai and Otto. So it looks like Bonhard has made a very bad start indeed. Frank Bonhard then in the Mercedes drops down to 4th behind Lars Otto. So great start for the Race Club Germany Ferrari number 78 then as the pack comes streaming through.
And it looked like Bonnard was going to have even worse start, but he managed to hang it out on the outside of turn 1 and just managed to keep that 4th position.
Oh, big crash! And that's when the Honda Birch is around. Oh dear, is that
There's a McLaren in the background as well, I think, spinning around.
No, it was Neto that got spun there, unfortunately, and that looks like Louis Hesketh has come to a halt then for Boyd Transport, so perhaps there's been some issue for him as well. But now we're well and truly underway. Bizarrely, Louis Hartley is now leading Pajard in LMH with Hives now up to 3rd ahead of Adam Shipstone. So Hartley has really made hay here, and this is beautiful. This is exactly what the 137 needs, starting 4th, while Adam Shipstone stayed completely stationary at the start, got completely caught out. It looks like Hartley took advantage and has been able to slip into the lead and hold on to it.
Indeed, and obviously I think Hives was in the inside lane, so it meant that he didn't get caught up in the shenanigans of what on earth happened at the start. So yeah, he's had a lucky break. He's gone from
Hartley's lead. He's sending fastest laps, and he's 2.3 seconds ahead of Pajal. So Scuderia Morera, they are further forward than they started this restart, but they're not quite in the lead that they held before that red flag. As we see Boré set the fastest lap in GD3, and this is Christian Lewis are on board with, fighting. I believe that is the Listola in the 444 in front of us. Oh, and it's getting very physical at the hairpin then. This is a Ziddy with Roy Tunn and Korkmazer. Oh dear. Not sure who that is. Is that Louis Hesketh then? Or is that Tom Dillon rejoining the race? There he is, down in last overall. And Louis Hesketh has got going again, so I'm not sure who the slow car in the final sector is. As Korkmazer now going up the inside of Roy Tunn in the Ligier to get himself up into the top 6 then. And it looks like Unal is now going to have a go at Roy Tunn as well. There we go, through he is into turn 11.
Brilliant stuff there. I thought he was going to be going a bit deep in turn 11, but he kept the car on track, didn't leave the door open. And that is Tom Dillon in 11th at the back of this group.
And this is the fight for the lead in LMP2. So Musadis setting fastest laps of the race to put pressure on Arshad, who of course jumped him at the start. Behind is Ben Parkey, hoping that these two bump into each other and he can slip through into the lead for the I can't remember. It's EP Lab, of course, EP Lab. But look at the run that Musadis has got here.
He's going to have a dive to the inside. He's looking. He's going for the inside. He's got to get it done on the brakes, and then up the inside he goes. And there's
and remember, Arshad is on the purple tyres, which I believe are the medium compound. Everyone else is on... Oh no, he's on the softer compound, isn't he? The purple one. So the greens are, I think, the harder, if I remember correctly. But don't quote me on that. Oh, as we see Buzita being pushed off track there by Andy Tomlinson.
Andy Tomlinson getting pretty much beached on that sausage curb on the outside of the hairpin.
Truly a logistical nightmare in terms of the car not being in the position he wanted it to be in. Meanwhile, Hives is starting to put pressure onto Pajard for second in hypercar.
Indeed, and I think this is going to be easy pickings for Hives at the pace that he's going at.
Yeah, here we go. He's got to make sure he gets the run then through switchback curve and onto the long run towards the hairpin. I forget what this corner is called. Is it Sachs curve? It's the run into the hairpin? It's turn 5 essentially.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Sachs curve or parabolic. They were calling it parabolic or something along those lines. But this is the hairpin. No changes there. But meanwhile, Hartley pulling away up to 4-second lead now.
Yeah, Louis Hartley has made, hey, this is sort of turning into a rerun of Istanbul, and what happened in Istanbul was that the Racing Zone team number 1 got a penalty, which basically ended up deciding the race in favour of Finavon, who just kept their nose clean, were able to win that first round in hypercar. Abu Dhabi, of course, didn't quite go to plan, with Race Zone winning and the 137 retiring, but now things have really played into the hands of Louis Hartley, and full credit to him, he is absolutely gone for it and tried to make the most of the opportunity that's presented itself to him. But the big question is now is if Pajard is overtaken by Hives, can Louis Hartley keep the gap behind? Because you need a healthy gap to make sure you don't get undercut potentially when we get to the pit stops, when fuel strategy, tyre strategy becomes a really big part of this race. So I believe the blues are the softs and the greens are the mediums. So that means, and the purples are, I believe, I'm not sure what the purples are. It doesn't say on the tyre sheet. But I'm just looking at the... so it's Parabolica that's turn 5, and Spitzkehre is the name of the hairpin. So to use the German names. So we continue on then. Louis Hartley, actually the gap closed in a little bit by Pajard that last time around.
And we just saw Shipson going up the inside of Hives.
Yeah, there we go. So Hives then overtaken by Adam Shipstone. Sorry, I completely missed that. There he is, taking advantage of the traffic, and it looks like Hives was being a bit more circumspect. As I said, probably would be wise, and in the end it's kind of cost him. And now Hives closing in because Ben Sporos there held up Adam Shipstone just a little bit, but this is all about threading away through and just staying out of trouble, isn't it? And now Luca Gray has closed on the back of Ryan Barrington-Smith, who we saw go wide there.
Yes, and he's going to have a look up the inside, but no, Barrington-Smith threading his way through. This is hectic.
Yeah, really tense moments for the hypercars. Luca Gray has to go well off track at the final corner there to make sure he doesn't collide with any of these GD3 runners, and he just about makes his way through. Meanwhile, this is the fight for third. Lars Otto still holding up Frank Bonhard. So Trax VR, I think the big loser in GD3 at this restart. And let's see if he can get the run down the straight that he needs as the hypercars continue to squabble. They're all about 2 seconds apart, aren't they? Apart from Barrington-Smith, who's all over the back of Zoltan Hives.
Indeed, and that was one of the hypercars coming through just then. In fact, that is actually the leaders just coming through, isn't it?
And Otto turns across. But there we go. There is Barrington-Smith up the inside of Zoltan Hives into the Spitzkehre hairpin. And Barrington-Smith takes 4th place for Logistical Nightmare. So is Zoltan Hives still nursing damage as we see a bit of kerfuffle behind?
I'm not entirely sure, unless he's picked something up on the restart. It all seems to be pretty straight there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is his, has his head dropped a little bit after the first start? He's kind of overthinking his driving.
They're all on the same tyres in Hypercar, I think. So it's only Arshad that's doing something a bit different on strategy in LMP2. And meanwhile, here comes Korkmazer trying to get into the top 5. That's Ziddy ahead of him. Balint Zidzi in the Morera 66, just ahead of him. So this is a good little battle. It feels like this is a different race. Musadis, by the way, has cleared Arshad and is now about 3 seconds ahead of him. So that is sort of what we predicted might happen, unfortunately. So Arshad is, look at Ziddy just spinning up the rear tyres there. The Morera car, big Hungarian flag on the side, looking a bit vulnerable now, isn't it?
Yeah, and I was quite surprised that he managed to hold on to that position in the end, but Korkmazer not managing to get through. We're still looking at Bonhard, the driver who I felt had the pace in that first part of the race, but he's still struggling as they got one of the LMPHs coming through. Still struggling to get past that Ferrari.
That's Luca Gray, I think, was just put a lap on them as all. It's getting hectic in front. Barrington-Smith being re-overtaken there by Zoltan Hives, the hairpin, and having to take evasive action there, as it looks like Toff has gotten a penalty. So that is, of course, Miklos Toff, for Full Throttle Racing Team number 50 in the hypercar. That's, let's see, about 8 seconds behind Luca Gray. So they have come a cropper somewhere, potentially colliding with one of the GTs or LMP2s. That is a big shame for them.
It says lap 1 incident causing a major collision, 10-second stop go penalty for full.
So we must have missed that. There was all sorts of craziness happening in hypercars at the front, with everyone getting wildly different starts at the restart. They're starting almost at different times. It felt like, as Hartley again lowers the bar. Not in terms of standards, but in terms of the lap time, he's lowered the lap time to 1:26.134, 2.4 then ahead of Pajard, who has now increased the gap to Adam Shipstone behind him. So This is really working out for Moreira and Finnevond at the moment up front in Hypercar, as Bonhard cannot clear Lars Otto's Race Club Germany car. And this is great performance from Race Club Germany in the 76, who've really taken advantage of the opportunity that's opened up in front of them. And the more they back the Trax VR car up, the more Murdo McLeod in the BMW Z4 is going to start getting involved as well. As we see, that looks like the Toff, who's already got a penalty, now being held up a little bit by this battle for third in GD3.
This is another issue that they'll be having. I think there's some occasions where Bernhard, he's having a look now. There's some occasions where I feel like Bernhard wants to have a go, but then finds a lapping car up the inside of him, so he's unable to make that move. But he's close. He is close enough to make a move, and he's having a look.
We are seeing a few battles a bit further back then in GD3. This is Papa Mihail for the EP lab, fighting with Skazbolik's Deli in the hobby car, isn't it? I think. Just ahead, and there's the other EP lab. Ironically, barging the car, trying to help out his teammate by causing some contact and collateral damage. We also see just behind Benz Boros holding off Gianluigi Cortese. And Cortese is actually in the other EP lab car. He's got a good run in the 162 into turn 11. Boros will have to leave room then and through. That's a very clean move from the EP lab car and they collide up ahead. That's Nikos Papimihail barging up the inside and the sister EP lab car and getting through into 9th in class then, as it looks like Otto has finally been overcome into turn 1 by Bonhard.
No, but he's also got a good run coming out. Bonhard hasn't had the best of runs out of the corner, so he's going to have a look up the inside. Otto's having a look. He's there.
And look at McLeod. Now McLeod might have a go at Otto as well to increase the punishment. That BMW Z4 is pretty good in a straight line. So let's watch and see if McLeod can make anything of this. Here we go. He's going to tuck into the slipstream then, Ryan.
Indeed, and that M4 does have the legs down the straight. That is its main.
He's pulled out very early there. That was a bit ambitious.
Yeah, it's the main strength of that BMW is its straight line speed.
It's not too bad under braking either.
Not too bad, but still, it stays. They hold station now. It'd be interesting to see how Bonhard manages to get away. He's got over 4 seconds to Hargatai up ahead. Hives putting in fastest lap after fastest lap now. Now he's got a bit of clean air between him and Shipston.
Yeah, I believe Zidi and Bulio are fighting for 4th in LMP2 as well. So that 7 tenths between the pair of them, with Korkmazer only 8 tenths behind as well. So Zidi, we saw sliding around early. He's got things under control and has now started to close on Maxime Bulio in the Optimal Esports LMP2 number 2, of course. And here we go. Bulio's got to lap the traffic, but he can't into this stadium section. That allows Zidzi to get involved.
Yes.
And there's that Arshad being overtaken by Ben Parkey as well. So something has happened to Samir Arshad up ahead. There he is. So I think there's actually some kind of mistake then. But meanwhile, Zidi, desperate to get through and down the straight. That's the easiest place to lap these guys, of course. But now Korkmazer also has a little look up the inside and is just denied into turn 1. So there's your 3 leaders: Hartley, Musadis, and Bore in Hypercar LMP2 and GD3.
Indeed, and Korkmazer not managing to get past that TWR car, but Zidi up ahead now, chasing down on Baloo.
Yeah, Zoltan Hayes, by the way, sets the fastest lap of the race, 125.7.
Yeah, he's basically he's done it almost 3 laps in a row now, I think.
Yeah, but the problem is he's having to make up so much ground now, having let Shipston and earlier Barrington Smith, who he was fighting with, and that has really played into Hartley and Pajoud's hands, because they're 3.5 seconds ahead of Shipston. So it's not an unassailable gap, but the more time goes on, the more the pain that Hives is going to feel. Let's look at City again, losing the rear into, I think that's turn 8 then.
Yeah, and Zidi throwing a few shapes in that car. We got a yellow flag briefly out in sector 2, but that's gone away.
I think that was Christian Lewis in trouble. Oh dear.
There's 2 cars off there.
So Code 80 being called then.
There's another car out, and it's Cortese who's stuck.
Code 80's
in
been
the
called, by the way, Ryan. It's just put in 4. So Cortese and I think Christian Lewis came together. So disaster for EP Lab, and Cortese can't go over the lip there between the front of that car and the gravel. So the front wheels are in the air.
He's gonna have to go back and then drive round. I don't think you're gonna manage to.
This is the cause of the code hit, and there potentially could be damage to the other car, Christian Lewis, as well. Let's have a look then, as it's trying to make its way back to the pits.
It's
doesn't look too bad on the steering.
Doesn't look terrible. I mean, it does look like it's crabbing slightly, ever so slightly, I think. And
This is of course has big championship implication, because I believe it's the 162 that's second in the points at the moment in GD3, isn't it? If I remember correctly, I'll just check very quickly. Yeah, it's definitely the 162, because they got those 18 points from Istanbul, and that really allows the 485 potentially to get ahead now after having a really difficult start being spun around on the first lap of that restart. So Neto now sees the race start to go back a little bit back in his favour. But meanwhile, does anyone else pit under this code 80? That is the crucial thing. I think we see Toff and Unal coming in. Did Unal, I think, served that penalty earlier, didn't he?
Yeah, Korkmaier also appeared to be in pit lane as well. I did see that there was, I think, an LMP2 caught up in that. I didn't see if it was a Logistical Nightmares car or a Ring of Honor. I think it was, but it was definitely black and orange on the car.
Yeah, well, let's. I believe. What's happened to the... Yeah, Adam Buzita is behind. He's about 9 seconds behind Roy Ton. All right, looks like they've made it back to the pits then. So, or just back on track. So code 80 ending in 3, 2, 1. There we go. So we're back underway. I'm sorry if the commentary's not great. I'm trying to speak over Nick Homewood in race direction there. But the race continues, and Ziddy 4 attempts then behind Maxime Bouliot, who is defending very well actually at the moment. We see the battle up ahead, which is that 3rd place battle in GD3 between Bonhard, Otto and McLeod as well. Is
there smoke coming out? There looks to be smoke coming out.
Right, somebody already spun. That looks like the is that the full throttle GD3 car? I think they just went a bit too full throttle, ironically.
Is that Luca Gray that's in pit lane at the moment? Down in 7th.
Looks like it, yes. So Luca Gray has just pit and gone for the blue tyres, which I believe are the harder compound. And this is where the field is going to continue to get mixed up here with, here we go, Korkmaier, Ziddy and Bouliot trying to negotiate the traffic, and Korkmaier getting, a face full of that BMW as he tries to go round the outside of it.
Yeah, and for a GT car, that BMW is huge.
It is.
Comparison. And spinning into the pit lane.
And again, Hive's in trouble there. That's the exact same corner. He lost it. So we see a stopped car in the final sector. Then not sure.
There's another car off.
And it clears.
There was another car off in the background. So was there a collision between Hives and an LMP2 car?
I think the leaders in Hypercar all came together because Bajad has taken the lead from Shipston. Louis Hartley's dropped down to 4th there. But we missed the incident, sadly. And Hartley's steering, I think, didn't look too good. Luca Gray may have been involved too. That's big drama for Aztec.
Gray was already in the pit lane, but he's been in there for a long time now.
There could be some kind of other issue there. Is the steering on Louis Hartley's car? Okay, it looks fine. Tomlinson now passes Luca Gray because Gray is still stationary in the pit lane. But yeah, looking very, very bad for Luca Gray. And this is a very, very long... It might be a driver change in progress there.
Indeed. And I noticed... didn't quite catch the car. It was the purple LMH car. Who is that again? You might be able to remind me. The purple LMH car.
Oh, is that the one that got the penalty, wasn't it? Christ. I believe it was, as we keep watching this battle, team Barrington Smith, and just every class in front of him, it would seem. He's trying to catch up to it. Adam Shipston in front of him. Meanwhile, Oliver Hargitay, has a little bump there from the LMP2. That must be, that's not Ziddy, it was Korkmaier there, I think, that Hargitay had a bit of contact there with. As there we go, Louis Hartley now passes Ryan Barrington Smith, because Barrington Smith has again dropped it into the turn 12 stadium section. and that's got Hives through as well.
Indeed, but then the thing is, Hives is stuck behind these LMP, the GT3 cars, so that means Barrington Smith's right on the back now. Where's Barrington Smith getting past? Indeed, as we have a yellow out in Sector 3.
And that's Otto. McLeod has got past Otto now for 4th in GT3 class, but Otto determined to get back through. Round the outside then as Barrington Smith continues to squabble away with Zoltan Hives. Ziddy and Bulio also contesting 10th overall in the race and 4th in class. And Otto got through around the outside, so that's the straight line speed then of the Ferrari, really coming into its own there against the BMW.
Yeah, I think the BMW didn't have the best exit after completing the overtake, so it really does hinder you onto that run up to the hairpin.
So anyway, we are now with 6.5 hours left to go, so thanks to everyone who has stuck with us. So we have got, I think I was supposed to go a while. I was supposed to go quite soon, but we see a penalty for Tomlinson. I'm probably going to keep going until about 4, I think, until the other commentators arrive, because it wouldn't be fair to leave you on your own, right? Tomlinson has gotten a penalty, Andy Tomlinson, in the logistical nightmare 777. So there's been some contact with another class. Then I'm not sure you'd have to read the thing.
I'll have a look through what's going on, because there's probably been
there's a lot going on.
Yeah, yeah. So let's have a look at, I'm assuming it must have been an auto penalty, because I don't see anything. What team's Tomlinson driving for again?
LMR Bad Batch 777.
Ah, right.
So, incident with the 139, so that was what cost it earlier. That must have been what caused the code 80.
That was lap 1 incident, yeah.
Oh, okay. That must have been a bit later on then. But anyway, Ziddy, yeah, I think it was the GD3s coming together that caused the code 80 near the back. It was the EP Lab car, wasn't it? And Christine Lewis, as Louis Hesketh gets a penalty near the back. Could that be for the collision with Neto, maybe? Because both him and Neto seem to be involved in the collision on the first lap of the restart. Barrington Smith is all over the back of Hives. Ziddy is trying to challenge, and there's McLeod is trying to challenge Otto's again for that 4th place in class. But Barrington Smith in the logistical nightmare car hasn't given up the 999 on getting the reigning champion out of the way. Iliev, meanwhile, all over the back of Nikos. Let me make sure I pronounce it correctly. It's Nikos Papamihail. It's the most difficult name to pronounce, unfortunately. But Nikos for EP Lab, holding on then in the 163, sister car of the 162 that we saw get involved in the incident earlier, and they're desperately trying to hold up those behind, I guess, to help them out in the championship. But the championship in GT3 wide open at the moment, with Hunter Birch and EP Lab down the order, and potentially the likes of Finovond, Aztec Racing, all looking to take advantage. Trax VR as well, up in 3rd at the moment.
Indeed, and
now McLeod is trying to challenge Otto for a 4th as well, now that Bonhard has made a break for it up front.
Indeed, and how's Bonhard? Bonhard has cut the gap nearly in half to Hagatai now, so he's definitely, what's he doing lap time wise? Let's have a look. Yeah, so although his previous lap was actually a little bit slower than Hagatai.
And a penalty for Maxime Bulio, so he's just ahead of Ziddy at the moment, but he won't be for too much longer.
Again, that says lap 1 incident.
So there we go. Looks like the hypercar is coming to lap. That must be. I'm not sure who that is coming to lap. I think that might be Hives. But Ziddy will be licking his lips then for Moreira, because the Optimal car, I guess, with all the collisions with the GD3s, Bulio has been deemed at fault somewhere. As Hives again sets a purple middle sector, so it can't be Hives lapping them at the moment. There is Hives, just going through to complete another lap then. 125.9, so he's pumping them in to try and chase down Louis Hartley.
And you can just see Hartley just up ahead. But meanwhile, McLeod in the Boyd Transport car having again, he's going to have another crack. I wonder if he's going to try and pull a move similar to where he did earlier. He's definitely got the run.
Off track for Lars Otto then. So the Race Club Germany number 78 looking very, very run. I did call it the 76 earlier, but it is a 78. There is no 76 in this race to my knowledge. There is a 71, of course, of Kurt Maser. And again, McLeod looking much more comfortable on the exit of these corners, but Lars Otto, the straight line speed of that Ferrari may save it then, unless the BMW can tuck itself into the slipstream enough to challenge into the hairpin of Spitzkurve. And the hypercar comes through. McLeod late on the brakes. Oh, he's through, Ryan. That was a lovely move.
He's through, but he's not had the best of exits, which has allowed Otto to come back. They're side by side. They're banging wheels as they come out of the hairpin. Otto's really taken that fourth position as they go through the kink. He's going to have the inside for the next corner, so he's survived for another lap, but he goes deep. He goes.
He'll still have the inside though into 9 and 10, and that's some great defensive work from Lars Otto. Brave out around the outside there as Boudio comes in to serve that penalty that drops him out of fourth position in LMP2. And is Adam Shipstone all over the back of Pajoud as McLeod has to really brake very late there in order to avoid collision with the Race Club Germany car, doesn't he?
This is a brilliant scrap going on here for fourth position.
Yeah, shall we go back to the lead then in hypercars? They lap the Ligier. Team Rookie Monsters have really impressed me in the Glickenhaus. Just constantly putting pressure on everyone. It's turned into almost a two-horse race now with a 7-second gap behind them to Louis Hartley. But of course, I think Hives could probably get back into this fight within the next few hours.
Indeed, and yeah, like you said, the Glickenhaus holding its own, still keeping pace with the Toyota.
They were 2 tenths faster previous lap, although there may be a bit of traffic involved as well.
Well, as it seems, there's almost traffic every lap here.
Yeah, it's a pretty short lap as well in the scheme of things. And here we go, there's the Hunter Birch at GD3 just ahead. It's not had the easiest to start, and they swerve either side of it. A bit Ricardo's onto-ish there. That must be Neto, I think. Who is, he's got a Deli in front of him, who they negotiate now, and then his team, the other Hunter Birch, Benz Boris, for the Glickenhaus and the 87 of Pajoud. And now is that Pajoud getting really defensive, trying to push Shipston off track almost there, but Shipston is going to have the inside into the hairpin. How late the Rookie Monsters break here? Not late enough, because Pajoud holds on to the lead in hypercar.
Indeed, and obviously we see how things are now, because it seems like a pretty clear track ahead for a while for Pajoud. So is Pajoud now going to get away as we look back to Otto versus Lloyd? Still no changes.
BMW is really good in the stadium section because they always close up here, as it looks like Hartley. Oh, there we go. I was about to say Hartley was closing the back of Hives, but Hives actually got through because Louis Hartley came to an absolute dead stop there and bumps into the side of Tom Dillon as he rejoins. Yeah, rejoins can be a little bit dangerous there. And there's Ryan Barrington-Smith, who's going to take Louis Hartley for position. Yes, he is. He's got the inside there, and Tom Dillon in the middle of both of them. No! Ryan Barrington-Smith goes off into the gravel trap and is facing the wrong way. My friend, you had fourth in the palm of your hand, Ryan. There was no need to push that hard. Oh, dear. So, unfortunately, Bangers and Mash, logistical nightmare, well, he's mashed himself into the gravel there, and it does look a little bit like mashed potato, doesn't it, the gravel from a certain angle?
Yeah.
But I'm stretching it a bit thin there, aren't I?
Yeah, something about 8 hours of puns, something like that.
Something about these 8-hour races, even with a red flag as well, so it does something to my brain where it starts to deteriorate into mashed potatoes.
Indeed, as we see that the fight is back on. And
well, it was until that looks like is that the I'm trying to remember what car that is that they're just negotiating. Is it the TWR? I think they're just and now the Aztec car.
I'm assuming nothing to do with Tom Walkinshaw Racing.
No. We'll have to ask at some point what TWR actually stands for in this context. But still, Boros is all over Delhi, by the way, as Boros has got a little bit off track there. And they're going to have to let Tom Dillon through in the sister reading game. to the Hunter Birch car. There is a penalty as Unal gets another penalty. But there we go. That's bad for... that didn't quite work out for Boros because now he's got Eliseo Neto, his teammate, all over the back of him. So a reading game Hunter Birch, reading game Sandbridger. But McLeod continues his breathless pursuit of Lars Otto for 4th in the GD3 class. And again, Lars Otto gets a little bit wide. Lars Otto getting a little bit kind of... carrying as much speed as he can on the entry into turn 1, hoping he can make the exit. And McLeod now attempts to go up the inside, has to go mount well over the curb there at the Bernie Eccleston corner, I believe it's called. And now tucks into the slipstream.
Indeed, I was just looking back at those the penalties, and that the Sunset Motorsport 84 car receiving a penalty for the lap 10 incident involving TWR 96 and Aztec Racing Falcon 390.
And is there a chance? Oh, McLeod, I thought was going to dive on the exit up the inside of Lars Otto there, but Otto just about covered it off. Meanwhile, Luca Gray, who pit earlier, has just cleared out. And Luca Gray spins! So it's really not going well then for Aztec Racing in their hypercar, because they pit early, had a very long pit stop, and then have struggled to make up ground there. It's a big spin there. That felt a little bit like someone on wet tyres there going at full speed into turn 1.
Indeed, and obviously that spin caused the surface of the tyres to overheat slightly, so you could see he was completely all over the place going into the next corner. And
this is the fight for the lead in LMP2. Ben Parkey for EP Lab has actually worked his way up all the way to the back of this is Stavros Musadis in front of him actually. So let's get an extended battle graphic up. That's a bit more helpful in this context. Nope, it won't even show the leader. Okay, well, let's get the driver box up then. And there we go. Parkey actually... Oh, is he actually 28 seconds by Musadis? That's why. So he's actually holding off Arshad behind him. So it's still good work from Parkey, but he's not quite as close to the lead as I presumed he was. Like an idiot.
Yeah, and just look at this is
below, right behind Roy Ton. Of course, we've seen this battle before, and there's the Hunter Birch getting well out of the way, all over the curb there actually. For that, I think that's Ben's Boros. And now Boulier, having served that penalty, is making his way back through the field. So Ton in the Ligier, I don't think quite has the pace of the Optimnal car.
And he's got a run, but they've got a McLaren.
Oh, and a spin. Is that Luca Gray spinning again?
That looks to be Luca Gray in the background, and it is.
That car looks horrible to drive at the moment through turn 1, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm just
He's
trying
got
to
no confidence whatsoever.
I'm just trying to see. It almost looks like there's a tiny bit of damage to the steering, possibly, it looked like.
Yeah, quite possibly. But here comes Boulier, now closing once again into Spitzkerver hairpin. Especially under brakes, you see the Optimal car biding its time, not going for a ridiculous gap, just waiting for the mistake to come ahead of it, and it can breeze through on the Boyd Transport car. But Roy Ton, he's worked so hard to bring this team up to where it is, determined to hold on to every position that's on offer. They've only scored a couple of LMP2 podiums with the likes of a Matthias Gazowski at the wheel helping them out. So Roy Ton, this is a big opportunity for him here as Arshad gets past Ben Parkey then at the final corner.
I was wondering if I was wondering for a moment then because I saw his name drop down because he did have yellows in sector 2, and I was wondering,
I think Parkey might have come to grief there because that's not Ziddy behind. That's one of the hypercars trying to lap them. That's Louis Hartley, I think. So they might have gotten mixed up a bit there as Boulier gets ready for potentially a run up the inside into turn 1, or better yet, Bernie Eccleston corner, turn 2. McLeod still all over the back of Otto, who's driving incredibly defensively and incredibly well for Race Club Germany. And look, he's getting right up the back of Roy Ton here. Roy Ton cannot get to the inside quick enough. Boulier has got a wheel alongside, but again backs out, focuses on his exit. He's going to try and get the run into Parabolica and then into the hairpin. And he's not quite able to do it.
Yeah, Ton seems to be doing very well at squaring off the corners and getting maximum drive out of the corners, which is what is really saving him and keeping ahead at the moment.
Yeah, that is Samir Arshad ahead of us as we ride on board with the front nose cone of Ben Parkey getting right up into the rear wing of the EERC Racing car in front of us. So the number 46 goes really wide, almost unforced error there. Or I say forced by Ben Parkey, who's been driving very, very strongly then in this stint. But look at the gap to Musadis ahead, 34 seconds.
Indeed, and he's he's getting borderline almost half a lap ahead of everyone else.
And Roy Tunn has to make a late lapping effort on the Fina Von that spins off into the gravel. That's Cal Listola, I think, who has just beached it into the gravel there. Well, he's gone to the beach, certainly. So a few sandcastles being made there, unfortunately. He'll probably feel that the LMP2 guy didn't quite give him the space there. But I don't know. I feel like Roy Tunn telegraphed his intentions pretty clear. As there's been a collision. One of the Aztec racing cars has gone round there. And is that... No, it's not McLeod fighting Otto, coincidentally. But I think that was Listola and... who's in the Aztec car? I forget. Or in the 290, isn't it?
Felt like there was almost it briefly looked like there was a real...
It's not Oliver Hargitay. Hargitay's still second overall in GT3. I think it's the sister car, isn't it? It might be the Christian Lewis in the 490 that got involved there. Not sure who he hit, though.
Yeah, it seems like there was possibly more than... Because it's an odd place to go to the last corner.
Yeah,
so,
Christian Lewis has lost the rear wings. That's why we're getting a code 80 now.
Yeah, it looked. I thought it looked like there was a rear wing missing on that. But, yeah, it'd be interesting to see, because it's very odd place to...
The code 80 has been called right with Murdo McLeod right behind then Lars Otto. Just before he was about to set up a move there. Looks like Ben Parkey is all over the back of Arshad as well. So we've got two podium battles, or near podium battle in the case of the GT3 class, that were just called off there by the code 80 for Christine Lewis. So we wait for Lewis then, who's still got half of Sector 2 to negotiate. Hives pits under the code 80 there, so that is absolutely crucial there for Racing Zone. He pits from third.
And that's pretty much going to... depending on the strategy, that could give them the lead in the future, because
Now is in as well, as we see.
Pitting
Looks like Hartley's coming.
Oh, and there's a collision in the pit lane between Hartley.
Oh, Hartley's luck has deserted him. What's happened? It seemed to be going all so well at the restart, didn't it? Now he's colliding into people in the pit lane. He's stopping on track. It's just not gone his way, has it?
No, definitely. I don't know which...
Ben Parkey has come in as well. Here he is. So that means that Arshad, has he come in as well? Yeah, it looks like everyone taking advantage then of this code 80. It's a long one because Christian Lewis has got so much of the track left to negotiate. No, Arshad didn't come in, sorry. And this is going to promote Ryan Barrington-Smith then to fourth in Hypercar. Looks like third, fourth, and fifth in LMP2 are all in the pit lane. Ziddy, Parkey, and Korkmazer. So Arshad is hoping to go a bit longer, but this could work out really well for Parkey. Is he able to get out ahead of Ziddy? That's the big question here. Tom Dillon has almost got nowhere to go there, you see in the background. So this is very, very busy pit lane, isn't it?
It's getting a little bit messier.
We are sort of getting into driver change territory as well, aren't we?
Yeah, as we see Hartley leave. I'd be interested to see if there is any sort of investigation to... I don't know if they do unsafe releases in this at all, but obviously Hives pulling out of his pit box just as Hartley was pulling into his pit box and colliding.
Yeah, we're getting a message from Race Direction as well, from Nick Homewood, who's complaining that there's an incident every lap and he wants everyone to calm down, essentially. That it's just giving the stewards too big a workload, as Oliver Hargitay has to go around the outside of several GT3 cars there. So, and is that the BMW having to wait its turn there? So that is bad news for of course, it's not Bonhard, it's McLeod, of course.
McLeod, it looks like he can't even get to his pit box, so that has really ruined his potential fight against Otto. Otto's been promoted to second position now.
Yeah, and there's a few more LMP2s. Buzita and Harvey Shepherd on board. So we're going back to green now. So we should get back underway. And it's mixed up the field. So it is still Pajard leading. And we're back to green then. So it's Pajard leading Shipston, Musadis leading Arshad by now 38 seconds, and Bore leading Otto by 17 seconds then. So the fight for the podium is really where it's at then, isn't it, Ryan? So this is just going to run and run.
Oh, and there's a car spun on the start-finish straight.
Oh dear, didn't quite see who that was. I hope that's not Luca Gray again, is it?
No. It was orange and black McLaren by the looks of things.
That sounds like the Finavon then of Listola. There he is, just coming through, or it could have been the full throttle car again, the number 50. But it's difficult to figure out where all the gaps are as everyone negotiates. Dominic Major, Adam Buzita, and Andy Tomlinson still in the pit lane then. So we now see there is Luca Gray, but it is for Gerald Shipston are about 5 seconds apart now after this code 80. Has Andy Tomlinson left the pit lane yet? No, he has not. So I'm trying to figure out where the closest gaps are on track then, because they have all spread out well and truly.
Hargitai's just under a second of Papamila.
Yeah, so Hargitai's pit from second in class in the Aztec racing car, and that has dropped him behind, as you say, the EP lab car of close Papa Mihail, as there is the BMW being let out the pit lane there of that is McLeod. So McLeod has dropped to third last then in the GD3 class. Here are a few others. Bulio come in to serve his actual pit stop, not his penalty. A couple of hypercars in there as well. It's chock-a-block in the pit lane and still, even as so a couple of people late calls for the code 80. So Christian Lewis, Louis Hesketh are still stationary there. We've got Major, Tomlinson, Shepard, and Bulio as well. And Musadis pits from the lead in LMP2.
As we look to Cortese, who is on the back of one of your cars.
He is. That is Boros ahead of him, 8th in the GD3 class. And Neto is behind them somewhere.
Cortese's having to
Whoa.
through. Hargitai's back on the inside. There's not much space there, but apparently let it through. Hargitai up to third position.
Yeah, Papa Mihail sort of had to get out of the way there, and it looks like Cortese's still over the back of Boros. It looks like the EP Lab 162 is going to go up the inside into the hairpin. Can Boros defend against this in the Aston Martin? It's not quite got the straight line speed, has it? And he has to slot in behind, as we see Korkmeiser now inherits the lead in LMP2, so it's all kicking off up there. There he is with Musadis, has just come out the pits then, a few seconds behind.
And Ashad's just gone into the pits.
Yeah, this is crazy. The strategies are all out of whack in LMP2 especially, but in the other classes as well.
Yep, and it looks like actually Shipton is is gradually chipping away at Pajad's lead. The gap now down to 4.8 seconds, where it is constantly fluctuating.
And there is Luca Gray staying in the race, trying to get in front of Ben Parkey. Of course, this isn't for class position though, and through he goes, despite getting a bit squirrely on the power. Luca Gray, and looks like there we go. Dominic Major, well down the order in the number 50 full throttle car, which is smoking at the rear.
I thought that car was smoking earlier when I saw it coming down the back straight earlier, coming up to the hairpin.
Now it leaves.
Car.
Double puff of smoke as it exits the pit lane, and I feel like we're about to have a lot of oil dropped on the track at Hockenheim as he exits the pit lane.
Indeed, that engine is gonna be very fragile. So
the best thing to cool it down though is some air to get into the cooling system of this hypercar, isn't it?
Indeed, as the puffs of smoke is still there, still smoking away. So.
Yeah, don't want to quite go to full throttle just yet, I would suggest, though, despite the name.
Yeah, so it's whether or not that car's going to go bang, or if they're going to they're going to have to really nurse that car now. Most likely, possibly due to over-revving it on downshifts, maybe. That usually tends to be the issue. They don't like that.
Oh, some race direction message coming to me now. Yeah. So the number 50 full throttle car has been told to sort out its smoking issue because they can't have a smoking car on track as Boros makes a mistake, and this could allow I think he's about to be lapped here by the Aztec racing car behind him because Neto is some distance behind in 10th. There he is. So this is not turning into a great race for Hunter Boat Simulation. The Aston Martin was probably not the car to have, and in fact Boros has held up the Aztec racing car of that must be, is that a Delhi? No, it's not Adeli. It's Aztec Racing, of course. So it would be Hargitai. Yeah. No, it's the other. It's Christian Lewis, who's a lap down. So no wonder he didn't let him through. As we see a penalty for Tomlinson. I mean another penalty because I think he's had one before, hasn't he? There he is, Andy Tomlinson. As it happens, just having lapped the GD cars, has now got a penalty coming his way, sadly. But there isn't too much to. I think it's getting a bit tasty here because Korkmazer now comes in for fuel and tyres, which is going to allow Stavros Musadis back in the lead and Ben Parkey back up to second.
Indeed, Parkey third, I believe.
Third, sorry, yeah, Zidzi is second now. Ziddy.
Yeah, and
Zidzi, but I added another Z to his name, which isn't true. That's not how you say his name.
Only 2.3 seconds off of the first place car.
I believe it's the closest lead battle then at the moment, with LMP2 being by far the most strategic. Ziddy again is trademark Scandinavian flick, although I don't think he's from Scandinavia, I think he's Hungarian. So Hungarian flick then into the Spitz curve hairpin.
Indeed, and there's actually a few slower cars up ahead. There's yellows into sector 3.
Yeah, I think that was oh dear, Dominic Major in more trouble, spinning into 10-11.
There's no smoke.
But he has got he's got the engine under control, so he's clearly some kind of error, and but it's somehow sorted out. Maybe he's bumped into someone and it's made the engine stop smoking, at least temporarily.
Yeah, because well, smoking kills engines and all that.
Smoking is bad for your health. Oh, and it's bumping into the back of the EP lab of 163 of Papa Mihail, who remember got hit by Christian Lewis earlier on, and through staying out under the code 80, he's gained a few positions here. So this has been a good stint actually from Papa Mihail. But now the Trax VR Frank Bonhard is looking to get back into the top 4 here if he can only avoid the prototypes here. Here comes Sultan Hives as well to lap an LMP2 and the Trax VR car. He's going to go for the EP lab car as well, so a very clean lapping attempt there from Hives, which is good to see. And can Frank Bonhard get the run he needs? No, he's got an LMP2 car in between, but not for much longer as it holds up Papa Mihail. Hargitai is right behind. Oh! I was trying to focus on the battle up ahead. Here we go. Hargitai trying to get back up into second position with Lars Otto, who's just the master of holding up other GD3 cars for position, isn't he, at the moment? Into turn 1 they go. Otto takes his trademark laissez-faire line.
Indeed. This time, though, it's going to be Ferrari versus Ferrari, so, you know, the strengths and weaknesses are... Oh! It backs it up into the second corner, which Hargitai...
That could backfire, because look at Hargitai. He's got a great run down the inside, hasn't he, potentially?
Indeed, but the thing is, it stalled the pair of them out, so it's kind of... not really, no strength or advantage there. Hargitai's going to have to go another lap unless he's going to dive bomb into this hairpin, which he's having a go. He's having a look, surely.
Oh, that was brave from Oliver Hargitai, but we would expect nothing less from him. Up into third place he goes, unless Lars Otto can hold on around the outside again, and indeed he does. It seems you stick to the outside, you stay where the rubber is, you get more grip and traction on exit, but Hargitai keeps his foot into turn 8.
But Otto's still hanging in there. He's still got the inside for the next corner. But Hargitai just manages to get through. Otto's then going to have the slipstream coming onto this straight as we enter the stadium section. But I believe that is Hargitai going to be getting away now as they've got 2 LMP2s to deal with behind them.
Oh, absolutely. So that's that sorted out then. But meanwhile, up front, the lead has dropped again. Adam Shipston has been catching over a second a lap, Stanislav Pajal, the last lap. So 1.75 is the gap. You can see it visually in front of you. And Pajal has got to lap the Hunter Birch Aston Martin, which is, despite its low running in the order, has still been given plenty of screen time, it would seem. There he goes. So that is Eliseo Neto dispensed of. And Adam Shipston will have to make his way through. He will even get through potentially into turn 8. Oh! But does Neto see him in time? Is that Neto? Is that actually a Ben Sporos? No, it is Neto, because there is Ben Sporos, about to be lapped by a few other cars as well in 9th position. But still in the race, still could get some decent points out of this one. As there is Ziddy holding on to second in class, about 5 seconds down then on Musadis. as Otto is drops behind Hargitai continually.
I don't know. I don't know if something's happened with Zedis because that gap was down to about 2.3 seconds.
Oh! And that's somebody in the wall there at the last corner. Is that Cortese that has hit trouble? No, it isn't. But Cortese has been overtaken.
Yeah,
One of these back markers, I think.
Certainly McLaren. That.
Was it Ben Cadge in the? Yeah, I think it was Ben Cadge in the 206 Boyd Transport that just got hit there by Prototype and nudged into the wall. So there could be a penalty coming. Somebody.
Yeah, and it looks like he's definitely got damage. He's struggling to get that car stopped into the second corner.
Not a great run for Boyd Transport because there's Harvey Shepherd who's got on board the number 40 that's dropped well down to 11th and it's stuck in the middle of the GD3 pack. It had a long pit stop just before the Code, so there may have been some damage there as well.
Yeah, that would be definitely not the best if two sister cars have managed to come together.
Yeah, and it seems like we are now joined in the commentary box now by, let me have a look, it's Peter Schumann, of course. So I was wondering, I was wondering when you'd show up, Peter. I think you and James, but James, of course, driving at the moment.
Yeah.
So Ryan, I don't know what your plans are now, because now's about the time when you were getting off. I've been going for an hour more than I said I would. So
I think I'm supposed to be. I think this is the time you're supposed to be getting off, and I'm not getting off for another hour.
Okay, so I suppose I could hand over to Peter as Adam Shipston pits from second in class. Since I'm controlling the cameras, what I could do now is save my throat a bit, do the cameras, and you guys do the commentary, and I can just be quiet in the background. Then there's Savas Unal missing a rear wing.
That's going to be a Code 80 probably.
Yeah, for one as well.
So you joined at a chaotic time, Peter.
I bring drama.
Absolutely. So I will be back then after dinner at 7 in terms of speaking, but I can hang around and keep handling the cameras while you two talk. So you need me, come shout. But other than that, good luck, guys, and enjoy the race.
Yes, you too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, usually I say whenever a new commentator joins, the chaos suddenly starts when a new commentator joins. But there's been chaos all through this race. I don't know. So what's your take on it all, Peter?
Well, it's been very chaotic with the red flag as well. I think after the red flag, it's only become worse, like the driving standards. And we're now in the second Code 80, I believe, since the red flag. So, yeah, it's been quite a eventful race so far.
Yeah. We can see Otto's in the pits. We can see what looked to be Luca Gray going into the pits as well. Yep, he's in the pits from 7th place in the LMH. There is Lars Otto, who was in 4th position.
Yep, and LMP2, some are in the pits as well.
Yeah. That is currently 6th place at Fringevond.
That's my team. Adam, don't try me the second name.
Don't try the second name. Yeah,
I have no idea. I just call him Adam. Is that someone which pit stall is occupied, or is he just a bit weird in his pit slot?
And there has been a penalty for Shipstone apparently. So that was 2nd place in
LMH, right?
In LMH. Let's have a look. So that is. I'm not seeing on the stewards chat.
Maybe it's a cut track penalty then. Speeding in the pit lane. It says.
Speeding in the pit lane. There we go.
Yeah, that's done by game as well. That makes sense. It wouldn't be in the steward decision yet.
So, and we see Cortese is in the pits. Obviously, Cortese recovering after his off-track excursion earlier that I think brought out a Code 80.
I think so. Was that a Ferrari that was stuck in the gravel?
And there's actually there's a McLaren that's just pulled into pit lane that's got no rear wing on it. I've just seen.
Oh, my team is driving a McLaren.
So that is no for the Hungarian hobby racing team over Daly.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. Probably made an excursion as well.
And this is Alessio Neto, the Hunter Birch simulation car, currently sat in 10th position. And in the background, that is Barrington Smith that we can see approaching into pit lane. And there we go.
Yes.
This is third place.
Third place LMH. So everyone seems to be using the code 80 to get their free pit stop.
Indeed, and I guess those who missed out on taking advantage of the code 80 pit stop earlier, depending on how the fuel stints went, are possibly using this to kind of get back at it, really.
Yeah.
There is Jeffrey Backer in 6th position. So,
I think we're around the hour mark. So
yeah, it flashed up a few minutes ago saying 6 hours to go.
yeah. So that's probably why everyone can go and make a pit stop without ruining their strategy too much.
Yeah, because that is generally it's the GT3s that can go an hour on a pit hour stint, isn't it? And it's the others.
Yeah, it depends a bit on which GT3 because they're not all equal on consumption and fuel tank capacity. But yeah, it's somewhere around the hour.
But we're now back to green, and it is a new driver actually in that Scuderia Morera team, and it's Loer.
Turn lower, yeah. Oh,
and that's Parky off at the stadium section. Obviously, cold tyres getting the best of him.
yeah, it's always tricky when you have to get back to green conditions. After it was quite a long code 80, so everything cooled down quite a lot, and then the first proper braking zone is always a bit sketchy.
And that is the leader just having to get past that looks to be a Frank Von car.
Still in the pits repairing that wing.
And still Ilyev, 4th position in the TWR BMW. Just so actually Backers came into pit lane, although that seemed very brief. So I'm not sure if that was a penalty that they were serving because seemed too brief for a pit stop.
Very short pit stop.
So we are looking at the battle for first position, which is Zoltan Hives, who's managed to catch up on the back of Lawyer.
We've seen a lot of lead changes in the LMH class today. I think the complete top 4 has been driving in the lead.
I'm trying to think. Have we actually seen the change for the lead based on an on-track pass and not by someone being in the gravel or penalties?
I doubt. I'm not sure now. I can't remember one. It's all been penalties, accidents, mistakes.
But Hives, who's currently I think he's still currently with the fastest lap. Obviously fastest in qualifying as well, hunting down that first position.
Yeah, he got a best lap by 1/2 tenth on the LMR 999. Hive's best lap is 125.775.
He's coming round past one of the McLarens into this hairpin, and still Hives in the second position. They have what looks to be, I think, the TWR car ahead to navigate past.
Yeah, that should be Iliev.
Now, this is on board with Hives coming into this stadium section. There does look to be a few cars up ahead, although I don't think that will hinder them through this section. Obviously, Hives has, in that the first race effectively, pinned a couple times for making a few rash overtakes on back markers, but he's kept his nose pretty clean in the second part of the race.
Yeah, he obviously was a bit lucky with the red flag and got a bit of time back after his penalty and repairs. But ever since, he's been doing pretty well, and now in the hunt for the lead.
Still behind Lawyer.
I don't think he's too close to make a move now in the hairpin. It's a bit too far still, I guess.
Yeah, and just going past one of the LMP2s, didn't quite catch who that was.
That was the EP lap. Or EP lap.
Yeah, I think I started last time out commentating. I was calling them the E-Plab team, but I had clarification. It's definitely EP Lab.
Yeah. It's a mistake that's made easily, I think.
They didn't put it all as to get in amongst some of the GT3s into this stadium section. That is Bonhart. I didn't quite catch who the Ferrari was, but there's yellows out in sector 2 now. But that has definitely given some breathing space to Lawyer now, because Hives didn't quite get the best base or best way of threading the needle through those GT3s.
It's a big part of endurance racing. How can you manage the traffic? How good are you in overtaking and how clean? I think it's always the wisest thing to do, the thing that they expect you to do, and don't go for any heroic moves.
Which is easy to do when you've got the adrenaline rushing, and that's the thing I've noticed even in the World Endurance Championship. It just seems like each hour is just a sprint, and it's just a sprint to the next pit window. Really, it seems nowadays in endurance racing.
Yeah, they definitely go flat out for the entirety of the race and take all the risks they think they have to make to get the victory. And especially with the closing speeds they have on the GTs, it's very easy to think you can make it and make the overtake. And, just miscalculated and run into the back of a GT car.
This is the battle for 7th position that we're watching here. This is the Reading Games studios of Thomas Raschek. And just behind him is the Optimal Esports car of Leandro Finelli. Having a look as the Reading Games car going slightly wide, but that's going to give him a better drive through these little chicanes into the final section. Just ahead of them, I don't know if that's another car for position.
Have to check.
Because for some reason on the graphics it's still saying these two are in the pit lane on the timing tower.
Yeah, live timing says Reschke is 30 seconds behind the car in front, so I don't think that's a car for position.
And,
should be getting blue flags in a bit then.
And thanks, Ed, for refreshing the timing towers. And there are our class leaders. It is Lua and it's the Mercedes. Is that how you pronounce it?
It's the... Ooh, that's a tricky one as well. I would say Mercedes, but I have no idea.
And Bore in first position in the GT3. We've got yellows out in sector 3. And Hives. Well, he's as a result of that the lap traffic. He's dropped to 3 seconds off the back of Lloyd.
Yeah, he's definitely getting the worst traffic than Lawyer. Or he's just coping with it in a different way, maybe taking a little less risk to grab the last hours. It's still a long race, and whenever you're in the same lap as the leader, you get all the opportunities to catch up and make a pass.
Definitely, and he's definitely shown he has got the pace to be leading this race.
Yeah, qualified pole. If I'm correct, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Again, he's having to negotiate these 2 cars ahead, but then the LMP2 car just barging the McLaren off the track. So that's that's one less car to negotiate.
It's making room and not getting the room.
And that's Ziddy. That's second place in LMP2. Up the inside goes Hives, and up ahead, surprise, surprise, it's a Hunter Birch car. It seems wherever any car is on track, there seems to be. I mean, I've been told that there's only 2 Hunter Birch cars in this race, but there seems to be several. It seems.
Yeah, they drive everywhere. James is too bad. I think he just took over, didn't he?
Yep, he's taken over from Hartley.
And Ben Burrows is still in the other car. He's been there since the start, if I remember correctly.
Oh no, that is Hartley. So Hartley is still in the 3rd place Ring of On. And currently 24 seconds off of the lead, I think that is. Hives has really cut that gap down. It's down to 1.7 seconds over the line. So
I think he got a better pace than Royer, but maybe just been a little bit unlucky with traffic.
Yeah, he certainly looks to have had clean air or clear air for a couple laps now, and you can see that is Lawyer just up ahead. I think he's negotiating his way past an LMP2 car. So that is that, and there looks to be a GT3 just ahead of that. Hives going wide, but that's going to give him a better run out of the hairpin. So he's definitely going to have a look up the inside. There's yellows in sector 2, so there's someone off up ahead, and that is that is one of the LMH cars.
I think that's the one that's dropped down a bit.
Yeah, it's the Full Throttle Racing of Dominic Major.
Yeah, the number 50.
We're still looking at Hives, who's closing in. He's lost a bit due to those back markers. He's actually lost a little bit on this lap. This is Thomas Razcek, who has got. Let me look through the timing screen.
I think it's Finelli in front. The Optimal Esports number 2.
Finelli is just under a second ahead of Razjek. There we can see there, so it's Optimal Esports versus Reading Game Studios. But the gap is building there. Any other close battles that we can quite see? No, this is the closest battle at the moment on track.
Yep.
However, whenever Zoltan Hives charges up the batteries and has another attack, obviously, that's for sure going to be the next main battle that we'll see, especially because it's for the overall lead.
Yeah. Yeah, last lap he lost a little again on Lawyer, but he should be able to get it back looking at his general pace. They're not far from each other, like they do similar lap times.
Is the Bangers and Mash car coming through of who is in that car at the moment, because it was trying to see who's in that car now, because it was Barrington Smith. I don't think it is anymore.
Nick is telling me I should turn my mic up. So
As Sean Shute in that car now, in the LNR Bangers and Mash car, currently in 4th position. Apologies if you're hearing any noises off my phone at the moment. I'm assuming something's going on in the Formula One, because my F1 chat I'm in is going absolutely mental.
they just finished qualifying, I saw, so could well be.
And yellow's in. Oh, we lost you for a moment then.
Yeah, my Discord just decided to restart. It was weird.
Actually, whilst that's been going on, Hives is now in the pit lane. And actually, it just came out of pit lane, but not lost. Not lost a position.
Yeah, they got a drive-through for unsafe driving in the pit lane.
Yeah, so I wondered if he was going to get pinned for an unsafe release. That was I'm trying to. Oh, and Luca Gray getting hit from behind by one of the LMP2 cars there, and that is Finelli. So that means that he's going to be relinquishing 7th position to Raschek. And there he is, Thomas Raschek now up to 7th in LMP2. And that is Adam in LMP2 just leaving pit lane. So like we said, Hives has still managed to hold on to that 2nd position, but again, as a result of him not quite keeping his nose as clean as he would like it to be, he's taken another penalty, and that is his 3rd penalty, I believe, of this race.
Yeah, that could very well be his 3rd penalty already. And yeah, you can have the pace, but if you keep losing time because of mistakes like that, it doesn't matter, because every time you catch up with Lawyer, he either is unlucky with traffic or gets himself into trouble. That will not help you over the race.
And in comes the TWR. BMW. A couple of times I've stumbled over, and that looks like it was a Hunter Birch car having a bit of an off-track excursion. I keep getting the lettering mixed up a little bit and saying WRT, which is one of the main
team, right?
Yeah, they also run in the GT World Challenge. They run the BMW GT3 car in the GT Challenge. That's another thing that gets me mixed up because I say, it's a BMW. But yeah, the letters the wrong way around. So that is them down to 7th position, and taking that position is Paparonpolios?
Paparinopoulos, yeah, something like that. I'm sorry.
Another challenge that comes along as a commentator in online endurance sim racing, and that looks to be I think that was a Logistical Nightmares car just getting sideways out of turn 2. And yeah, as it stands, quite a few gaps are now starting to appear, and that's Luca Gray off again into that stadium section. And so I think he is not lost out to anyone yet. So still 7th position for Luca Gray, but getting lapped by the L&R Bangers and Mash car in the process. As we look, this is battle for position. Actually, this is Bence Bora with the EP lap car. Getting a good run. That Ferrari's got a good straight line speed up the inside of that Aston Martin, and as
and there's a car parked on the inside.
Into the one, almost collects. Shoot there. Obviously, shooting the Logistical Nightmares car, having an off himself, and then whilst picking himself back off out of the gravel, nearly collected again. That would be
like someone spilled oil in that corner. Everyone was going off.
Yeah, indeed, and that is
in the pits again.
Yep.
And he just went in for a drive-through, if I remember correctly.
So here is Bence Bora's 6th position in that GT3, and currently safe at the moment from the cars behind. There's a 13 gap to McLeod in the Boyd Transport racing car. But this is our leader, Lawyer, who hasn't really put a foot wrong, and as a result of that has found himself in a fairly comfortable 20-second lead over Zoltan Hives. In fact, the gap between the two of them, between him and Hives, is actually gone up. It was after Hives took that drive-through penalty, or stop-go penalty, it was 18 seconds. It's now up to 21.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds quicker in the last lap, and yeah, so it's now back to 21.7 seconds. Hives needs to get some more pace if you want to close the gap again.
And we're seeing a penalty for Boizutia in the Fringavon car. So is that going to be speeding in pit lane possibly? I'm going to check the stewards.
No penalty in the stewards yet.
So I'm assuming that's...
It's either speeding in pit lane or getting the cut tracks.
So we're seeing that the 485 apparently, the Zuba's saying that the 485 has damage that's losing them 2 seconds per lap at the moment.
Yeah, that would explain a lot, because James is a really quick driver usually, and he's not really the retirement for the 777. That's the LNR bad batch. LMP2.
Yeah, which we saw having a little bit of an off-track excursion a few moments ago, a couple of laps before the LMH car had an off-track excursion. In fact, it was at the same corner as well. The gap for Hives, he's now starting to bring it back down. He's clawed it out. He's brought back a couple of seconds now. It's down to 19 seconds. So we'll see how that goes as the stint goes on. I'm just trying to find which car is the 458.
The 458.
Ah, James Zoo, yeah, 24th overall Hunter Boat Simulation car, yes. So that's, yeah, they're struggling. I wondered why it just doesn't seem to quite have that straight line speed. You can see there going around a kink, and the steering wheel is actually slightly right hand down whilst going round a left hand corner.
Yeah, that's not ideal. It's not an oval race.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks to be set up for the Indy 500, but that's tomorrow.
They're a bit early with that.
And
So we have another penalty for the S-Tech 390, 10 seconds stop and go.
Oh, and that's
Taking under C80.
that is the lead car then. That is the lead GT3 car getting a stop and go penalty.
Yes. So they probably gonna lose that lead because they have 17 seconds behind. And a 10 second stop and go will probably cost you a little more than that.
Yeah, and that's going to give the lead to Bernhard. So Bernhard, who has struggled in these, had struggled a little bit through the opening sections. He's got a lot of pace in that Mercedes. However, he found earlier, especially with the Ferraris, he was struggling to get his way past one of the Ferraris earlier. So that is, and that's Jeffrey Backer into pit lane. I can't remember if that's a scheduled stop or not, because it seemed like it wasn't too long ago he was already in.
Yeah.
A Shad from fourth position, but he's just overtaken Parky in pit lane, who's currently taking service.
Maybe you got a shorter stop or some damage to repair for the other car.
So that has allowed Colt Mazer through into third position.
As Hive is dropped down behind Hartley. Did we miss that somewhere? Or
No, Hive hasn't had to take another stop here, so I don't know what's happened there.
last lap was at 38, so that's 10 seconds off.
Yeah, so I guess as Hive's had a bit of an off-track excursion there, and he's also got that is Schultz in front. That's fifth position, so he will be lapping him. But you can see a couple cars up ahead. That is Hartley ahead of the LMP2. That's ahead of Schultz. So yeah, and so that means Luria is now got a 33-second lead, which was a 19-second lead a moment ago. So
he's just getting more of a lead by just staying on track and driving his laps and being safe, keeping his nose clean.
And what we're looking at here is that is this a retirement? Yeah, DNF for Caparuzzi. Number 161, so that's the EP Lab LMP2 car out of the race.
Wonder how that happened.
Just looking into any more that's come up. So the Aztec racing car, as we already said, undertaken under code 80. We've also seen a moment ago, but no further action, was reported as Aztec Racing versus Full Throttle. No further action.
Is this his pit slot or is Jeffrey trying to hit the safety car?
I don't know. But Bakker was actually... I don't know what's going on there, because Bakker was actually further on down. It was pitting further on down, so... Is the car ground to a halt as he's left his pit box? Is it the car
Someone was cutting grass there in the foreground.
Penalty for McLeod, who is currently sick. So that must have been the car that we saw cutting across turn 1.
He's also getting to a
And
halt.
he's come to a halt now. The car's in neutral, so is it
Did he
I don't know.
maybe forget to pit or?
Yeah, I don't know what's happened there, because everything on the dash was down to 0. That
And
looks like a
retired.
retirement there.
That was an old one.
Yeah, for sure. As we look to our leader, who's again getting past one of the Hunter Birch cars. I still feel that there's several of those cars on this track.
They're everywhere.
They are everywhere. I think that was why. I think that's why Ed kept getting mixed up with who was driving what car, because there is more than 2 cars there.
Yeah, he thinks there's 2, but it probably is just 6 minimum.
Yeah. Our leader of LMP2 is currently in pit lane. So that is possibly going to give the lead to Colt Mazer, and it does give the lead to Colt Mazer. And that is a driver change for the 21. That is the XRL Esports team now has Cruz in the car.
Yep, Jaden Cruz taking over.
And this is Cal Listola in the Ring of Honor 444 car, currently running 10th in GT3. And we look now that is the TWR of Jane Mounier, who has taken over that number 96, now currently lapping in 9th position in the GT3.
Sultan Hive is closing in on Louis Hartley, 2.4 seconds.
Yeah, you can just see him exiting shot just up ahead, but Hive's having to negotiate past the Ring of... that is a Ring of Honor GT4.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Hagatai coming in, is that for the stop-go penalty?
I think so, yeah, because he didn't take it yet, and you usually get 5 laps, so... We will see if it's 10 seconds. So this is a full pit stop.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought I saw the front end lift as he pulled it. Yeah, the front end did lift, so he's taking tyres.
Oh, and he gets hit by the hypercar.
So that is Dominic Major in the Full Throttle Racing car, who's...
This is not child friendly.
Yeah, I was going to say, practically inside the Aztec Racing car.
this is a close battle in LMP2. It's Adam 7/10 behind Finale.
This, yeah. Ring of Bond, 7th place again. Hunting down Finelli. Finelli having that incident earlier that we saw going off. A little lock up there actually from Finelli coming into that corner. So this is Orica versus Orica. And we look the gap coming down still to Hives. In fact, Hives has actually gone through on Hartley. So we missed that. But there's a massive gaggle of cars going into this hairpin. But they all managed to sort each other out.
Yeah. Is Korkmazer in the pits or is that the live timing?
Yeah, Korkmazer is indeed in the pits from the lead of LMP2. So that should give the lead to Birkenhays, I think.
You would expect so.
It'll be close.
It will definitely be close.
Yeah, so that is Birkenhays into the lead. Yellow flags in Sector 2. And Loyer having a near... Oh! That was the Hunter Birch car just losing it whilst getting overtaken by the Ring of Bond. But still, together...
Oh, and Cruz DNF'd from P4 in LMP2.
Cruz. Oh, so I wonder if that's a connection issue there, because obviously he'd only just taken over that car.
Yeah, he's been in for like maybe 10 minutes. I think even less. They were in the lead before they did the pit stop, right?
Yes, they were. So that means and Korkmazer, what's going on with Korkmazer? Korkmazer's been in pit lane for
ages.
Oh, it's a driver change, that's why.
Okay, yeah. Oh, Finale
So-
dropped up again.
So that is Butambaran now in that 71 car, the URT Sport.
There are close battles all over the track right now.
Yeah, it's all come together now, and this is the Wesley versus I didn't quite catch the second name. Paparinopol for the EP Labs Racing. So this is for the final step on the podium at the moment, but obviously we still have got 5 hours and 20 minutes to go.
We basically just started.
Pretty much. And that is the TWR car getting stipping a wheel off the track there. Kind of upset his Paparinopol's drive out of the first corner. Meanwhile, back to Bezzetta versus Finelli for 5th position in the LMP2. They've got another LMP2 just ahead who's pulling to one side to let them go past.
As Ed confirms that the cruise has been disconnected. So that's very unfortunate for the car. The 21.
So there's another Ring of Bond. Oh, and that is our leader just coming through there in the LMH. There's another GT. There's the Ring of Bond GT3 car. Hopefully he's going to get out the way for the other Ring of Bond LMP2 car, and it's still very much the same as we look now to Paparinopol, who's still in that 4th position. Behind the Baba Booey Sim Sports team. Going a little wide there though, so that's allowed
Side.
Paperino to go through, and they touch coming into the curve. In the background, you saw what looked to be one of the Hunter Birch cars off into the gravel. And as we look into the same section as well, this is bout for fifth. Coming into these final corners, and it seems like the Ring of Honor just can't seem to get the better of Finelli at the moment.
Got a good run here.
Yeah, good drive onto turn 1. There's a GT3 ahead. Yellows in sector 1. Mounier has received a penalty. Goes defensive, does Finelli into the second corner. Now, can the Ring of Honor car does the switchback to get a better drive up into the hairpin, but he doesn't look to be close enough.
He is gaining though. Because yeah, gotta be quite a lunge to make it from here.
Yeah, and that is Finelli going defensive, but obviously sees no threat coming, so he takes his regular line. Oh, and Finelli just getting up onto the sausage curb there, so is that going to affect his run, although he's still got a couple of car lengths ahead?
As Hives is back in the pit. And
Yes.
Hartley is disappeared from the...
Oh, that's because there was a drive. Was there a driver change? There was a driver change.
Oh yeah,
wasn't there?
Bex is now in the car. Luke Bex. So they just pitted as well, so apparently the pit cycle for the LMH is probably around this time.
Indeed, as we still look, and that is Paperino Power has now got ahead of the Baba Booey SimSports driver of Wesley, so that is third place for the EP Lab car. Now back to the Ring of Honor versus Optimal Esports battle that's still raging on for 5th position in LMP2.
It's been going on for laps now.
Yeah. And again, and that is Hives in pit lane. He's now gone a lap down, apparently. Now, have I missed something? Nothing in the stewards chat, so no, this just looks to be a fuel stop, I'm assuming. I also think, yeah, there's been
The driver swap.
a driver shop, so that is Savannah.
Yeah. Shipstone is now in the pit as well.
Yeah, and I imagine that'll probably be a driver swap because everyone seems to be doing that at this pit window. So that has given Louis a nice buffer of a lap now. The GT3 gets in the way. And that's meant Finelli's had to go off onto the gravel. He's lost the car on the marbles, and that has allowed the Ring of Honor car up into 5th position.
Yeah, he picked the wrong side around the GT car there, I think. Went from free outside, run out of room and in the gravel.
And this is Luca Gray, who's just taken 4th position off of Adam Shipton, who is in the pits. Meanwhile, this is Luke Beck in the Ring of Honor car, who's also gone up into 5th position, is hunting down Luca Gray now. And this is the EP lab of Stavros Sarikas, who is hunting down the Hunter Birch car. There was no pun intended. But in the lead of the GT3, the man who seems to have definitely had the pace, but not necessarily had the best of luck on that restart, it is Frank Bonhard in that PAC SVR car, the Mercedes. And he's got a lead over the Racing Club Germany car of 52 seconds. And this is Ben Kaj, Boyd Transport Racing, 13th at the moment, although a little bit in no man's land. Now, so this is Luca Gray, and as I said earlier, was being hunted down by the Fring of Von, although that doesn't look to be in shot anymore, so I don't know if they've... Although it does say no, back, yeah, no, he's hit up, tucked up behind an LMP2 car, that's why.
Yeah, behind the Ligier, I think.
No,
that's Orica.
That's the Orica from earlier.
Finelli, yeah.
Finelli, yeah. Yeah, and so Haas makes his way past the GT3 and now has the LMP2 Fring of On car to go past, which is gets through nice and easy. That's what you sort of expect between teammates.
Yeah, that's how you like to see it.
And
short yellow in sector 3, probably
yeah.
some went off.
So this is Alex Skinner, who I think has taken over quite recently the Aztec Racing car, currently in 5th position in the GT3. Has got Wesley up ahead, however it's a 26-second gap between himself and Wesley for 4th position. And actually currently has the race leader right behind him coming to a lap.
Skinner had to serve a drive-through. That's why he dropped down a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keeping his eyes still on the race.
Yeah. Oh, and that is Caparuzzi. Oh, just coming. Oh, just in front of. I didn't quite catch which car. It was Luca Gray in the Aztec Racing car. So very, very lucky from Luca Gray, who obviously is having to drive 10 tenths at the moment to keep the pursuing Bex at bay. Bex is actually now caught up behind the same LMP2 car, who's not really giving way there. Hopefully Bex is going to go through up the inside now, and indeed goes through. Obviously, one of the talking points coming into this race was the whole balance of performance and whether or not the LMH cars were going to be particularly that much faster than the LMP2s, but that's all been sorted. So I don't know where the strengths and weaknesses are between the LMHs then and the LMP2s.
I think the LMP2s are made a bit heavier and a little power reduction, so they're a bit slower on basically everywhere, but not in the corners. The corners, the LMH lack a little bit of downforce.
Yeah.
So.
Because I remember going back a few years watching Le Mans, and it would be the early laps, because the LMHs, obviously they got that initial power off the corners, but then the hybrid battery then conks out, or the power from the hybrid battery conks out towards the end of the straights. And so on the opening laps, actually you saw the LMP2s that had the V8s in them catching towards the end of the straights because of the power advantage between the LMP2s and
they had a bigger top end speed. Yeah, and I remember it from Le Mans. But that shouldn't happen next round when we are driving in Le Mans with the EERC. I think the BOP is pretty fine, especially on a track with a lot of straights like Le Mans.
Zoltan Kovacic in the Hungarian hobby racers, currently 8th position in the GT3s. Lovely looking McLaren there, and this is Reva in the EERC Racing Team. And I think I think he's recently got into that car.
Yeah, I think so as well, yeah. Also, it seems like Buzita in the 139 is closing the gap to Reschke for P4. Last lap he was around 2 seconds quicker. And I remember it was on 9 or 13 seconds a couple laps ago.
Yeah.
It's now back to 5, so hopefully we'll get a battle there soon.
Oh! Okay.
Into the gravel, that's the Glickenhaus of...
I think, was that the Logistical Nightmares car, was that had gone off?
I think so, yeah.
Back to our leader, who's still comfortably actually showing on the live timing that he's 2 laps ahead of Svanja now.
Yeah, probably Savannah still has to cross the line then, and then it gets, because Lures just went over the line when we checked him.
Yes.
As Luca Gray is in the pits.
Ray comes into the pits, and I'm sure, given that he's been in since the start, that this is going to be a driver change. Bradley, we've actually got Bradley Sellers in the Team Rookie Monsters. 73 car is now just taken that 5th position from Luke Gray. Again, looking at Ricardo Riva, 2nd position, car number 46.
Bad catch in the pits as well.
Yeah, 13th place for Boyd Transport. Racing Club Germany, Joshua Prius. And yeah, Racing Club Germany having a better showing this time out in Germany at Hockenheim. You'd say with a name of Racing Club Germany, it is their home race.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, because they seem to be, from what I remember at the last race, they did seem to be struggling a little bit with that Ferrari.
Ferraris in general seem pretty quick around this track. I don't know what's the strength of that car, but it really seems to come alive around Hockenheim.
Indeed, I always believed that Ferrari was a bit of a well-balanced car. It didn't necessarily have too much in terms of strength and weaknesses because it was so well balanced, but then it seems that actually it does have quite pretty good straight line speed. It's held its own against the likes of the Mercedes with that the big thumping V8 engine that's in that.
Adam is now within a second of within a 1.5 second of Reschke, so that gap is a bit close.
Yeah. Showing 1.3 seconds on the timing tower. And that is actually, closest battle at the moment is Beck versus Schultz for 3rd position. I don't know if that's just been a recent change of position or if that is actually.
He was in front because he was chasing down Luca Gray, pitted. Stern Lower is now in the pits. So, I think they're a little bit off sync at Scuderia Maria.
Yeah. So leader now in the pit lane. And this is the battle you were talking about.
Yep, we saw that one coming up. Close the gap. Now needs to make a pass, and he's already alongside.
But then he's got it's not Hives. That's Savannah, isn't that? Is that Savannah? Yes.
Yeah. I think it is.
Coming through, and that was pretty easy. That was obviously we saw that the Fringer von Car, the the other car was had a little bit of a slide coming out of that last corner and completely killed off all drive out of that last corner, which allowed the Ring of Honor through.
Yeah, that move went a lot easier than the one on Finale went. So maybe he can close the gap now to well, no, that's a lap to Batu and Buran.
Yeah. Although the live timing is still saying that he's been in the pit lane for 19 minutes. I can assure you that that is not correct, as we see Jason Bintz having a spin in the Aztec car. Lucky not to be collected into that through that final section. Definitely a heart-in-mouth moment there.
Sean Schutte is now also in the pits, so no battle between him and Luke
Oh, and that's that's taken out. That is taken out the leader of GT3. That's also taken out the Ring of Honor car as well, as you can see that going across the grass back on.
Yeah, that's gonna have some damage.
So
he stays out though.
He does stay out, but obviously that means that
Finale is now back on his tail.
Back on his tail, and he's lost that position off of Raschek. Penalty for Sky. Have looking at some of the stewards' decisions. So we got the Bangers. We had the Bangers and Mash warning for the Bangers and Mash team for leaving the track. That was a little bit ago. Got a drive-through for the LNR Bad Batch 777 car for causing a minor avoidable collision. So that's drive-through penalty against that LNR Bad Batch car.
As Joshua Bruce follows Bernard into the pits. Although I'm not sure if Bernard went in there voluntarily, but
yeah, so I'm assuming there's going to be some damage to repair there, because that was quite a hefty shunt.
yeah, it's either this car took all the damage or the Fine Avant car took all the damage, or maybe they both took a bit. That was a big shunt.
And it's still actually that car of Backer still at the end of pit lane, is that I just
Yeah, he said in the channel that he's taking a break.
Has he got no one to take over?
I've parked in the pit lane because my legs are aching and I need a break. Going to use this time to clean my brake pedal because that was acting up as well. I shouldn't be in anybody's way, but if I am, TQ me if it appears that I am. So he's taking a break, and he shouldn't be in someone's way, but I think there's a car stacked up right behind him now.
And that is so we're looking at that's the Aztec Racing team.
Instead of also taking a break, or
yeah, because that just seems to have been sat there.
well, not a lot of people can now take breaks before they really be in someone's way there.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure actually. I'm just trying to see if I can find the Aztec.
I think it's on the way again.
Yeah, and obviously that is Bernard. Oh, and that's the Aztec car just out of the pit lane, and then already getting involved in coming out of turn 2. Just flashing up 5 hours remain. and it's James Smugaskow in that car now. And it seems your Ring of Honor car is managed to collect itself and is back up the road.
Yeah, it seems to be doing a decent pace as well. I think both Finelli and Huzuita will catch up to Reschke now, who is stuck behind the GT, as we can see in this shot.
I didn't quite catch what happened to the car that actually caused that accident, whether or not it then had to pit for damage or if it carried on.
But it looks, if I look at the incident, I would say that's definitely a damage repair. 2 cars in your left side. And he catched up, and I think the move is going to be just as easy as it was before. No.
Ooh. Yeah, Reschke getting, again, not the best of corner exits, and
Finelli's gonna get him as well, or if he's unlucky.
It looks like Finelli's got the inside through the curve, but then that means that's going to be the outside for the next corner. But it seems almost like job done there. Is he going to come back? No. So
no. That's 2 places in 2 corners lost by Reschke.
Has Reschke got a problem? Because it just seems very weird how quick he lost that ground and how quick he was to lose 2 positions.
He was also like behind the GT3 for basically the complete 3rd sector.
Yeah.
And although you want to be safe with overtaking, whole sector driving behind the GT just costs you too much time.
Because I'm guessing most of the time you double stint in Thailand as well. Is that correct? I'm assuming.
Yeah. I think our car tries to triple stint the hards even. So the question is if they manage to do that, because the tire wear is quite high on this track, especially for the left side tires. It's a lot of left-handers. So, yeah, the double stints should be like the quickest strategy, at least better than single stinting.
Indeed, and Finelli's staying within the slipstream of the Fringerland, so not necessarily getting away.
Nope. He's managing to keep behind and maybe try his luck once he gets a good run, or the Fina Font gets stuck behind traffic. Oh, or he goes left where he should have been right.
Yeah, having a bit of a swapper, and that is, I think as well.
Did it cost him too much time?
I think I'm hearing that Fringerland's on the hard. No, sorry, Reschke is on the hard compound tyre.
Reschke is on the. It's purple on the live timing. They're all 3 on different compounds at least. And Adam is a lone wolf with his compound because he's the only blue icon that's showing up. And I'm pretty sure he is on the hard, so I would say either Reschke or Finelli is on the softs.
I have to say, I wouldn't want to be one of the stewards at the moment now, because the amount of incidents that they're having to deal with, they're already on incident 23 now, in the space of 3 hours, I think that is now. Yeah, it's been 3 hours, so they've had to deal with 23 incidents already in 3 hours. we've gone this far and had half that, I believe.
Not this season, I think. No. 20-second stop-go penalty for the EP lap 161. Dangerous rejoin causing a major collision. I don't know if that's what we saw with the two.
Yeah, possibly.
The GT and the FINA ones. So he probably just went wide and came back on track like that, which is not the ideal scenario, I would say.
Big back, Fring of Bond, third position for him. After all these pit stops, Loyer is now 40 seconds in the lead from Savagna. Oh, and that looks like there's been a little incident there from involving the Sunset Motorsport car, and I think looked to be the LMP1 or sorry, the LMH of the Logistical Nightmares car, which has just gone off.
That's the favorite place of the LNR to go off, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's probably something with that car in that corner. I know there's a bump on the entry.
I was going to say, is there a bump on the entry?
There is a bump on the entry, and it can be a tricky one. You kind of need to drive around it, but when you're managing traffic or a little bit of line, it's probably easy to get a snap there and end up in the gravel. Carla Stola in P6, but I'm pretty sure he's yet to pit.
Yeah, is James still racing at the moment?
James Yuba. Yes, he's behind Alex Skinner, 8 seconds.
Okay. I was just wondering, because obviously he's supposed to have been commentating for the last hour and this hour now, but...
oh, you mean James Mexico? Sorry. James, he said that he will be commentating because he's leaving. So I think, if I correct, it's Josh joining in 20 minutes. And where's the schedule? Here it is. Yeah, it's Josh from 17:30, and I'm here till 18, and then Tom is there as well, Tom Dillon.
Yeah.
I think your time is done when Josh comes, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is, but I don't want to leave you on your own if you're not a fan of being on your own, sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm not very used to do commentating, so it's always nice to have someone keeping the conversation going.
Yeah, because it's definitely that's one thing I've had before doing. I think I've done an entire 8-hour endurance race on my own, and your brain does turn into mush, and you find, especially during the stages when there isn't much on track to talk about. Although saying that, Sellers in 4th position is catching up to the back of Bex for 3rd in LMH. Yeah, when you find that there's not much to talk about and there's no one to talk with to try and keep the conversation going, it does become very, very hard.
Yeah, to say something.
Yeah.
that's meaningful.
Yeah.
Yep, there is the fine Avond in the pits. Nick Homewood taking over.
And here we go. This is that battle that we were talking about. Whoa, that was Sellers going through on Beck. Beck getting it a little bit sideways, and having to negotiate the GT3 and the LMP2. The LMP2 goes wide, and so that has allowed Beck back through, but he's going to have to see if he's got anything left. I mean, Sellers did close at a rate of knots on Beck.
Yeah.
This is the battle for 7th position in GT3. This is Bentz versus Daly, Hungarian Hobby Racers versus Track SVR. Obviously, the Track SVR is recovering, was leading earlier before getting taken out by one of the LMP2s. Nothing there. See, this is a different matchup that we haven't quite seen yet. This is a McLaren versus Mercedes.
Is that? Oh no, that's a lap behind
the car that was being.
Or is it a lap in front? Is it the?
That was the car that was being piloted by Hyde.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's Stefania getting a lap on Sellers and Bex in a bit.
No, it's Sylvania. That's the team run. That's the 5th place Aztec car, I think it was. But we are now back to there's the Hunter Birch car coming into pit lane. Still got the LMH at the end taking a break.
It's been a proper break.
Yeah, well, he's taken a break to fix the brake pedal.
Yeah. It's an important feature of your sim rig, the brake pedal. Some people should use it more often.
Yeah, there is that. I think I myself has had an awkward moment in one of the races that I was in that involved cold tyres, cold brakes, and not braking soon enough.
It's an easy mistake. I think everyone been there.
And just getting broken up there by the LMH. Meanwhile, back to Luke Beck's off-track excursion there, but still just about keep in touch with Bradley Sellers, but obviously that slight off-track excursion not helping, and actually just behind that is the 5th place. However, actually that is a lap down of Jason Bintz in the Aztec car.
So that's Bintz probably wants to get past to get his lap back.
And back again, and side by side, but still nothing in it between the Hungarian Hobby Racers and the Track SVR of Bentz. It's going to have another go as they come into the stadium section. Daly taking all of the curb coming into the stadium section, and still hanging on to the back. Daly going defensive as they got another one of the LMP2 cars holding up, and practically Bentz pushing the car through those last 2 corners. Now, is he going to get a good run out of turn 1? It looks like he's got a good run. He's going to be up the inside. Coming into turn 2 is Bentz, and Bentz has taken that 7th position off of the Hungarian Hobby Racers team, and there's a car off it in front.
Spinelli is in the pits. It doesn't show any time of how long he is there.
Yeah, so I think he's. I think sometimes if it says pits, that means he's just pulled in, but he hasn't come into his pit box yet. Maybe. Oh no, he's out. He's out. So, and
Right in front of Dylan.
yeah, so that could be interesting. Dylan with the warmer tyres for at least a lap. Although Dylan is actually stuck in amongst that gaggle of cars behind. So I think Finelli's fairly safe. There's Dylan. Yeah, Dylan has still got to negotiate this group of cars ahead. Although 3 of those are actually LMH cars. You got Savannah, I think Sellers and Beck. So Savannah, Bex, and Vince in amongst that group. This is the Sunset car being driven by Yilmaz, 8th position in LMP2, and he's just trying to squeeze his way past one of the GT3 Ferraris. But still out front, yes, no, he's still there, he's still in this race. It is Louier with 30 second lead, because Savannah, both Sellers and Savannah have been putting in fastest sectors. Sellers with fastest middle sector, and Savannah with a personal best and fastest final sector. And that gap is closing. Remember, it was about 45 seconds at one point. It's come down to 31.
Yeah. Maybe it's the old tires were lower and new tires for Savannah. I have no idea, to be honest, when they stopped, or maybe it's just negotiating the traffic a little quicker.
Yes, or on that previous lap, I'm guessing Lauer got into some traffic because that was a 128, which is a little bit off the pace to the others. Savannah did a 126.7, so...
Yeah, and already in the first sector, Savannah is 1 second quicker. 3/10 in the second sector for this lap, so...
But this is the leading Baba Booey Sim Sports car of Wesley. Westling, sorry, I've been calling him Wesley, I just realised. And that
leading element in the pits.
Yeah, back with Bullen, which means Reva should take the lead. And there he goes, through into the lead goes Reva. Being slipstreamed there by the Reading Games car of Tom Dillon. The transport car. Actually, Dillon, if he's trying to actually get past Reva, because just up the road is Finelli still, and Reva taking it out wide and allowing Dillon through. Is he? I don't think that was necessarily intentionally letting him through there. So through goes Dillon past the LMP2 leader, and he's now got to chase after Finelli, who's 2 seconds up the road. And Finelli's actually caught up behind one of the GT3, so that's going to allow, as long as Dillon can actually get through the McLaren, although he's caught that McLaren at a wrong place. But he does go through. And the gap is now still floating at a second, I believe. Actually, no, it's down to 1.7 across the line. And that gap is still going down. time now down to 1.3 seconds.
He seems to be having the better pace.
Indeed, I feel either it's the tyres are coming to him or Finelli's tyres are going away.
They are both on different compounds, so that could be true.
Because Finelli was the faster of the two in the earlier part of the stint.
I think Finelli is on softs and Dylan is on hards. So that would make sense. Or Finelli is on mediums and Dylan is on hards.
Yellow's in sector 2. Wait, now they've got another car up ahead. And that is a GT3 that's also holding up Finelli, and that's allowing Dylan to come and close onto the start-finish straight. Dylan's got the run.
It's risky into turn 1. He knows that, and he decides to wait a bit.
Goes out wide, but then Finelli looks to have had a better exit out of that turn 1, so that keeps him safe for turn 2.
So there's also a battle for the last step of the podium of the GT class.
Yeah. And this is Ferrari versus Ferrari Racing Club, Germany versus EP Lab Sim Racing. Yellow.
Another yellow in sector 2. Was it maybe the car that went off at the accident? No. Yeah, the hairpin is I think sector 2.
And Paparinapol having a look, but it's not quite there. Meanwhile, they've got the TWR BMW just in front of them as well. In the background, there's a battle going on. Dylan and Finelli making their way past the Mercedes. You got the Sunset car making its way, and that is
creating a gap.
Creating a gap. Got the crowbar out and crowbarred his way through that doorway and made the door open. Meanwhile, you have Finelli, who's been holding on to this 4th position. He's trying to thread his way past the GT3s as he's got Dylan on the back of him. Now Dylan's going to be definitely yes. So Finelli managed to make it past the 2 of them, and that's allowed Dylan through now. So and that's the big crash, and he's coming into the corner. And that's
so lucky no one else got tangled up in that. That's the Racing Club Germany.
Yeah, so that's Proust, who was running in 2nd position for a long time. Now that definitely looks as though that's probably got some damage to it now. Well, for sure, after hitting the barrier as hard as he did.
I wonder if his steering is still straight.
As a result of that, Dylan's actually managed to catch slightly, but again, he's now all that work that he's put in to catch Finelli is now brought that gap up, but he's closing in.
Yeah, and they're losing time. They're 35s, and Pascal Eggert, who is still 30 seconds behind, is doing 3 seconds quicker on the last lap. So
meanwhile, this is I think we're running with the, is it number 40? No, it isn't the 46. This is the 71, I think, of Bathurst-Bruin. There's a yellow out in sector 3, but that has gone. As we look back to Dylan, Dylan's still that's why we got a yellow out. There's a car off in the dirt coming out of turn 1. Dylan on Finelli. They got I think that's the Sunset car just ahead of them.
Yep. Looks like Sunset, yeah.
And we're seeing penalty for 7th place Zabo. Sunset car not wanting to get out the way.
He had a whole straight to do it, so...
Yeah, and then that's allowed Dylan to come alongside Finelli. Now the Sunset car decides to get out the way. but that has messed up Finelli's run, and he's now lost the position to Dylan. So Dylan up into 4th position, but Finelli's coming back at him.
Cut back. Maybe he can get a better run.
They've got a GT3 that they've got to try and deal with into this kink. Oh, Finelli just holds on. He stands on everything. Brakes locked up, but manages to get through somehow.
It really looked like they would get in contact there. But I think the GT saw him coming and steered a little bit to the outside.
And, now Dylan, is he going to manage to get away? He goes out wide onto the start-finish straight. Finelli's got the slipstream. Not going to be close enough into turn 1, but is he going to get a better drive to get a run up into turn 2? He definitely looks as though he has.
He's thinking about
he's
it.
having a look.
He's doing it.
And there's contact for sure there. Contact into turn 2.
He looks from... That was quite far back, in my opinion.
He's
I would have waited
one.
for this corner.
He's going to have another go, although he's not quite closing, but he's closing now. He looks to be closing. He ducks out. He ducks out. See, that's weird. A lot of drivers I see looks as though they duck out of the slipstream far too early. But
Yeah, he had like a car length or something before he ducked out.
Finelli's definitely not giving up on this. He's as we see a new fastest lap for Savagna in 2nd position.
Was trying to close the gap to lower.
And we have yet again another GT3. Is he going to let him through? Yes, he does. So he gets a nice clean run into this stadium section. Does Finelli. Meanwhile, in the background, we've actually got Bath and Buran has actually taken 1st position off a Reaver at some point. When did that happen?
I think it was quite a while ago, but I'm not sure now anymore.
This is Jason Bintz in the Aztec Racing team, currently running 5th position, a lap away from Bex ahead. Obviously, I think he managed to get past Bex in the end, although that might have been the car. But this is still our leader, Loyer, who is 35 seconds ahead of Savagna. But as we've seen, Savagna has been putting in fastest laps. And we are joined by Thomas Raschek.
Hello.
Hello. Just got out of the car, straight into the commentary booth.
Obviously. What comes first?
Yeah. So how was the race?
It was quite interesting. Conditions are great. Car feels great. The only thing I lack seems to be a bit of skill.
Yeah.
Got good practice.
Well, yeah, you were doing fine.
Yeah, I did a bit of stupid stuff towards our GT3 car, but I've got a warning for it, so I guess it's fine.
It looks like Tom Dillon has managed to get away from Finelli now. So as you said, you seem to be having to catch your breath a bit.
I just ran up the stairs. I was just eating something, then I went upstairs and joined. Didn't think you'd catch up on me so quickly.
We don't miss a thing.
Yeah, we don't miss the thing.
Except for when we do.
Yeah.
Our precision changes on track, we missed them. Oh, who is that going an
That's
alternative line to the last 2 corners?
That was Bintz going a bit wide, obviously Bintz.
And again.
And again, yes. This is
car seems to be quite tricky around curb stones.
Yeah, it seems like the does the LMP is the LMPH not particularly great at riding curbs? Obviously, GT3s seems to be quite. They seem to enjoy riding the curbs compared to the LMPs because of the ride height and such.
Yeah, I've heard the LMHs are quite a pain over curbs,
Yes.
and they're not easy to drive there. Yeah, especially turn 1. I think the entry curb is on the inside is killing, and on the exit a bit as well.
Well, for the cars, it's for every car a bit of a problem. The curb on the inside of turn 1, the sausage curb, getting a huge amount of air is impossible, and that's for all the cars a bit of a problem.
I noticed that a lot of drivers have been suffering with the sausage curb on the exit of the hairpin as well.
Yeah, and the same is for the sausage curb on the outside of the last 2 corners. You like get stuck on it, like you bottom out and you spin. No chance.
So we look to second place, Savannah in the pits. Also, Bex is pitting as well from second and fourth position.
Do we have any gaps close to each other? Not right now. So I think Lauer will extend his gap to the car behind back to a lap and a bit more. Sellers is now a lap to himself to Savannah. Or no, he got the position actually. 4 seconds behind Savannah comes out.
Yeah, there he is. So I'm assuming with Savannah's pace, he'll certainly catch and pass Sellers. Unless Sellers will be. Unless we're expecting to see Sellers in soon. Let me have a
Yeah, last lap of Sellers was pretty quick. It was 26.8, where Lauer did at 27.5. So
yeah, I would actually. Sellers has done 33 laps on this current stint, so I'd expect to probably see him in at the end of this lap, or within the next 2 laps. I think Lauer on his first stint. Being managed 35 laps on his first stint.
oh, the stream has paused. Oh, it's back.
Indeed. So where is Sellers? And I think Sellers is going through to start another lap, has he?
Yep, he's gonna do another.
Yep, he's going to do another lap. So I assume he's in. No, he's in. He is in the pit.
Oh, he's in actually, yeah. Yeah, we were watching Savannah. It was a bit confusing.
There he is, pulling into his pit box now.
It looked like there was a car doing a reverse entry into the last corner in the background.
Yeah. So does that mean it's going to be close, I think, between Sellers and Bex, maybe? I can't remember.
It was 15 seconds for Sellers. He was 15 seconds in front.
Oh,
But I know the league has a bigger fuel tank, so maybe it takes a little more time to pit stops.
Penalty for Bruce. Is that Bruce? It's popped up.
I think it popped up, but he's dropped way down in the order.
Yeah,
he's now,
he has.
He's the last in the GT.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, oh, he obviously crashed and probably had to repair the damage.
Yes, 6 laps down as well. So
this is close between Bex? No, it's not. I think Marcellus.
And that's Bex just cutting the last corner from the looks of things. What's happening there? So what are we expecting to see? Bex is on his second lap at the moment, and we are joined by Joshua Birch.
There he is.
Oh, hello. Are we on here or with commentary?
We're doing here for commentary, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
hello.
I thought it was Mumble as well, but apparently it's here. So
Oh, I was literally just loading up Mumble, but okay, I'll stay here. Hello, everyone.
hello, Josh.
Hello.
Well, what have I missed in the start of this while I've been going away with Monaco?
Everything.
Bad.
It's been carnage from the start. Obviously, the first hour was effectively a sprint race because that was brought to red flag.
Oh, wow.
And due to server issues, we've had 4 or 5 different leaders in LMH. The same, pretty much. We've had similar for LMP2 and similar and GT3. Plenty of penalties dished out as well to the likes of that's the Logistical Nightmares car going off at the second to last corner. Yes, and we've seen quite a few offs, quite a few penalties get dished out to the LMH and LMP2 cars for not doing the best lapping of other cars.
Yeah, I can guess that. And especially around this track, there's nowhere to actually move out, especially in the stadium sector zones.
Yeah, there's been a lot of opportunistic moves on back markers in the last 2 corners that have been a bit too opportunistic.
Well, it sounds like I've really missed quite a lot, haven't I? This is going to be fun.
Yeah, we've had... Loyer is basically leading because he's been quick, but then also kept his nose completely clean, where others have not. Particularly... Oh, and that is Ricardo Riva, who... Is that steering going to straighten up? Oh, we cut away.
And that's the car without the rear wing.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that would be code 80 then.
That's
Code
going to be
80,
code 80. Yes. So, the Savannah car, the second place, the Racing Zone 1, was initially being driven by... who was being driven by again?
Hives.
Hives, that's it. Hives. Now, Hives was incredibly quick, got the pole position, and was consistently setting fastest laps. However, wasn't the best at dealing with back markers. He got 2 stop go penalties for crashing into back markers whilst trying to lap them, and then to add insult to injury, he got a 3rd penalty for an unsafe release during pit stop.
Yeah, not good at all then.
Yeah, but then Savannah very much.
Congratulations.
Savannah is very similar pace. In fact, Savannah has set the fastest lap of the race so far. So that could possibly close things up. And I just saw a car spinning off in the background.
That must be the car without the rear wing.
Was the further back in the GT3 field as well. Well, this is getting fun, isn't it?
We also reckon that there's more than 2 Hunter Birch cars.
More than 2.
Yeah,
Just two.
We reckon that there's possibly 6 or 7 in this race because
They're everywhere.
they seem to be everywhere. Every time there's someone coming to lap a car, it's always the Hunter Birch car that's there.
Publicity. I keep saying we need to get the JB Motorsports logo on that car on the side as well, so we can get some promotion. Yes, I've just seen Chris has said Josh should be here as soon as he's wrapped up his F1 stuff. Yep, all done. As we see Hugo Correa in the 206 just sort of cutting in to the inside of the track, going around to the very tight corners as well. So
He's
come
managing pretty well without a rear wing.
I'm surprised. It's causing the yellows off the track.
Also seen the leader of GT3 being completely wiped out in the stadium section.
Right behind that.
So have we got? So when the red flag came out, did we have a total restart with the original time?
No, we cut it down to a 7-hour race.
Right.
And it was basically grid positions as of where they were at the end
As
of
of-
the first
yeah.
hour.
Total restart then, yeah.
Yeah.
Not too bad then. Yeah, I'm here for 90 minutes. Then I'll be back, I think, to close out the race as well with everything. Because this is what you get when there's Indy 500 and Formula 1 and all that lot. And it's F1, F2, F3, Porsche Super Cup, and Indy 500. And I'm here and there and everywhere with TV promotional stuff and graphics and videos and features. I've got a voiceover and everything. It's really crazy. It's not just watching Michael on the second screen.
I'm guessing you're getting the day off today from the IndyCar, seeing as there's nothing going on.
Yeah,
today.
nothing. Well, you would think, but this is when it comes in as well that I've got a voiceover at the starting grid. There's 33 drivers, so that could take around about 10 minutes, and then that'll take about an hour to voiceover. Hence why I'm disappearing at hour and 20 as well. So many 90-minute blocks. I've got so much to do. Then I've got to edit all the shows for tomorrow and voice those and get everything sorted. And then I've got to make sure everything's correct with notes and production guides and make sure everyone knows where they are and what they're doing. So it's really spin up. There we go.
It's LNR.
Yeah.
6th in class and 5 laps ahead of the 50 car at the moment. So that's the 999. Sean shoot. I need 999 to extract it from turn 1. That's not a nice place to spin.
Yeah. Well, logistical nightmares again seeming to be having a little bit of a nightmare in this race. They started well. In fact, both cars started across the field started quite well, but they're starting to struggle a little bit now.
Just seeing as well. Round so Sean shoots. So he's this car's very snappy on him as well. It's like the rear just wants to step out at every hairpin he wants to go through as well. So considering there's 1, 2, 3 big hairpins at this track, that's going to be quite a big worry. As well, just coming to the tight section as well. Oh, penalty at the top of the screen for Midney as well. Was that Mudev? I can't read that. Mounier, thank you. I can't read that with my glasses on this morning, so I've got to. Maybe I'll put my glasses on. That might help.
He's had a few penalties actually. I'm assuming that is. I haven't seen anything in the steward's decision, so I think that's an automatic infringement penalty that's come up.
So not one that the stewards have dished out as well. Who is in the stewards chat? Is it Nick and Chris and Tom?
Well, I think is Nick racing at the moment? He was. Tom Dillon, obviously, as we can see there, is in LMP2.
Hi Tom, this is weird. I haven't commented on him driving before. And he's been in the commentary box with me this weekend in Monaco in practice too as well. And fun fact, he's going to Donington tomorrow. That's why he's not on the Monaco call or the 500 call, because he's going to real life. And there's Nick, who was with me in touring cars.
Donington, is that British GT? Is that
yeah. He's actually angry because he's actually said this on air before. He doesn't want to go to Donington. He would much rather stay and watch the Indy 500. In fact, he's very angry he's missing it. So,
but he's going to experience Raffaele Marcello versus Jules Gounon. So sure, that's going to be...
What is happening in the pit lane? We've got an LMP2 trying to mate with a GT3.
And we still have the LMH that's on a break at the end of the...
Oh, yes. Sorry, just turn the F1 music down in the background from the repeat of qualifying that's coming up. Actually, Chris says the F1 qualifying was immense. Love Saturday at Monaco. Did any of you two manage to see the qualifying?
I've got it recorded. I was commentating on this, so
I would not spoil anything. I would not say anything as well.
I watched it on my second monitor.
Nice.
So I know what happens, somewhat, but I have to check it back to be actually catched up with it.
Well, you can both rest assured it's well worth your hour. It's one of the best qualities we've had in a very long time, and that's at Monaco. So
Monaco is always delivering with quality.
Yeah. So it's a shame it just can't deliver with the racing we've had. Joseph Blitz is into the pit lane, by the way. There we go. United.
I feel they need to go back to having shorter cars. I think.
Yeah.
You saw the Formula 3, I think, and Formula 2. They were pretty okay racing. Like I think it was Formula 3 where people were actually overtaking in the hairpin and basically everywhere.
But surprisingly, we still had the dirty air that affects the F1 cars as well, and they were struggling to follow each other. They were very close, but they couldn't go for the moves because as soon as they came out of it, they had no drag. So we were trying to think in the F3 commentary, what is it that's a big difference between a Formula 1, 2 and 3 cars, the 161 cutting one of the corners. So what's the difference between a Formula car and a Formula E car as well? Because with Formula E in Monaco, it's always a classic. So
they have
what? Yeah,
less downforce in general in the Formula
Yeah.
E.
Yeah, I don't think they also don't have the ground. The Formula E cars don't have the ground effects, do they?
yeah, but even Formula 3 was bad, and they're the basic setup as well. It could be a lot better. So there's something we need to find that is like a happy medium, and I think F1 cars need to dramatically reduce the amount of noise they've got going on in their car and reduce the width. And I don't think we'll have some classic races at Monaco.
Yeah, they're just too wide right now. I think
Yeah.
you really can't go side by side through a lot of places in Monaco with a Formula 1 car.
Well, I'm not sure if it's the fact that they're too wide, because I mean they're still similar like width as they were in the 70s.
Compared to 2003 though, and I've stood next to one of these cars as well, the new cars are very, very wide.
Yeah.
You could
But then
fit 1.5 cars from 2003 inside one of the new cars today. So
I
that's
think-
1.5. It's massive.
I think the main issue is the general length of the car. Because if you go back and watch some of the races from 70s and 80s when they had the big wide tyres and all that, there was still overtaking going on. But the cars are considerably shorter back in the 70s than they are today. So it's kind of like the comparison now is like you got to try and overtake a limousine to get into in turn one, basically, in comparison to how it used to be.
It is practically a limousine, isn't it? Yeah. That's something we've got to think about going into the future. It's like, we want to have these big cars because it's affecting every other part of the track. So it's getting ridiculous. It really is getting ridiculous. Let's change over. Yeah, so I'm trying to think actually when was the last time we saw a huge difference at Monaco, which was actually a great race. And I was discussing this. I think 2004 was the idea of what a classic Monaco race can be, because that had everything. It had Sato's engine blowing up and Fisichella going with the back of Coulthard. The marshals not knowing whether it was a safety car or red flag because Charlie Whiting called for a safety car. The clerk of the course, who was run by Auto Club de Monaco or whatever, called for a red flag. So there was a difference of feature between there. Schumacher tried to think he was Jesus and walk around the outside of Montoya in the tunnel under a safety car for some reason, and got hit by him. And we had Trulli versus the Trulli train being born, and Button coming in as well. Them two sort of segregating away from the rest of the group in the last 15 laps, and we had Button versus Trulli right until the end, getting some great ones. So the 2004 always stands out to me what was a great Monaco Grand Prix. 05 was a bit dull actually, but Chris just said 2015 and 2018 were good as well. 2016 too. 2016 wet race, I didn't like that one as much. It was a bit confusing. 2018 was sort of Ricciardo's redemption, so it was a bit long, and 2015 was just Hamilton getting that virtual safety car with Verstappen crashing in the wall. That was Hamilton getting it thrown away as well. So,
2008 though, when it was a wet race, that was a good race. I felt if it weren't for the fact that Verstappen got given a penalty in 2019, that was kind of that was. I mean, I was actually there for that race.
Oh yeah.
So I thought that was brilliant. That was kind of that had vibes because I think Hamilton stayed out. Everyone pitted apart from Hamilton, so Hamilton was on clapped out tyres, and it was basically Verstappen. It was like a defensive masterclass from Hamilton, and Verstappen trying everything he could to try and get past. It was very reminiscent of Senna versus Mansell in '92.
And it was also, and I loved it as well. It was the first race after Nicky died, wasn't it? And they ran that special halo with the red and the star and all that lot.
That was because being at the track, they did the minute or 2 minute silence, and then at the end of the silence, all of the boats in. Oh, and that's Luke Beck's round into the final corner. Yeah, all the boats and yachts in the harbour all sounded their horns at the end of the for Nicky, and then again also at the end of the race when the checkered flag goes, all of the yachts are sounding their horns, and you don't hear that on the telly, it seems, and there is actually like a genuine atmosphere with Leclerc. Obviously, that was the year when Leclerc messed up in qualifying, had to fight his way through the field, and then made a lash up of it, trying to overtake Hockenheim, I think it was.
Yeah, he hit over the back, didn't he?
Yeah.
And Hartley. Was it Hartley when he hit down at Newville?
No. He tried.
Yeah. Past Hockenheim. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he was trying to pass him into Larescas and basically clip the wall. Yeah, and so for every lap that Leclerc came through, all the crowd were out their seat cheering and whooping and everything, and you sort of like it was weird. I wasn't really expecting there to be much atmosphere at Monaco, because I just thought, wow, it's just going to be full of rich people who are just there to be seen at the Monaco Grand Prix. But there was genuinely a buzz around Charles Leclerc, and the crowd were going nuts for him.
Do you know, I still remember commentating on that and watching his fight back, and he touched the wall, and I was like, oh no. It was ridiculous when he just touched it, and it cost him everything. But I must admit, I've got my stats in front of me for the commentary, by the way, so you might like this as well. Leclerc failed to reach the flag in the first 3 appearances at this track. He finally reached it last year, took pole position in 21 and 22, finished only 4th last year, and as a result of poor strategy, I've got written down, but he was, what was he, 5th in practice 1, 2nd in practice 2, so there's room to be gained there for Charles Leclerc. Oh, and spinner.
TWR car off.
So that's Jay Mooney's or Mooney in the 96. Got that penalty earlier on.
Yeah.
Oh, the P2 and LP2 DNF'd.
Oh! Now, is that a disconnect?
Well,
I think so.
It's good for us being in the two, but like...
Good for Tom.
It's also good for us because we're P3.
And look where Tom is. Tom's closing on P. Well, that'll be P2. That's Eggert. Yeah, Pascal. Eggert's going to go straight up there as well.
Guys, by the way, my dinner is ready, so I guess I have to leave you.
No worries.
Hope you enjoy it.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the race, and
obviously.
Maybe I'll see you later.
See you later, Peter.
Bye.
Well, this is looking fun. Has Ed disappeared as well?
Ed's just being cameraman at the moment. So he's just chilling there, but he's not actually there.
What's his? Hang on. Oh, hello. Lap time deleted. Sorry, that's not in. That's some F1 stuff I'm getting told. Again, I never stop working.
And I wish I could do the stuff you're doing.
Well, hop on YouTube with us as well for a session. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Bence has just done the fastest lap down in 5th position.
Can the admin ban Ted? What's Ted doing? CMB Racing and Ted in the chat having a bit of fun. Play nice.
Is it sure that the P2 LMP2 disconnected, or
it's showing DNF next to his name.
Do we know that it disconnected, or?
I don't know. It's saying in the pit lane on my screen, and it DNF'd on here. It hasn't actually gone to DNF. So where's the Discord? Let's take a look and see if they said anything in there.
Although I think I know that's the bands in this car.
I'm just not seeing a thing.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, have I got? I see.
Also the number 139 LMP2 being in the pits.
Luke Beck having another off-track excursion before the second to last corner.
I love how Ed's just put in the commentator chat, go on at Peter Schumann, Joshua will take anyone. Yeah, I will. I'll have anybody on the commentary as well, but
that's why I'm here.
I'm going to phrase that a little bit differently.
So that would be me in on the commentary then.
Yeah, Ryan, Thomas, you should both come on. I don't know what you haven't yet. It's always open. Always need
Yeah.
commentators.
I've asked Ed about it after our excursion last time in Abu Dhabi, where I just came in as an interview and then stayed for like 45 minutes. Then randomly got thrown out or something. So I guess I'll be here more prominently.
Yeah, saying that, I think it is probably time for me to go. I've been here. I've overstayed my welcome by about an hour.
Yeah. just leave us. Leave us.
Yeah, because I think I just had my mum poking her head in a moment ago, sort of thinking, weren't you supposed to be off about an hour ago?
Go watch the qualifying.
But that is, Bex is off again. He's not liking that last sector, is he?
No, second time.
There's our car. Did you see it?
I did. We are in shot all the time, aren't we?
The 486 or 485? I can't remember.
I told you there is 7 cars.
What is this? You have the 200 bird cars and the Reading game LFP2 car there. It's like a family meeting on track.
We just like to stick together in case one of us is needed to go to the bathroom or something like that. It's like girls' night. We'll stay together.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was.
I just know what to say.
We're reckoning that's why Ed was getting mixed up and not sure on who was driving what cars, because you've got 7 drivers to keep an eye on. But
well, I was driving one when I was commentating as well. I was driving the pace car. By the way, I think Bert Mylander will win tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're all agreeing on that.
I'm just so upset all these years. He still hasn't got. He's led so many laps but not got a single win.
Hang on.
Best
Didn't he
driver
win?
to never
Didn't he
get
win?
a win.
Didn't he win in Belgium? 21. I can't remember.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but no, because isn't there the whole rule that they usually pull in and then go across the track?
No, it didn't happen in 21. It was red flags in the pit lane, so he led it. He was the only one in front. So Bert Mylander led every lap of that race.
Yeah.
Led the formation laps.
Bert Mylander put it on Twitter.
he won Spa 21, not Max Verstappen or anything like that.
Not
Whoever he is.
P2 or stuff like that.
Lewis Hamilton was P3 that year, wasn't he?
Yeah, apparently he's P4 now.
Yeah. Bert Mylander won it in a Mercedes, which changes the Constructors' Championship to a Mercedes domination anyway over Red Bull. It wasn't just quite as close.
Wow.
And if that also, memory serves, considering that would drop Verstappen to P2 on half points, and there was 7 points between it, that crowns Lewis Hamilton the 2021 World Champion.
I think
Twitter can now relax. There's no injustice.
That's it. You're going to get a knock on the door. It's going to be FIA. You're going to go missing.
No, that if you watched us last time, that's what I do to the FIA. I go knock on their doors and blast them. If you're listening back to us in Abu Dhabi.
Well, I think we shouldn't start talking about the 2021 because you will all have all the salty fans. I wouldn't even call them fans.
They're not fans. I describe toxic Max fans and toxic Lewis fans are not fans.
Exactly.
They are argumentative bunch, because let me tell you something, I know Lewis fans and I know Max fans, and I know that both of them are extremely okay with what happened in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
After, well, with the Lewis fans as well, after a couple of days, they're like, what was that? But they're okay with it because it happened. So it happens. We move on. We don't need to be reminded.
I'm a Max Verstappen fan myself, and even like I say, Max should have been world champion that day, and Lewis should have won that race that day.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And I have to admit, when the safety car came out and Max was on those fresh tires and on the top of the screen and said no restart, I was a bit mad about that. Like in the moment, because in that moment to me it seemed like a bit of a joke. That the bigger joke then happened afterwards, I also know. But then they started it and the one lap shootout and Max going for that move. It was the first time I stood up watching Formula One. I had goosebumps everywhere, and I couldn't believe what was happening for at least 10 minutes.
Well, hang on a minute. You don't stand up all the time? No, I do. I never sit down. If I'm doing a commentary on a race, I always stand up.
When it comes to commentating, it's something else.
Yeah.
Like I have seen myself stand up there.
I must admit, I don't know how Ed does it. Ed sits down in the commentary, and I never get it because it's like I sat down in, where was it? I had no choice but to sit down in the commentary box in the South Africa one for Formula E. Where were we? Cape Town. There we go. I had to sit down in the Cape Town E-Prix because we were in a different commentary box as well, and I had no choice. It was very difficult. So it was literally 2 coat stands with a cover over it. That's why we put a green screen for when we deal with the commentary boxes. But I was hunched over and I felt awful, and I woke up and I had massive chest pains because I was hunched over commentating. I do not know how Ed sits down. I don't know anybody. I have to stand to do commentary.
I prefer standing. However, at the moment in my room, I don't really like. I haven't got a microphone that I could stand up whilst commentating with. Because what was it? Murray Walker used to always stand up, and his reasoning behind it is it's hard to get excited when you sat down.
That's not true. That's right.
He's right. We spoke to that chest expert as well at a dinner party once, and he said that if you sat down, your chest is sort of compressed and you can't talk properly. But if you stand up, it expands and you can project your voice more. So it's right.
Yeah. So because I used to do I used to do singing at one point, obviously when you stood up, it opens up. It opens up your lungs, and so you're able to take a bigger breath, which means that you're able to hold notes for a longer period of time than if you're sat down. Like you said, everything gets compressed, and so you can't take as large a breath as normally. And that was definitely a corner cut going into turn 1 if I ever saw one.
Can you give us a bit of Michael Bublé then?
No, I'm not going to break out into song and commentary.
Oh,
that's a disappointment. Ed says, I sit down because I've got a mic stand that only really works with me sat down. Yeah. I lean back a lot. You do actually.
Yeah, mine's on a mic stand at the moment.
I just have a headset.
I've got headsets, I've got boom mics, I've got handhelds, I've got loads of mics up here. Like a studio we've got in it. Well, it's a studio, with other things like that. The commentary box wall at the moment, that I put it on my Instagram, I don't know if you saw it, but I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages of F1 notes, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pages of IndyCar notes stuck up on the wall. Ready for the 500 and the F1 races as well. So there's a lot of info in the commentary box at the moment. It's quite pretty actually. Quite happy. It took me about an hour and a half to, I think, last night. Getting it all set up, ready.
See, I've kind of I messed up a bit in the sense that I thought the Grand Prix was going to be at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
It is.
I thought it was at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
2.
Okay. And I thought it was 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock their time, 1 o'clock our time.
Used to be, but it got changed.
Because when I
temples for some reason.
I hated it when they did that.
Yeah, really bad. It threw me off massively.
But I hated it. But then when they then changed it back to being on the hour, it then. It kind of felt weird because it was like, oh yeah, if I tune in on the hour, then I can just watch like 10 minutes of. I used to watch all the build-up, but then the thing is, I don't know. It's always the same. When they speak to drivers, they always give you the same response. How are you going to race today? Oh yeah, well the package is good. We'll see if we can make any positions up. Yada yada yada. And that's
the wall.
Savannah. It's Savannah. That's off in the wall.
P2. Well, this is 40 seconds down, and don't think he's taking off with the rear wing, so Savani got very, very lucky there through the
Yeah.
last corner. It's a fast place to crash as well. Ask Timo Glock.
Ask Charles Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton. Who else crashed there? 2019.
Hockenberg.
Yeah,
Oh,
Kimi Räikkönen. Räikkönen didn't really crash, he just rallied.
Hamilton crashed. Hamilton hit there, didn't he? Yeah, Hamilton hit there.
That special livery they had there, the white Mercedes that didn't really look at.
Oh, Carlos Sainz had a big off, but just about saved it, didn't he? If I remember.
Chris just said the next report from the Hunter Purge GT3 that has the driver as don't remember. I'm ignoring.
We have 4 drivers on the team. How can we not remember?
It's not that hard to remember 4. I'll tell you what, qualifying's on in the background on another TV monitor as well, and just sitting back and watching it as well, I quite enjoy the fact that not commentating on a session, I realise how boring they actually look.
Yes.
I never get it. It was like you can never watch. I think Formula One is something you can never watch back. Oh, hello.
Fastest lap in LMP2. And
Yeah.
there's a guy off track.
Oh,
A Hunter Birch car,
hello.
but it's the 486.
And there's another Hunter Birch car in the back. I tell you, there are 7 of them on this track.
Ah, no,
We're
it's
just-
the
we are
485
GT3.
is going on. The 486 is driving there, so
We are GT3. That's it. We've brought out the entirety of GT3.
yeah.
But yeah,
That's why I escaped into LMP2.
I think Formula One is one of the sports that you can never watch back because you can watch highlights, but the actual atmosphere, it's like there is a Sky's tagline works. It only happens once. You get that feeling, and then watching it back, it's like, it's not really invested. So I don't think Channel 4's highlights work as well.
Oh, he's off.
Yeah, coming back on down the back straight away, he's gone off as well. Whereas,
I think if you go back and watch some of the classics, I can still watch it and get excited at it. But if it's just your average race, then I'm a bit.
yeah, it's like why bother watching it again? Yeah.
Like we in Germany, we have a Sky Sports F1 channel since 2021, and they sometimes have reruns of modern races, and they also had like Hockenheim 2019 and Imola 2020 was a boring race.
Yeah, it was dull.
But watching it live, it was different because you had the storyline of Paris on the softs after the safety car and stuff like that. But watching it, like rewatching it, not even remembering what happened in there, just boring.
I did find it interesting during the during the winter break. The Sky F1 was showing. I think each day it was like 5 for 5 or something. Where it was like I think they were doing like during one period they were doing like 5 best races of each season, and then they were doing 5 best races of each Grand Prix that's on the calendar, sort of thing. And obviously, when I tuned in, of course, it was Germany with Vettel going off out the lead, and it's
2018.
still hurts now watching it.
Yes.
I remember commentating on that, and I saw the yellow flag on the timing screen, looked up, and Vettel was in the wall.
But you know what, guys? I think Vettel wouldn't have won it anyways.
No, Hamilton was
Ferrari at the end of the season, where they just, I don't know what they did to the car, but it was just bad.
oil burn, couldn't use it.
But that was 2019.
They did it in 18 as well. They got
Really?
they oil burned in 2018 as well, but got told by the FIA just turn it down a little bit in the second half of the season, and they said okay, we won't do it anymore. And then in 2019 they lied and said okay, we're doing it, but you can't prove that we're doing it. And then after the year was over, they proved they did it, and they went oops, sorry, season's over now. What do you want to do? But that's the point. Ferrari cheated and still couldn't beat Mercedes, which I found hilarious.
Well, if you're Mercedes and you have a problem here, take some money. Then
Yeah,
that's the problem they have right now. They can't just throw money at the problem and develop some solution. They need to be within the budget cap, and it shows a bit.
Ryan, after you watch qualifying, text me because I want to know your thoughts on that
Yeah,
race, that quality.
I will, and I think now it's 9 minutes past 6. I think I was supposed to be gone at 5, so I think I think now is about time. My stomach is rumbling, and I do indeed fancy watching some Formula One. So I think now's the time for me to sign off and say, well, I hope the rest of the race has as much fruit and goodness as the first 4 hours, because we've had a lot of chaos and carnage and action in that. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not it all ends the way it is now, because I don't think it will.
No, it's going to change, isn't it? Massively. We're going to see a big switch there to the 290 as well, with Bins coming out of turn 1.
Indeed. So it was great being on, and I will see you guys next time.
See you soon.
See ya.
See ya. No, it's just us two,
It is. We've got a lot to talk about over this race.
I guess.
Suppose I don't know what Ed's on camera's about.
Well, maybe we could talk about the elephant in the room of this race.
Yes, go on.
Why are the LMH cars so impatient to lap?
I know.
They
It's
are
really-
like, I'm in the LMP2 and I say that. Like, I'm a part of the problem, okay? I've done my stupid shit during the race already. I'm part of the problem, so I
It's-
don't want to
it's
take
weird.
myself out of it. Okay? But I've seen some of the LMH cars doing kamikaze moves into corners where I would never dare to do any move. And
It is getting a bit strange, isn't it? These LMPs, just waiting and just barging through. And the GT3 can't get out of the way because it's a one line through Hockenheim, and they can't jump out the way that quickly.
And they don't even have to jump out of the way. GT3 or the slower car stays on the line and the faster car goes around it. And it works fine on all the straights. In the last sector it doesn't. And then don't try it in the last sector. I've myself lost a ton of seconds in the last sector with a GT3 car in front of me. But what am I supposed to do? Kill the GT3 car?
Yeah, exactly. You can't do anything. can you?
It doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Flying through once again in the back sector. This is it, because the stadium sector tightens up so much. It's and Alex Skinner going off the track as well in the 390. Oh, and Yilmaz for Sunset Motorsport in the pits, running P5. P8 at the moment as well. We've got Winderer in there too. Oh, a little bit of a touch further back. Yeah, the last sector here, it's the original circuit, isn't it? So it's considerably tighter compared to the rest of the track.
Well, it's okay to race through there, and you can go around the outside of the stadium corner there, but only if you are already alongside coming into there. It's not like in Abu Dhabi where you have a ton of space and a lot of corners to go around the outside of the corners.
Windrest just had a problem in the pit stops as well. He had to wait for the other car to get out, so it held him up a little bit there, unfortunately. So he only just now started the fuel run.
It looks like everything is going into the way of our number 72 car.
Yeah, finally, Tom Dillon's running really up there, isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying great. When I got into the car, I was slow, but I was able to keep the track position because the other cars seem to like driving rallycross a bit more than actual on the track.
One thing I'm finding weird is, we've always said this as well, but you refer to drivers' last names, don't you, as well? So saying Dylan in third position, it's Tom. It's one of our guitar commentary partner. It's our friend. It's Tom. But you can always say Dylan. He's in third position, 29 seconds off the second place run of Arshad as well in second position. And here's Nick Homewood, another friend of ours. But you've got Homewood.
Nick.
Hello, Nick. 444 squad for Final One Motorsport. Here's our team, James Juba. The GT3 for Hunter Birch Simulation.
Well, if you think about it, that car has a different lineup than it had last time.
It does.
Like Ryan. Oh,
GT car on top of there.
no, there was I think the 72
Ellen.
standing in the last one. Oh no.
That's the one. Oh, it's Dylan. No, no, no. Oh, that was my fault. Tom.
God damn it. Let's not talk about the car again.
I think he was complaining actually about his setup. He told me this on one of the commentaries we did. His new setup, his racing setup, it's got like a padded race seat, and every now and then he finds it a bit difficult and uncomfortable. So maybe the wheel disconnected.
I thought for a second you meant the setup on the car itself, because that one is quite well done, I have to say. Thanks to our good friend Elisio Neto.
Oh, hello. That's a DNF for Pascal Eggert. What?
Oh,
Pascal Eggert is apparently out of the race.
it is already removed.
So what has happened here? As Winter's in the pit lane, but the final Von Motorsport that was running in third has stopped, and now Dylan in the 72 has gone up into P3, sorry.
Perfect.
Well, that's a shame. Let's hope it's a disconnect and they get back in quickly.
What has happened to the number 2 car, by the way? It's still in the pits.
Yeah, that is true. So is Winter having a problem that we don't know about? Look, there they are, look. A lot of work going on there.
Maybe they are repairing the car or
Yeah.
something.
Steering wheel looks a bit bent there.
Well, I hope Tom doesn't need to pit now, because you see the orange and white Mercedes there?
Yeah.
That's our pit stall.
Oh, are we coming in?
Not,
No.
I hope not.
It's the number 11 tracks. It's the track
there he is.
SVR team.
What is going on there?
It's
Heavy car.
chaotic. Pit lanes, Gabriel Yilmaz in there for Aztec Racing Falcon in the 490, the pit lane 2. Roy Tom there too.
In the pits. That's a shame for the number 2 car.
I'm worried about Pascal if he's out of the race completely, or it's a disconnect. I'm sure Ed's going to tell us in the com chat. We'll have a look at it.
I will. Ed is. Oh, he's there.
Oh, and that's Luke Becks in the final Von Motorsport 137, running 4th in the hypercar class, spinning out the last corner. Gets it 360 and away he goes again, but that's a little touch he didn't want to have. 17 laps so far in this stint for Tom Dillon, Ed says.
Well, after Tom's stint.
Oh, and that's Norbert Precker off the track.
And another Hunter Birch car.
Yeah. Hello, we're everywhere, aren't we?
Yeah, seems like it, but it's the 486. It's the blue one.
Yes, it is.
One is more blue and one is more green.
Pascal gets back in the pit lane, so it was a desync. He's coming back.
Penalty for the number 36 car.
Running down in 7th position in GT3. Oi! And that's Alex Skinner going off 3rd in class. Oh, look at that. Juba's coming in. This is for position.
Yeah,
For the 485.
Podium
Come
for the
on.
485 would be something.
Don't think we're going to get through. We'll keep an eye on that then. Closest spot on the track right now.
Like, seriously, our 3 cars are battling some mighty adversity in this race. I've seen Elite Neto crashed at the start of, like, after the second start. Like, Tom Dillon lost a lap to some problems with his rig. And look where he's
Yeah, I'm
running.
surprised. Yeah, up to 3rd. I'm not surprised. He was having issues. Oh, and Alex Skinner goes a little bit wide. James Juba going to try and get the cut back through the parabolica. Come on,
He's getting a
James.
run.
Got him
Going
on
to
the
the left side.
inside. Yeah, outside into the braking zone. Come on, James.
He can pull in front a bit. This might work out.
Late on the brakes. Gonna have the inside. He's Alex
Oh.
Skinner. Juba's gonna send it wide. Tries to cut back. Gets it through the hairpin. Down towards the Mercedes corner.
Power
No.
down. Oh. Seems like traction control kicked in there.
Yeah.
Saved. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to a meeting with our good friend Barry.
Skinner tried hard there. Lost out, unfortunately.
Man, that was exciting.
It was a little bit of excitement in the race. Often we get side-by-side drama in EERC. Usually it's more the endurance stuff we get into. But yeah, 40 minutes left. Ed says he might be back on at 7. That's good. That's when I need to leave. Well, we'll be together at the end as well. I think I'm in 9 till 10:30.
Well,
If the race is still scheduled to end at 10:30, I think it is. No, race ends at 10. Oh
Something
wow!
like well, count me in for that as well.
Brilliant, come in.
Because I'll drive not the last part of the race, but the second to last part of the race. So for the end of the race, I'll be here. I
Well,
guess.
actually, I'm 7 or to 8. I can't actually remember on the chat. I need to go find where my stints are, which is going back a bit where Tom put the message in as well. Well, here we are. Oh yeah, 5:30 till 7, 9 till 10:30. That's what I mean. So the last hour.
Yeah. I'll be there.
Here we go again though, because Skinner's under pressure. James Juber was trying to go around the outside once again in towards the hairpin. They were side by side coming to the parabolic, and there's a LMPH right behind them as well, but he's going to have to get through on his own because Juber! Big snap of oversteer and loses out on the chance. No.
It's a difficult move to pull off with those cars. Because you can't get the power down. You just can't.
LMP getting through
Oh,
cleanly.
he's spinning!
Yep, spin up! Oh, Juber exited the Mercedes corner.
Man, I can see why he did that.
Yeah. So how many seconds is he back now? Where is he? 4 seconds he lost there to Skinner.
1.5 seconds.
And a possible
Yeah.
podium.
Yeah, but
Still 3 hours to go.
I was about to say, we have quite a lot of time still.
Plenty of time to get back in and on the action.
Well,
Apparently Juber has been on those tyres for 39 laps, according to Ed.
there's no one telling me what my screen is.
I'm not sure. What you got? Oh, and Juber's in the pits. Juber pits. Thought he might do. Ed told us 39 laps.
Yeah. Appropriate time. Those GT3 cars can go way longer than the LMP2 cars, I noticed.
Yeah, pushing them mad, aren't they?
Like the Aston GT3 has 115 liters of fuel and the Orica has 75. Oh, look at where he positioned the car.
Oh, Antonio's Papadopoulos is doing fantastically well in the pit lane then. Leader of the GT3 is in.
Number 46 is also in.
And that is coming in with Arshad as well for the 46 squad in the pits. So still a long time remaining in this race.
490 running his laps.
Oh, and
And-
Gabriel Jonas.
But the LMP2 car in front of him went off as well, so...
Yeah. Sending it
Ah,
wide
man,
there.
This can happen so quickly when you drive behind a car and they take a alternative line, to say it the least.
Yeah.
You just drive behind it and be like, oh man, that's the line! And then you end up going into the gravel with them. Happens so quickly.
It's almost terrifying, isn't it?
Like, you quickly, for a second, forget everything you did in terms of practice, in terms of experience you have, and you just drive behind that guy like an idiot. Just happens so quickly. Don't know how often I've done that.
I can imagine it's a lot. I've done things like that before as well. It's quite hard to keep things intact.
And Willem Petunian now?
Getting quite hot in this commercial box now. As I swing through. So, leading is Savannah is into the pits too in the number 1. So Juber's left the pit lane as well, down into 5th position at the moment. Penalty for Juber. Oh no!
Oh.
Gotta be speeding in the pit lane, right? Oh. So Juber in trouble, and we lose it on him. And that's served at the next pit lane, presumably. Pit stop opportunity. Which could be in around about 39 laps. All side by side as Alex Skinner battles for 2nd position in GT3. As well, yeah, that can't be with 2nd position. Who are we battling with here? It's Skinner battling as the timing screen frozen, because that is Cortez.
Yeah?
Yeah, timing screen's frozen. That is Skinner battling with Cortez.
And that's the 162, yeah?
Yep, so the timing screen is glitched for showing in the pit lane. He's not.
Wait,
So-
how did the 46 lose 3 seconds to it?
Not sure. That's a very quick. That's a quick change, isn't it? Here's the timings back up. Yep, Cortez. And closing in for Skinner. 2 turns between. Skinner going on the grass. Onto the gravel. Can't seem to find the smooth move between them as they swing back around into the stadium sector. Again, look to the inside, didn't he?
Oh, Tony Hawk the curb. Oh, damn! What a save. I probably would have lost that car.
Mega saving techniques.
Drifting.
They're available post and Toys R Us. Some really great stuff there. Cortez just put Skinner has been out those tyres for. Cortez just pitted. Skinner's been out those tyres for 6 laps. Thought so. Yellow sector 2. That's in this section coming through Parabolica. So what's happened that we haven't seen? Gone green now. Oh, Sellers in the pit lane. Bradley Sellers pits.
Oh, but that can't be a reason for a yellow flag. Yellow
Back in. So who's going slow? That's causing the automatic yellows. Can't see anybody on the monitors to give us that indication.
Maybe it's just our factor 2 being our factor 2.
I think it must be. Alex getting lapped by the LMP H and 2 fields. And he's not. He's keeping on his racing line. It's up to everybody else to move out of the way. To get past, as you said earlier. As well, Thomas. They fly through. And it's a driver change for the 73 squad. Ellis has taken over. Hasn't going to come out yet, has he? Pressing the button. The guard, everything's just going a bit slow today, isn't it? It's like it needs a kick to restart. There's Tom Dillon now, P2 in LMP2, has passed the 48.
The 72 P2 in LMP2.
No, it's got a nice ring. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we're going to see some good moves here.
The flag again.
Yep. Just get activated. Oh, that's why the spinner in the background.
And the bagger is also there. Yeah?
Who was that then? I think it was an NMP 2. Oh, and that's Norbert Precker. 7th in LMPH. Gone for a little 360 down at the hairpin.
This car seems to have some oil on its back tire or something.
Yeah. There's Baran. Oh, and that's Jay Munier getting off in the TWR squad at Parabolica. I'm going to have to find some times in. So, 31 minutes to go. In my stint, 3 hours, 31 minutes to go, I mean. We're seeing Baran now just scraping. A lot of drivers taking the track limits there. I'm surprised there hasn't been a lot from race control on that.
Well, the game doesn't give you a penalty if you go... Like, you can go on the curbs, and if you go any further than the curbs, you'll end up in the gravel trap anyway, so... It's a
White
high-risk
line.
thing,
Yeah.
and either you end up in the gravel trap or you manage to completely gain time. You don't really gain much time from going over there. Doesn't really change anything.
Just keeping it pushed, I suppose. There's Oscar Evans. Oscar Evers Janssen as well, leading the GT3 squad right now in the 159. We're watching on our TV pictures.
They were seriously quick in the last race, but they had the Mercedes.
Yeah, now they're in the Ferrari, aren't they? Oh, Tom Dillon pits.
I think this might be the time for the driver's swap.
Yeah, I think then he's coming back up to the box, isn't he? After some food, I think. Just take a look at the commentary chart.
And a car bended.
Oh, Birkenhouse as well. Spinning off the circuit. Okay, who's on? Okay, let's take a look at the chat here. So from 7 until... Oh, Richie's on. Oh, okay. So it's Ed and Richie on together. Yeah. Because I've taken over from 5:30 onwards. Yeah. So it's Richie that's going to be here. Nathan Richards alongside Ed. Oh, that's going to be an interesting combo. My two co-commentators. Ed on Formula E, and then, of course, we work together on other esports areas. And then Richie, who's my commentary partner at PSGL as well. And other leagues called CTC here as well. So that's going to be fun.
I should get into contact with you all the guys way more.
Get in our Discord. I'll send you the link after we're finished here. Get in and come join the commentary box for some sessions as well during the thing. It'll be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Everybody's welcome.
So I have to admit, I started this whole sim racing stuff because of sim racing, and then I somehow got into commentating.
Yeah.
And because the league at the time they couldn't find anyone, and then I was like, yeah, okay, I'm not driving those cars anyways, so I'll commentate those races. And then I found out that commentating races is sometimes actually more fun than driving.
Yeah.
I love both parts of it, but it's great.
I love it. Those that can do, those that can't talk about it. That's only. I can do go-karting. I can do sim racing. Like you as well. So we can do things in this area, but it's always more fun to talk about it. I think because you get to see everything. Although what I wouldn't give to get behind the wheel of a go-kart again, and I haven't done that in a couple of months now. In fact, I think it's been 6 months. So yeah. When was October? Yeah, October actually. So maybe 7. But I want to get in. I want to get behind the wheel of a car. I want to do some racing. I suppose I'm out of practice. It comes back incredibly quickly though. The races are. Need to go faster, the feeling you get as well on a go-kart when you just push the accelerator and think as well, can I take that corner flat out, do I dare? Then you just do it without thinking,
and then you go flat through that corner, and then there's somehow a guy that's quicker than you, and
yeah,
both goes flat through the same corner, and he's just so much quicker.
Yeah.
And then you think like,
how?
What?
Then you realise you've got to literally pin it the entire way round.
Yeah.
And then there's always, when you do that, there's always someone who's going so slow and hold you up.
Like at my local car track, it's in Wackersdorf, where the World Karting.
Oh wow, that was
And I've never driven the outside course, sadly.
The inside one.
What is the? Probably the penalty.
Yeah.
But I've driven the inside course, and it's. I don't get how people can be so quick. What are they doing? And a big reason behind it is like you have like, I don't know, 7 horsepower or something.
Yeah.
What do you think 10, 20, 30 kilograms of weight has an impact on that?
I tell you what, we got done really dirty actually last time we went go-karting because it was an indoor track, but it was freshly laid. It was a brand new track. Just opened that day, and we all decided, well, let's go. So I gave up commentating on a practice session of Formula 1 because you would for racing. So it's a brand new track, local to us. We thought indoor. Thought, okay, let's go. And I was expecting, I was expecting a polished floor, all that lot, and slipping and sliding, no real grip. No, when I got there, tarmacked floor, so proper tar. So fresh tar, no grip on it. And brand new electric carts.
I would have the fun of my life with it.
I was in heaven, and we were the third group out on the track, so there was hardly any grip on it at all, if any. And I loved it. And literally, there was a competition on that day to see who could set the fastest time. Oh, hang on, spin out for the 777 squad. P10 and then P2 coming out into the Parabolica area. Continues on, but yeah, so. Back to the chat. So it was a brand new track, and we were third out. You had 30 minutes, and all go for it. So the track had an hour of running on it constantly, but there was no grip. It was not giving anything back. So I got in the car, and of course, they wait to release the full power to you until everyone's out the pit lane. So I'm going uphill, and all of a sudden we get full power. And you know, going uphill, suddenly changing power, it's not a good idea because you're bogged down. And my friend is behind me, just exited the corner before the hill, got the full power to go up the hill. So he overtook me, and I was really furious because I couldn't catch up because he had that advantage straight away. But I know that I must have been catching the back of him, not the front of him. If you know what I mean. So I must have gone up to the back of him.
Major news, penalty for the leading GT3 car.
Oh wow!
This gave us Janssen. Just saw it on the screen. Major race implications for that car.
That's going to put the 162 in the lead of the racing, isn't it?
I sure think so. And it might throw them down to... Well, I think they will be in front of Sanders after the penalty, but you never know.
The things you don't want to see when doing the race is a penalty for you flash up on the screen. Unbelievable stuff for Oscar Everest Janssen as well for the Barbara and I Sim Sports team of the 159 squad.
But like my guess is probably for track cuts. Because for some reason, you go a little bit wide in turn 1. You don't even gain time limit. I looked on my delta time when I went wide and got off track penalty. I didn't even gain time from that. And I got 1.5 points from that little bit going outside. And 5 points are allowed. And RF2 moment, I guess.
Here he is.
Yeah.
Janssen into the pits.
Oh, mighty moment.
So he'll take over there as well.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Tom.
Tom Dylan.
I've come to relieve you of your duties, Thomas. Go and help Alex if you could, please.
Certainly will.
Thank you very much.
What to do what my boss tells me. Great job out there, Tom. Getting the car where it is now. I think, I don't want to jinx anything, but I think this might just be where we finish.
Oh, I hope so too. Thank you very much, Thomas, for joining us.
Thanks, Thomas.
You too.
Well, I'll see you guys later after my second stint.
Oh, spin up.
Yes, there was a spinner. That was the final von. Oh, it wasn't. It was the logistical nightmare. Hello, Josh.
All right, Thomas. Hello. Hello, Tom. I'm doing very well. How are you?
Oh, I forgot how draining summer races were.
Oh god, yeah, the heat. I couldn't imagine for
The
you in
heat
that.
is
Yeah. I'm literally sat in the commentary box with the light off, so because it's just with the light on, it's so hot. I had to have the door open. I was dying in the Monaco qualifying session.
Yeah, I won't lie when I say that I'm actually sweating. It was that bad. that stint, but no, I enjoyed it, and not to toot my own horn, I think we've done quite well. I mean,
You have.
starting from the pit lane, 2 laps down effectively from the LMP2 field, and up to 3rd. I mean,
What happened with your sim rig then?
well, I haven't told the lads this yet, but I didn't plug it in.
Oh. Okay. Okay. We were wondering.
So Parsec has a problem where if you have your sim rig open, it just recognises button presses and messes up. So I unplugged it to go and sort the stream. It's such a rush that then I come back and realise, oh no, I hadn't plugged it in. So,
I've done that before, to be fair. Yeah.
So there we go, and that set me off, and that was me out. Well, obviously we recovered quite nicely, myself and Thomas. Now Alex is in the car, and looks like he's doing okay as well.
P3 at the moment, 72. Could do it.
Yeah, I mean, first podium since Spa, basically.
Come on, that's been brilliant. Brilliant. See if we can do it. Well, I suppose we're only on for 20 minutes because, well, you're on for 20 minutes because I think Ed's going to be back with Richie. So that'll be
Yes,
fun.
I am. I don't know whether Richie said he might not be able to make it. He'll let me know. They didn't let me know.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, that happened with me this morning with practice 3. He said, I'm not going to make it. So we brought Omi in, and then all of a sudden, Richie turned up to the commentary box at 11:30.
We'll assume he's
There's another spinner.
It was. Wasn't sure who it was.
Look, Black LMH to me. We'll check with that in a second. But yeah, fun day. Missed you in the boxes actually. Would have liked to have you in that qualifying session that we had. It was quite fun, that one.
Yeah, well, I would have liked to be there. I quite enjoyed watching it on the television after my stint. I only got again with Q2, but do you know? I do want to stress this to people watching who aren't doing this, particularly in my setting, in what is essentially essentially garage. And it's like you do a 2-hour stint. I mean, I've been in a t-shirt. I mean, I had to change t-shirt after my first. It's just that horrible.
I'm very much not looking forward to when it's actually the summer because we've soundproofed the garage now, and I was dying in low heat in here, and I'm very much now not looking forward to the summer. I think I might have to commentate literally just shorts and just not have the commentary box camera on. I just have to do that.
I'm putting the sim rig in the garden, I think, for a lot.
To be honest with you, I did actually look outside and think, oh, should I do something outside today? It looks so nice. It's fresher there. So yeah. I'll tell you what though, I'm going to call Adrian Newey and ask can he rig up some air conditioning for us as well with some pipes and that lot and just cut a hole in the roof. Could that be done? Could we get an air... It's a thin roof. It's not made of brick, the roof here. It's just got... It's wood and some stone covers, so... I presume we could get an aircon in here. That'd be quite fun.
Chris said if Le Mans is hot, it's going to suck. It will. I mean... to be fair, I'm quite lucky. Not to flex, because to be honest with you, I'm quite embarrassed that I wasted so much money on. But I've finally switched to a direct drive wheel rather than a Thrustmaster, so there isn't at least heat from the wheel now. I need to remember.
Yes.
Because a direct drive wheel is very well ventilated. I have to say, it's made me so much faster. I mean, my pace today is probably the best pace I've had.
Podium.
Podium pace. Probably the best pace I've had in ERC for a very long time. So I think it's a cheat code personally. I heard all the direct drive people telling you like, oh my word, direct drive doesn't make you faster. I think it does. I think it does.
What about the seat? Yeah, what about the seat?
Because
your seat's really weird, isn't it? It's like a beach one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a play seat challenge. It's essentially a 200 deck chair, which is a waste of money. But you know, it works. It might have got me an ERC podium, so I can't really complain.
Yeah, but doesn't that with you sweating as well? Doesn't that start to stick? So it really
it's a nice material. It's
it's good.
It's a good material.
I used to have a deck chair as a chair in my room before swivel chairs. It was an England one we got from the beach in Ingham. Where did that end up? It's still okay. I liked that chair. I miss that chair. It's a good little chair. I used to have a blow-up one as well. That was fun.
There has just been a penalty.
Oh, not again.
It wasn't a penalty applied by the stewards. It is actually a penalty applied to Skinner here, Alex Skinner, going through into, well, he's in P4 at the moment, looking at Colin Sanders in 11th, 25 seconds behind. And, well, Alex, on his return to the series, is he done last race, or was this his first one?
I don't think Alex was doing the last one, was he, in Abu Dhabi? He had it off.
Yeah, so his return to the series, let's say, and he's got himself a penalty. I can only assume for track minutes.
Tell you one thing though, when's the next EERC race?
Le Mans, 1st of July.
Of course, it would be the 1st of July.
Spend a bit there, thank you very much.
Austrian Grand Prix weekend, sprint weekend as well.
Oh dear, and Spa 24-hour weekend.
Oh yeah, that's it. God, we're getting busy. Is Le Mans 12 or 24 hour?
24.
Oh god.
Well, technically it's not the Le Mans 24 hours, it's the EERC 24 Le Mans for abundance of caution, licensing issues.
Ah, of course. Yes. So it's the EERC Le Mans 24 hours Le Mans, yeah.
The EERC 24 at Le Mans.
Thank you.
Is the official name I've been running with? I
Yeah.
don't know. I think Chris is called Le Mans 24 hours. But
At least we'll have practice doing the actual Le Mans commentary. That's going to be fun.
well, we will, because it's afterwards, isn't it? So we'll have actual Le Mans.
I'll still probably be sleep deprived because it's literally just 49 hours or something of not sleeping. Eyes on stalks and that. Literally, I'm not doing this mistake I did in previous years where I'll agree to do the Grid Network show Because that takes like 1 a.m. in the morning. As soon as I'm done, I'm done. Now that we've got a bigger panel this year, that's it, we're done.
Yes, well, I guarantee me and you will still end up being on the night skip.
Oh yeah, you probably will be. Definitely will be.
Apart from a karting race on Sunday that I can't miss, unfortunately, I've cleared the weekend. So
Which Le Mans?
a proper Le Mans.
Proper Le Mans. Sounds fun. Well, we probably will be us on the night shift. I've got the coffee. Do you know, just talking about that movie, it's just made me feel really sick and tired. It's like I've just done it. It's like, you know, when your mind goes back there, it just like, it flashes to the pain you feel. It's like, yeah,
Luke,
I can just feel it.
Luke Mitchell's either really annoyed or really happy to see me. Hello, Luke. Nice to see you in the YouTube chat.
Hello, Luke. Yeah, I can imagine. Probably annoyed.
Please, Josh.
Well, to be fair, Tom has got this amazing ability to join the commentary box just after I've done having a go at him.
Go at me. I've driven superbly. I mean, this is the
No,
only
no,
school
not
I've
that.
had.
No, what about when you're in the commentary box for a session and I've got to set the cameras up to you by pressing a button?
I joined quite late, don't I?
You literally join as the music is going on, and what you can't hear is me going, "Oh, for Pete's sake, for F this, F that." And I was like to do all this, and then there was one time in Australia in the morning session in the Grand Prix actually, we were due on air, and I said, "Tom won't be here until the lights go."
Yes, I saw. Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
Them. Yeah.
And then, bing, and he comes. I was like, "Oh, right, as we say it." It turns up.
It's. I can honestly tell you, it's totally my fault. I am terrible. I am terrible at getting up in the morning. Oh, we've got a battle. This is for
Hey!
position. Here goes Nathan Windryer. Down the inside he goes in that 66. Oh, he's got deep into the hairpin. Has to go off onto the grass, and that is going to allow, by the looks of things. Oh, actually, I've got them mixed up for a moment. It was Boton's Burkina trying to make the move and not able to do so. The 66 isn't through. It is the number 2 into 6th position. But yeah, I'm terrible at getting up in the morning. So you put me on a session at like 7 o'clock. You guarantee I will be lying in bed until 10 to. And then by the time I've gone and had a coffee, it's not my coffee. Suddenly it's 5 to. And how much time as you think? It's horrendous.
I feel that. That's why my PC just gets left on over the weekend now because I would never make it to the commentary box an hour early to switch it on. So I just leave it on because I leave it doing something. So at least it's doing something for me. Like I transfer files to OneDrive and all that lot. Something like that. Like the really big ones that like 83 gig. You just shove it on upload.
It says, but Tom, the mic is very quiet. Thank you very much for telling me.
I'm always on something like that.
Going to Parsec and sort that one out. Hopefully this fixed it. Go into here and then turn myself up to 200. That should fix it. Hopefully, I'm now not making everyone's ears bleed from the sound of my voice.
You sound alright on Discord.
Yeah,
Right.
I know it's weird. It's compared to the thing.
Yeah, I've actually got you on a preset setting on Discord though, and it transfers servers and all that. I've got everyone on it after Josh T, blaring, deafening us all in the commentary when he joins in.
Just quickly listening. There we go. That sounds okay. Awesome.
We've got through as well for Beckenayas going through. He's passed up into 6th position finally, into P6. Ed's pointing this out to us. Thank you, Ed.
Oh, I'm enjoying this little 10 minutes before I go and try and find some dinner because I tell you now, the headache as well. I had a massive bottle of water with me for my stint, and it still gives you a headache.
I haven't eaten or stopped since Formula 2, certainly. Maybe Formula. Actually, no, maybe FP3 this morning. And tomorrow's a real big one. It is so long. It is. Ed says, I've got the same problem, Tom. Hopefully dinner will be soon. Well, this is going to be interesting when all the commentators are leaving for food.
I can stay on.
No, Tom. Because mine's pre-made. Not pre-made, family same time. So it's being made now by people that aren't me. That's what I mean. I'm not making it.
Yes, well, 3:10 to go in this this race. Do you know? I don't want to be. I don't want to be too biased, though it's quite difficult when you realise how torrid of a time really game I've had for 2 years now. But I am. I wanted to go away, you know, and watch the cricket, and I don't know if I can, because it's like watching Alex Cochrane in third position at the moment. It's like I don't know if I want to dare watch that, come back and see Alex is wherever Alex is. I mean, it would be terrifying.
Okay.
I trust him, I do.
But isn't Thomas doing the voiceover? He's
there helping.
Yeah,
yes.
he's there helping in the stewardess in the name's got off the tip of my tongue now. Race engineer mode.
Yes, and a very good race engineer as well. He was giving me spotters, and I had to remind him that I do have crew chief in my ear that was giving me the same information, just quicker. And I got the message. Yeah, very helpful though. I mean, if I didn't have crew
chief is the you got a car outside, isn't it? That lot.
Yeah, crew chief is amazing.
Yeah, that's one of my favourites. Spinner.
No.
One of the LMPs.
Yeah, it's the hypercar, isn't it? I think it looked like it could be Precker, but
probably is Precker. He's had a horrible race, isn't he? In that 30.
He has.
50 car. I'm just having a think as well about the racing jet. Do you know what I miss more? I don't miss R Factor 2. I miss R Factor 1. Those tracks.
I miss R Factor 1. I think everyone misses R Factor 1.
Yeah. A Serbo or whatever it was. That track, Sedan, whatever it is. That little street circuit. That's the one.
Heights, I think it is.
That's the one. Oh my god, did I love that track. It was my favourite. I loved it. It was little. Do you know what I'm going to do? I found the disc recently, and I know that my PC doesn't have a disc drive because it's a basic one. But I'm going to get a disc drive, and I'm going to install after. That's it. I'm sure you can find some website where you can download R Factor for PC.
Now, not that I am encouraging it, but yes.
Oh, go on.
I'm when we used to race R Factor 1, it's a sort of league thing. I think I was the only person who had actually bought the game. It was you can buy it on Steam as well, still 25 quid though, but
yeah,
you know, when I got my commentary started on R Factor 1.
Yeah.
With Jeffrey actually, who's in chat. He was
really?
my first ever co-commentator.
Well, I really love R Factor 1 because it brings back so many memories for me in early 2000, 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, all that lot, and 10 and 11 as well, of literally just playing the game for hours and hours and hours and hours at loads of different venues. Feeling down, play the game. Want to play online with the computer games, play the games. And it was something special. I always got moaned at and say, "Oh, you're slowing down the computer. Oh, it's breaking the computer." I was like, "Do you realise it's not actually doing a thing to the computer? It's just a game. It's not doing a thing to it as well." So I miss it. I really do. It was out in the Doctor Who Adventure games as well. That used to be out, and I've downloaded those recently. Found those a couple of years ago. Put them on the PC, and everyone is loving it. The Simpsons Hit and Run as well. Another game I love playing. Got that on the PC now as well, and. Just memories of I've got all my childhood games sort of locked in about where they want to be, all my favourites.
Factor 1 is £18 at the moment on Steam. Now, Jeffrey says in the chat it's okay to pirate abandonware. I don't think R Factor 1's abandonware because it's still for sale.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for sale, then I'd agree. But as well, Chris says you can download it from the Internet Archive. They're amazing. History coursework has been 10 times easier with the Internet Archive's support.
Chris, send me the link, please. In Discord, send me the link. Oh, there you go. He pinged. Ha ha! Brilliant. I said it. He's already done it. Ha ha! Brilliant. I know what I'm doing. He sent me the entire link.
I've also known when we did as a little bit of fun after the previous. I forget what it was. Someone had invited me along. Someone who was an old. We used to do our Factor 1 leagues and said, "Look, we're running this 6 hours at Daytona, and we need a commentator for it. We're only doing it for a bit of fun. It's like a little bit of nostalgia." So I went along and I solo commentated that race.
Oh, really?
And, yeah, it was only a couple of months ago actually. I think maybe January, February time, and I solo commentated. But I should have done. I think it was a busy weekend actually. But did
Was it a Formula E?
there was something going on. I can't remember what it was now, But I'll go check. But yeah, and I remember downloading the mod pack, and the mod pack was literally the game.
I just put, Chris, I love you in the private chat, and he says, modern problems require modern solutions. GIF.
12th of February, 800 views we got. I mean, that's quite impressive.
Do you know what I'm going to be doing in the next... I'm supposed to be doing a voiceover, but do you know what I'm going to do in the next hour? I'm going to bring my food into the box. I'm going to download R Factor and give it the play. They come back to you. Oi, up! That's going to be contact! Oh! Jason Pitts just avoided certain death. Brilliant.
He did, and that's clever stuff from him. And well, with every passing moment, I'm even much more pleased that either auto control or Ed, depending on who is in control of the cameras right now, isn't switching to my own car. But looks like leader is into the pits. I think that's an overlay issue because he might have been in the pits for 18 minutes.
I've been informed I will be leaving in 5 minutes. So Ed, if you or Tom, whoever's staying in. Chris, you might have to come in and help for a few minutes.
Yeah. I'm gonna go tag Richie, ask him if he's on his way.
Yeah.
Ed is leaving to eat dinner right now. Okay, we'll give him a minute.
Tell you what though, Chris, you'll have to. So what was it? You can download the .iso from the Internet Archive. Supply your key, and it's the same. The product key is the bit with value. What?
So yeah, so basically the ISO is useless if you don't have your key.
Which key do I need?
The key that's on the box, I would suspect.
It's
like the old Football Manager games when you buy the disc, but then the disc would just be a Steam key. So
I think
useless.
I think I've got the case. I know where the case is actually. Yeah, I've got the disc and the case. So yeah, I've got it. Oh, that'll be good.
Alternatively, now the moral question: is it immoral to download something from a sort of dodgy source?
No.
If you know you own the game, you just can't find it.
Exactly. You've got the game. And to be honest with you, do you want to know a little secret?
Okay, go on.
I never bought the game in the first place.
Oh, was it a gift?
No. Nobody paid for it. My brother bought a laptop in 2006 and was gifted a copy, 2 games, Lara Croft Tomb Raider and The Edge of Darkness and R Factor. And he was a real, stickler at the time. He wouldn't give me the game. He wouldn't give me R Factor, which is weird because he didn't play it, so he wouldn't give me it. So, but it was this person's last day at PC World. It was his last day there, and he very kindly gave me a copy of the game for free. So I always remember that. It was a very nice gentleman gave me the copy of the game, and I was so happy. And I was really annoyed at my brother because he didn't give me the copy of the game, and I don't know why. He doesn't play racing games. He doesn't do it. I don't know why he didn't let me give me the game. Go on.
Chris said you're allowed a personal backup by law, so this is a personal backup. I think that.
Yeah, this is my personal backup. Yeah.
I don't think Oh dear, the 485 or 486, one of the Hunter Birch cars is very, very slow indeed, and as we see the train of cars here. Oh my word! That's a hypercar into the wall. I think there might have been contact there. It was, I think.
Is it orange?
Yeah, it was the I forget the name of that car now, but.
Well, Final Von, was it? It was the other one. It's
Yes, something Lunar. No, not Luffield Lunatic. Long gone.
Not Luffield.
It's something along those lines.
Either way into the wall.
This is what happens. I remember when I first started doing interviews on this stream. Back when Ed was like solo commentating a lot, and I thought I'd pop in for an interview. And he used to ask me about all the cars that are around the circuit. And I'd be like, Ed, when I'm driving, I don't.
No,
I don't know. Like I don't know. There was genuinely some teams on the field that I just hadn't heard of. Even after racing for 18 months.
Wow, I've just... Oh, there it is! I found it! I found it! The one I was after. I have it. Sorry, I've just seen it. Oh, wow. So, R-Factor and R-Factor Special Edition 2008. I had R-Factor Special Edition 2008, which was R-Factor 1, wasn't it? Just different. That's what I said. Yeah. I had R-Factor Special Edition 2008, and I've got it here. The BMW livery. Oh, wow, just that image takes me back.
There's actually there's a few sort of interesting spin-offs of R-Factor that existed. Do you remember Formula... What was the game? What was the Nations Championship where it was like different nations?
MotoGP?
Oh no, there was a football team one, was there not?
Yeah, there was a football R-Factor version. I remember that.
There was a football. There was a series that was based on football teams, wasn't there?
Yes. How do I download it? Where's the button?
And
Just live images of what I'm trying to do. This is where the commentary keys comes in.
and it was basically R-Factor. There's a good portion of racing games from that sort of era that are just R-Factor, but with someone's own cars in there. Basically modded R-Factor, put their own menu on it, and called it a day.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to be pressing here.
Super League Formula, thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chris. He sent me the correct link to this special edition. Chris is amazing with these. Where do I press? Because I can't do anything that says download. Super League Formula. There you go.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Won by Liverpool in 2009. Tottenham Hotspur. Now this is just, oh dear, Florian Paul this time. 486 going back around onto the circuit. Difficult moment for the 486 actually. Hilariously, Tottenham Hotspur finished second in both of those as well. So
Yeah. So does anyone know what I press? Hang on a minute. Chris is saying download ISO image. This one. See, I'm just getting... We're talking live as I'm reliving my youth. Thank you, Chris, once again. So, I now know what to press. Sorry, I know this is a really great commentary, but I think everybody can remember how great this game was. So, I've clicked that to download. So, yeah, that's going to be fun.
The matchmaker got destroyed the other day. They've taken the matchmaker down. So you can't, you have to join directly by IP now.
On what?
For multiplayer.
Oh, right. Oh, I never did online anyway with R-Factor. It was always a bit of fun. I've got my wheel. I've just realised. I have my wheel. I never had a wheel when I had R-Factor originally. I've got my wheel up there. Dusted off. I think that, yeah, okay. The weekend might be off. So, yeah. Tom, can you take Monaco tomorrow for me? Right.
Unfortunately... We stood on the Corona curves.
Yeah, stood on the Corona curves and commentating on the race. Actually, check your phone signal with Discord. Because if it works there, then it might mean that we get a Donington signal eventually. Right, on that note, I'm disappearing. Because I now have lunch. But if I'm needed back, send me a DM and I will come back.
Okay, you're coming back for the last hour, are you not?
I am indeed, yes, I will be here.
That's planned. If you could pop back, I don't know if I'm being greedy here. If you're available for the last 2 hours, that would be helpful then. But if not, last hour can work.
I'll see how quickly I can get in. But I will see you later. Take care. Bye-bye, everyone.
Take care. Bye-bye. Right, I'll jump off after Ed has eaten his dinner, and then we'll be ready. Well, he'll have to take it solo for a little bit while I scurry off to go have dinner and whatever. But if you take a look at where we are in this race on lap 157 of the 7 hours, actually, of course, we did most of the running in the first hour, had that red flag that cost us about 25 minutes or so. So we started the race at 7 hours and called it a day. Started directly on the hour as well, so it was perfect with the clock still running. It's Peugeot in the lead for the number 87 car in Hypercar, 71 in the lead in LMP2 with Alex Cochrane up to second position. Now that is a glorious sight, I have to say. The feeding game car in second position, 3 laps down on the leader, but that's not too important, is it? Here's Roy Ton. Will be 3 laps down on Alex Cochrane when all of the pit stops cycle through. And here is the logistical nightmare racing car, I should say, with Ryan Berrington-Smith there in 6th in the 999. I don't know why I confused the Riverfield Lunatics, but I did. And, well, not a great day for them at the moment. 7 laps down. Here's Zoltan Kovacs getting laps into this final sequence of corners is very scary indeed, especially if you get onto the curb like that, as that LMP2 has done just at the top of your picture. That's the Vine Von car. Very, very nasty indeed when that happens. Miklos Toth in the 50. That odd stage in the event where we're just basically waiting for all of the gaps to filter out. It's been a very entertaining race, actually. I had some great battles myself. I'm sure there's been great battles to watch throughout the course as well that I wasn't able to catch. Goes the race leader in LMP2. Incredible pace for Mustafa and crew today. Stan Peugeot, another person who's had incredible pace today. Although pace that I find more difficult, as you see the Aztec car on the right hand side. Pace I find more difficult to appreciate as someone who's not a prototype driver, not a hypercar driver. That's a spin for Nick Homewood in the 444 out of 5th position, and he's going to get past that for 6th position by Hagasai in the 390. That's frustrating for Nick, who's essentially got to try and regain that as quickly as possible. Validis Carolis. Some cracking names in this series, I have to say. We've got a Berrington-Smith, a Validis, a Mustafa Bathiran Baran. I mean, incredible names. Mason Jansen Bintz, another pretty interesting name, proper racing driver name, Jansen Bintz. Oh dear. That is a very, very rare mistake from James Juba. Gone around at turn 1 and totaled that 485 car. That's out of 4th position as well. And that is disaster for the HBS Reading Game crew. Absolute disaster. And that surely is a code 80 on its way. There you can see causing all sorts of carnage as well. James here, as I mentioned, is one that rarely makes a mistake. There's 2 code 80 we go. Rarely makes a mistake, James. He's pedigree of VEC Division 1. But unfortunately, Hockenheim appearing to just be a little bit too much this late on into the race. Now, I appreciate I'm blaming him. It could very well have been a contact with a sort of hypercar or something. But either way, it's not an ideal situation for James right now.
Oh, hey Tom.
Hello, Ed. Welcome back.
Just coming back on to see James crabbing around with a missing rear wing, which is always a good sign as a Hunterbird simulation co-owner.
Right time, Ed.
Oh, well, this has created a code 80 from the pit under, but I somehow doubt he's going to stay ahead of Oliver Hargitay now. And Nick Homewood not too far behind either, so it could be a great battle for fourth then. But I have a feeling that EP Lab are probably a bit too far ahead to catch in GD3. A lot of free pit stops here at the moment, aren't there, for people?
There are. That helps quite a few people, actually.
I'm actually surprised that the number 1 is only about 27 seconds behind the 87, so Pajard not looking quite as comfortable as he did a couple of hours ago. But the 71 has got a huge lead over the Reen game, I guess us.
But
so, if something happens to the 71, we can get quite interesting. It could be. There's only one number difference between the pair, isn't it?
Don't even entertain the idea, Ed, because we all know what happens.
We could finish only 2 laps down rather than 3 laps down.
Yes, we can. But oh dear, it's nervy. Anyway, I'm going to
Pajard's pit as well. Okay, fair enough, Tom. Yeah, been on a while.
Yes, thank you. And well, you enjoy. Hopefully, Josh returns within the hour. We haven't heard from Nathan, so hopefully you're not alone for too long, Ed. Well, if you are, just give me a message and I'll jump on for the last hour or something.
Yeah, I also think we're supposed to do a driver change at this point in the 485, so I think James has been out for a while. We were trying to make sure we weren't in trouble with the driver limits. Is there anything? Wonder if the 486 will pit as well with, I think it's still Lucas Budd at the wheel.
Well, anyway, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just, anyway, good luck, Tom, and I'll let you know how the 72 does.
Thank you very much.
Right, so Tom Dillon is relieved of commentary duties, and I am completely on my own, sadly. But that's the way it's got to be. No way around it, I'm afraid. It's Florian Paul, by the way, in the 486, as there is Juba making his way back into the pit lane. Presumably to hand over to Eliseo Neto. And looks like all the Toff, Bint, Specs, and Batoon and Buren are all in there, so the class leading LMP2 is in. And we are green again at Hockenheimring, and the pit lane is a flurry of activity as Juba in the 485 is serviced and repaired. He's going to come out quite a way down, possibly around where Kovacs is, so especially if they're doing a driver change as well as repairs, so this could be quite a costly pit stop here. Here is Ricardo Riva, ahead of Adam Cochrane. Alex Cochrane, sorry. So it looks like Riva has actually jumped ahead somehow at the restart, which is bad news for Alex. Still there. Meanwhile, we see, looks like there is the 40444 of Nick Homewood through up into 5th position. And I'm getting a lot of messages, not sure who from. But let's keep our eyes peeled then. As a this is a Cochrane trying to. It's going to be 10 minutes repair time, so James Juba has really made a bit of a hash of things, sadly, to the rear of the car. So, best situation, Underbirch Simulation 485 will come out in P8 then. Look at Alex Cochrane all over the back of Ricardo Riva. Let's see how long they've been out on those tyres. So 26 laps and 6 laps. So Reaver's got much fresher tyres, as in comes Cochrane. So yeah, that seemed inevitable. Jansen Bintz is also in. Whoa! And that is Toff, I think. Not Toff. Yeah, it's Miklos Toff, sorry, that did go off there. I was right. I didn't expect that. But anyway, it's hard to commentate on our own, of course, but we'll do our best. I'll do our best. Our best. So, 2 hours 43 minutes remaining, and in our free classes it is Bajad leading Toff by 34 seconds. This will be first points of the season for Scuderia Marrera 87 if they can win this thing. LMP2 Korkmazer in the 71. He's leading the Ricardo Reaver in the 46, so if we have a brief look at the standings, how is this actually going to affect things? Oh, URT are already leading the championship, so they would extend their lead. But it would potentially be the 46 that moves up to second. And the 72 would also gain a few places from ninth if they can finish in third. GD3, I think the 162 would take the points lead. Homewood is only about 5 seconds behind Hargitai at the moment. So that could be an interesting battle as we see yellow in the second sector, which will clear, no doubt, very soon. Indeed it does. So 162, second in the championship, leading the race. Number 11, ninth in the championship, currently running second. The 159, I don't think is competed yet. They're looking good for third at the moment. And then the 485 is currently probably only going to do well enough to finish 8th for the moment. Let's see where they actually are in the field if possible. There they are, still, and it's going to be a long way down by the time they get going again. Potentially a driver change going on there as well, as looks like Jeffrey Ellis being serviced in the Rookie Monsters, and one of the racing cars coming out of the pit lane. I think that's Christian Lewis's car, the 490. Yeah. Cabello. It's going to be a lap ahead. Which has lost a lot of time. That's a very, very costly mistake that Juba made at the end of the car. You know, sometimes you have to do monster stints with a lot of damage to get to the end of the race. He was doing well, all things considered. But speeding in the pit lane, maybe he could have avoided that, but this was one of those things. I guess can't be too upset about it. We're losing time actually to Oliver Hargitai at the moment. Buzita trying to close on Ton. So Roy Ton's actually done well to get himself back into the top 4 in this race. Yeah, a 10-minute repair job at this track is absolutely basically a race ender, essentially. Unless you're 10 minutes ahead of everyone else, which is a pretty rare scenario as we look at Miklos Toff just getting the rotation at the 8 and 9 section. So let's see if there's anything interesting in the YouTube chat. I doubt there will be, as we see the the Aztec car coming in. There's Hockenheim in the 71, leading by 2 laps, of course. Anyway, a bit of apology being sent from James Duper. It's not strictly necessary, I guess, but nice nonetheless to receive. But there is Ryan Barrington-Smith. The logistical nightmare. Not had the easiest run. 6 laps down on Bex in the 137. It looks like Adam Buzita is closing on Roy Tunn ever so slightly. We can have a focus on that battle. And there we go, looks like Florian Paul is going to overtake. Has Neto got back on board, or is it still Juba, I think, that's driving at the moment? Right, so at least the 486 will be something of a target for the 485 to hunt down. But that has essentially destroyed the race for the 485. We didn't even see what happened, I don't think, on stream. Just car's going to lose a rear wing pretty easily, I guess. And the fact that James is taking responsibility indicates it was probably just a silly incident. Here is got the G car. Currently blocking the yellow in sector 3. Probably nothing too important. Oh. That's not Korkmazer, is it? I think it was. No, he will carry on. Out under pressure in the second in the race as well. And side by side, Ernie Eccleston corner there. Dieter gets the Finn of on 139 into 4th in class. And it's now down to Roy Tunn to counter-attack if he can. Here we go. He's going to be stuck on the outside though. And he brakes very, very late indeed. In fact, way too late. And that lets Korkmazer through to lap them. So there we go. That seems to be the end of that battle, sadly. And annoyingly, there we go. Looks like Eliseo Neto's got going finally at the pits, but it's 17.8 seconds to Iliev. So 2.5 hours. They can still get maybe into the top 6, top 7 if they're lucky. But that was such a costly error from James Duper, and like you said, there might have even been a chance of 4th or 3rd place if all had gone to plan. But such is racing, especially such is endurance racing, where got to be on it. If you're not on it, then you are very much in the wall with the rear wing missing. So anyway, we continue on, and this is the point where there's no one else wants to commentate because it's they're either eating dinner or about to eat dinner or thinking about eating dinner. So all these drivers just gonna keep going, and I guess until they collapse or whatever. Louis Hartley says, "Remember when I led the race? That was fun. It has gone downhill since then." Yeah, poor Bex is running in 5th position at the moment, which is a shame for Luke Bex. But all hope isn't quite lost just yet. I was going to lap 171, so we should easily make 200 laps here. And not sure if anyone wants me to talk about anything in particular as we carry on for the race, but Buzita continues to pull away from Royton. Ben Parkey has been slowly but surely making his way through the GD3 field. So John Luigi saying, I remember, you remember? I guess he's like remembering when Louis Hart led the race after the red flag restart. As Vince puts another lap down on the Honda Simulation 486. Honda Birch Simulation 486, I should say. Homer is now 12 seconds down on Hargitay, so Oliver Hargitay's done well to pull away then in the Aztec racing car in GD3. Toff has been lapping nearly 2 seconds a lap faster actually than Pajard, so the gap 32 seconds as Yilmaz gets, I assume is going to be another penalty for him. He's quite a way down the order. As there's Korkmazer. Still 2 laps ahead of Ricardo Riva and looking pretty good to win this thing. Second win of the season, I think, for URT. Or have they won before? I'm not sure. They've certainly been very competitive. Eliseo Neto, first target has got to be Brandon Ray. 16.5 seconds in front of him as Roy Ton goes into the pit lane. Here he is. So that could drop him behind Ben Sorvath in the 66 Morero entry. It's looking a bit hectic here. Ricardo Riva make his way through on that. Looks like Eliseo Neto. Jensen Bintz sets a 18.8 in the first sector, so he's definitely still pushing out there. Last lap 125.9. 29 seconds of Jeffrey Ellis. So the fight for the podium in hybrid hypercar, just hypercar, still looks like it's on as Luke Bex attempts to put another lap on Barrington Smith. That's 6 laps down now for the 999 on Bex, who himself is a lap down on Bintz. There we go, Royton drops to 6th in class. He's got a decent gap to Nathan Windria. And there's Florian Paul. Doing pretty well for Hunter Birch Reading-Gate. And currently with the missing a whole missing rear wing situation. The 486 is ahead of the 485, which is good for the less fancied rookie team, I guess. So I'm sure they've certainly got experience between them all. Speak to Cabello, who's about 4 laps ahead of Florian Paul and 25 seconds down on Zoltan Kovacs, who's in 6th. Looks like this is Nicum being lapped again by unlapped rather by Eliseo Neto. So that's a good sign. Where is Neto then? There's Bent Horvath, of course. The Neto's cut 3 seconds out of the 66 cars lead. Not the 66, the Brandon Ray TWR BMW number 96. We will, I guess, keep posted on that. As Eliseo Neto attempts to, he's at say 41.7, which is about 3 seconds a lap faster actually than Brandon Ray. So Brandon Ray should catch the teammate as well, but as Zoltan Kovacs comes into the pits now, problem is that 4-lap gap between Florian Paul and Zoltan Kovacs is going to be difficult to, as we see Gabriel Yilmaz in the wall. Could that be a Code 80 as well? There's the 490, which has struggled all race, let's be honest. Gets going again. Let's see if we can find. This is Yilmaz then. As we see a penalty for Nick Homewood, that's surprising. I can only assume that's for track limits then. There he is. We've just gone wide at turn 1. So something happened there for Nick Homewood. Probably should have made it more obvious since last race Discord has had an interview waiting room, should be able to drag people in. Okay, that's probably because I'm not looking at Discord. There it is. Right, I'll note it as we look at Hargitai. So if the 444 has got a penalty, that could potentially allow Cabello to close in as Yilmaz has made it back to the pit lane for repairs. But it is insane to me after nearly 6 hours of racing total. We still got 2 cars on the lead lap in GT3. Sanders has sort of kept Cortese pretty honest in the Trax VR AMG Mercedes. And there is Nick Homewood coming in to serve that penalty. So I'm interested to see how much Cabello closes in the EP Lab 163. 2 hours 25 minutes left to go. Sanders is coming in the Trax VR as well. So the GD3's getting their fuel tanks as low as they can. Ooh, bit twitchy from Sermet Ozturk and the Sunset Motorsport. Good to see the 161 still running out, down in 8th in LMP2. A lap down on Windria in the number 2. Of course, the car that got disconnected earlier. It's been a battle to get back in the top 6. Was it the 66 that got disconnected? Well, something happened at number 2, that's for sure, as we look at Ricardo Riva, who's trying to pull a gap to the 72. 60 seconds at the moment, but they are on a slightly different pit strategy. And Nick Kermit is going to come out behind Cabela, actually. So this looks like a longer stop then, as Westling is able to get the Baba Boy Sim Sports 159 into second position, and Jeffrey Ellis has spun it on the exit of turn 8 there for Rookie Monsters. That's good news for Jansen Bintz. Oh, as Luke Bex also loses it, and that's the logistical nightmare car that tries to go, almost drops it trying to avoid him at the final corner. So a bit messy there from the hypercar field. But Bintz now only 5 seconds behind Jeffrey Ellis in the fight for the podium. So Rookie Monsters making a rookie error there, and Aztec looking to take advantage in the 290 that are fighting for the championship. Let's not forget, need to limit the damage to number 1. That's looking good to take second place, possibly even the win today if something happens to the 87. Who knows? There you go, driver change for the 444. So Peter Schoenman will come out on track in 7th position, but still a good 4 laps ahead of Eliseo, Neto and Florian Paul. So it looks like Neto is now 5 seconds ahead of Brandon Ray, so I'm sorry we missed that move. There he is. Getting a little bit darker than before, by the way, but pretty sure it's not going to rain. It might just be the night starting to fall here as a penalty for Schoenemann. Oh dear, so it's going all wrong at once for the 444. Looks like there was an issue for Homeward and then an issue for Schoenemann as well. I thought we had problems, but it looks like Fina Vond are showing they can do they can mess up just as badly as we can. I guess we're not unique in that. The 162 is all looks like side by side there, but not for position between. That's Neto. Oh, not Neto. It's a Boros actually. Oh, and Yilmaz spins. So it must have been Yilmaz and Ben's Boros side by side. Not Boros. Florian Paul. Sorry. So here is Jansen Bintz now 1.5 behind the Rookie Monsters car in the battle for 3rd place. This is the point where I perk up a little bit. So there you go, the Rookie Monsters Glickenhaus just going through turn 1, followed by Jansen Bintz in the Aztec race. Now Jansen Bintz won several of the LMP1 races last season. I think he helped win Valet to win 4. It's all off track goes the Aztec racing car. Jansen Bintz pushing to try and catch up, and that has allowed an LMP2 to temporarily block him. As Juan Fuentes is getting on board the EP Lab car. No! That's Jansen Bintz going well off track into the hairpin there. So that's an interesting line, and he's lost a lot of time doing that, but although the run out isn't too bad, so he might be able to get the gap, keep the gap below 5 seconds, but can't afford to do that too many times. So anyway, Juan Fuentes, having pit, is now 27 seconds ahead of Westling. So we have still got a pretty good battle going on for the lead in GD3. And potentially for the lead in Hypercar. Only 36 seconds separate those two. It's Pajal, Korkmaiser, Fuentes, your leaders at the moment. For Morera, URT, and EP Lab. just over 2 hours to go. So Vince continues to fight to close down the gap again. We'll have a look when it gets closer once more. It's a shame that no other commentators available. It seems the guy who promised to be here, which was Nathan, of course, is got someone else on. Was it Nathan? I'll have to scroll through and remind myself. As we see, a bit of dust being kicked up there. Yep, it was supposed to be Nathan. I think Joshua might be able to come back a bit later, but we'll see once he's eaten. Barrington Smith goes in for a pit stop as well. Ellis is not really closed. Bince is ahead of Ellis, so Ellis has made a mistake actually. I must have completely missed that while I was messing around. You wait so long for something to happen and then you miss it when it does, as Riva gets a penalty from second in class as Yilmaz has another spin at turn 1. So I wonder what Riva's penalty was for, possibly for a pit stop, because he did pit quite recently, didn't he? Let's have a look. There he is, already serving that penalty, and Yilmaz also gets one too. So yeah, Riva had just pit. He's done 1 lap on those tyres, so that is pretty costly for him. That could allow Alex Cochrane to close in. There he is, exiting the pit lane. Still be a while behind though. But exactly the sort of thing that EERC Racing Team don't really need right now. And it really puts Kooltmeyer and URT off the hook, as it were. Florian Paul is now only 3 laps actually down on Peter Schoenemann, who is 23 seconds down on Saz Pollock-Zerdelli. Down at the back end of GD3. So Neto's got to make up the lap to Florian Paul. Going to make up the 3 laps to Schoenemann. And then he might be able to salvage something out of this race, but it is looking pretty dire, but not quite as dire as for Gabriel Yilmaz, who cannot keep it out of the gravel or grass or the walls as well. So potentially there's a code 80 coming in here if that steering is too badly damaged. Let's have a look at Christian Lewis. Yes, he's going very, very slowly, but getting back up to speed now, I think. The steering doesn't look too badly damaged, although the car handling looks pretty uncomfortable to drive. He has to get out of the way of the Optimal Esports car in LMP2. Oh, and that's our race leader, Stanislas Bajard, in the gravel, going wide at the stadium section. It's a sex curve, isn't it? Oh, and Harvey Shepherd thinking about having a dive up the inside of I think that was actually Ellis trying to dive up the inside of Harvey Shepherd, sorry. And there's Yilmaz in the pits again. Didn't have a penalty to serve earlier, if I remember correctly. It's a bit hard to get track of everyone's penalties because everyone seems to get so many these days. There's 26 seconds then, the leading gap in Le Mans Hypercar. Ooh. 36 people, I think, still watching. Oh, is Miklos Toff still stranded at the exit of Bernie Eccleston corner? Ike Sky says, I did offer to come say hi. So, well, I'm very grateful for that. I'd be very happy for you to come in and do a quick interview, Ike, if you're still around. Sorry if I missed that from earlier. If you're going to interview waiting room, I can probably drag you in if need be. And that's the interview waiting room on Discord, by the way, that I'm referring to. If Alex Sky is still interested, just give me a message when you're there and I'll drag you in. But anyway. And Riva pits. Is that to serve the penalty or is that for an actual stop? Because that's going to let Cochrane through. Yeah, he's doing an actual stop because here comes Cochrane. Just in shot now. There he is. Alex Cochrane will go back up to second in class in the reading game, number 72. But they are 3 laps down on Court Mazer, of course. So it really is the fight for second now. And there's Yilmaz finally getting out of the pit lane. Windria is also in there now too. Jeffrey Ellis has dropped to 15 seconds behind Bint, so it's been a great recovery from Aztec Racing 290. And you've got Haigatai in the 390, he's been fighting back pretty well. Lizio Neto's been lapping in the 147s. So he's been lapping about almost 5 seconds a lap quicker than Florian Paul, his teammate, a lap ahead of him. Which is exactly what he needs to do. Beaver has come out about 8 seconds behind Alex Cochrane. And it'll be interesting how reading game play this. Does Alex Cochrane defend like crazy, or will he just let him through and be content with the podium? As there we go, the 159 pits for Joachim Wessling. That's going to allow Bakonivari Benz to take second position again for Traxvia in the Mercedes AMG. Who've had a very, very solid day, as they are the 2 EP lap cars lapping each other. The 162, the 163. So they have a better time of it than the 2 Hunter Birch cars, but at least both are still running, which is the best you can really hope for sometimes. Miklos Toff there in 7th in Hypercar. Hagatai also goes through up to 3rd, so Wessling having a pretty substantial stop here. Is Bajal after the earlier mistakes starting to push to build the gap behind to, is it over 20 seconds now, or over 28 seconds, sorry, 29. But the closest battle on track really is Cochrane and Riva. In their battle for second LMP2 is Buzita. Also comes in, Adam Buzita in the 139, which has had a very, very tidy race, all things considered. Even got disconnected too at one point, so there's a lot of could-have-beens and maybes in this race, aren't there? Skyrim in the, I'm not sure if that's his real name, but he says, I'm 490. My excuse for terrible driving is broken Fanatec wheel. Sorry everyone. Frederick Lejon, oh hello Frederick, says, hello from Sweden. Tomorrow, Indy 500, yes. Definitely a lot of people looking forward to that, as Yilmaz in the 490 gets another penalty, so bad news for James Smagasgale, Yilmaz and co. Gabriel Yilmaz, of course, at the wheel at the moment. And Cochrane has got the gap to Riva to 10 seconds now almost, which is very good effort from the reading game driver. Horvath now has gone through up to 4th, with Buzita still stationary in the pits. We've also got Ricardo Checa in the Optimal Esports number 2. So Checa looking good for a top 7 in LMP2, which will be pretty solid returns for Optimal. Although they probably would hope for better given where they started, as Gabriel Yilmaz just avoids crashing into a prototype there and then slows to a crawl after spinning the wheels on exit. And the EP lab car is going to come through pretty easily to lap. Buzita gets back on track then. Let's refresh the overlays if we can. Chris Tompkins saying Mr. Skyrim himself has spoken. I'm pretty sure that's... Oh! As Yilmaz has another off, just spins it, flooring the throttle out of Saxcurve. And that 490 looks not very much fun to drive at all. Yeah, look on board. It's crawling around, I think just trying to stay out of everyone's way, to be honest. While the 490 is struggling out there. The 390, oh, is Luke Beck's, and the 137. That insult to injury goes into the gravel as well at Saxcurve, so it feels like everyone's struggling there at the moment. But Luke Beck's avoids doing a Sebastian Vettel. Keeps going just a lap down on Jeffrey Ellis. So that's definitely catchable for Luke Beck's. Last lap was a second faster almost. Well, this one is a bit slower than the last lap from Jeffrey Ellis. Bora sets a new fastest lap in GD3 in 4th in class. So he's not giving up on trying to catch Hargitine and Bentz for 3rd and 2nd. It feels like EP Lab have done everything right today. And very much deserved win coming their way, it would seem, with 2 hours to go. This is yellow in the final sector. Reaver started to fight back, got the gap to 8.5 seconds. It was a 133 last time round for Cochrane, so we got held up a little bit there. 132 for Reaver, as Yilmaz makes yet another pit stop. I feel like I've seen him come into the pits multiple times in the past couple of minutes. So 490 kind of not doing too well. I think it might be, we're sort of getting into the territory where it's probably safer just to park it rather than take someone out of the race. As Ben Parkey comes in the EP Lab 161, just had basically a mountain to climb to get back through the GT and then the LMP2 field as Korkmaiser narrowly avoids hitting the back of, that's the 159, isn't it? Just ahead of him of Carl Magnus Bora. Korkmaiser trying to avoid being unlapped by the 139 of Adam Buzita. Oh, that's Ozturk facing the wrong way, which is not good for 161. Like I said, a long way down. Just good to see him still going there, but they seem to have spun through turns 9 and 10. Well, the exit of 10 to be more accurate. Eliseo Neto consistently lapping in the high 140s, which is really good pace in GD3. So it's a shame that James Jupiter handed in that car so far down that it's almost not going to make too much of a difference in the last 2 hours unless loads of people drop out ahead of us. Hargitai gets a penalty, come to think of it. Yeah, wow. That is surprising. The man in 3rd in the 390. And that's a big setback because Bora is only about 20 seconds down. So Carl Magnus Bora pushing. He's now going to take advantage of all that work he's been doing to get onto the podium. As we see Korkmaiser pit from the lead. So we'll be only 2 laps out of Cochrane rather than 3, I think, by the end of this. And there is Hargitai. Having just received that penalty, we should see if we can figure out what it's for. That'd be a good idea. Oh, some comments in chat that I've been missing. Roy Tunn says, what a race, what a stints I drove. Wow, well done, Roy. And Sway Viking says, I approve the Bang Horse sponsor on the 159 GD3 car. So that's it's nice here. It looks like that 159 is going to get onto the podium, at least for the time being. Let me see if I can figure out what on earth is going on at the moment. We've got a report from 740. Report from URT 71 against Aztec Racing 490. Drive-through for Aztec Racing 490 for causing collision. So I think they took that a while ago. Report from URT 71 against Finavon 139. Warning from Finavon 139 for ignoring blue flags. So the 139 and not keen to be lapped here as Reaver's got the gap to 7.4 seconds on Alex Cochrane. Anyway, 2 hours to go then. Just 2 short hours, ladies and gents. And anything could happen as Bore in 159 is now actually only about 3 seconds behind Hargitai. So I'm not sure if Hargitai has... I think he might have served that penalty and come out right ahead. So let's have a look then. Here he is. 3 seconds down the road. And you can just see Oliver Hargitai. These two, of course, former teammates at Iris, of course. And now one in the Aztec Racing, one in the Bauer Sim Sports entry, 159. Carl Magnus very much lighting up the timing screens at the moment. In the 139.9, so he's even going a second faster in Eliseo Neto, who's also going quite quickly. Hargitai being rapidly caught here. 2 seconds is the gap. And Cochrane pits from second, of course, which means that Riva will be able to take second position, at least for the time being. And not sure who that is that's joining me. Let's have a look.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hey, it's Nick. It's Nick and Chris. Driver of Finavon 444 and our race director. 2 race directors, sorry.
We noticed you were lonely, so we came to give you
Yeah,
some company.
it seems everyone else, to use a polite Anglo-Saxon expression, sodded off.
2 hours,
anyway.
nearly there.
Yeah, I'm just watching the battle team, Carl Magnuspor and Oliver Hargitai. I have to say, I was a bit disheartened. I came back from dinner and saw James Duber in my car, trundling home under code 80 with a missing rear wing and saying, right, it's going to take 10 minutes to repair. It's like, well, that's our race, down the drain then.
Well, you were ahead of us at that point.
Yeah, not that the 444's doing too much better, to be fair.
Well, I'll have to say thank you to James for that. But
3 position, yeah.
But
And there's all
we
that
had-
hard work we did in the season opener, all that
we
time
had
ago.
our own pretty major issue after that, so it all balances out.
I guess so. But I liked how Lise Nada before this race saying, right, our car is crap in a straight line, so this is the only place we're probably going to be able to win all season. And it's going to have to be probably one of our worst showings so far.
The Ferrari is very quick here on the straights.
I feel like the Ferrari and the Mercedes are the cars to have with the VOP. Like, if
Yeah,
you're
well,
not
the
in
top-
one of those, you're basically going nowhere.
The top 5 are all Ferrari and the one Mercedes we've got in the race. Then you've got McLaren, Aston, McLaren.
When was that Audi I had to make a whole other file for in the skin pack?
They stayed on reserves.
F.
Oh, they didn't have enough people drop out ahead of him, I guess. Well, as we see, Toff pit in the racing zone entry that's leading the race. That's Zoltan Toff, of course, Hungarian driver. That means that Joud is going to just inch away ever so slightly. But now, our battle for third in GT3 is just 6 tenths apart. So it's the first battle we've had in the last half hour, I guess.
It's not been the most exciting race ever, is it?
Wow, not really helped that. At least in GT3, the battles haven't been too far apart all the way through.
Yeah.
Apart from my guys absolutely making a hash of things. But James even admitted, I didn't see what happened, of course, but I think it's safe to assume from how apologetic he was that it was kind of his fault.
From what I heard, I think he just lost it.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time. But anyway, these things happen.
Ooh, that's endurance racing.
But anyway, James Duber did really well to just pitch in at the last minute, because I think originally Thomas Raschke was going to drive that car, and Raschke is like, I prefer driving LMP2. Is there a way I can get in the 72? And Tom was like, oh, go on then. Look how wide Oliver Hargitay goes there at turn 1. Seems a lot of people have just done that the whole race and avoided getting any penalty for it.
The game is very lenient there, but if you go over what it deems to be reasonable, it really smacks you with a very harsh penalty. So you're running a risk by going out that wide, and if you do overstep, then you're going to pay the price.
Yeah, so I think we've not had a hypercar battle in a while, because the hypercar is the only one that's got the alternate custom cameras set up for it. I think the LMP2s and GT3s just have the default cameras. Look at the little astronaut on the back of the Aztec Racing bumper here. Did you see that when Carl Magnus before he closed in and the brake? You might see it here. I'll just go on the nose. You get a better view here.
I was stuck behind that car quite a while, but I didn't see.
Yeah, look on the underneath the right tail. Oh, there's Thomas Raschke just getting in the way. Typical. Right. Well, that's ruined this battle then. But I guess Oliver will be closed in soon enough, unless Carl Magnus makes a bit of an idiot of himself, which he's not likely to do. Oliver Hargitay just kicks a bit of dust to try and keep him at bay. But watch under braking, especially if you get a good view, especially for the right-handers, you get a good view of the little astronaut with the rainbow circle behind him.
We've got a yellow flag.
We've had a few of those, haven't we?
I think the marshals are gonna need massages on their arms.
Yes, exactly. And we're seeing blue flags now because through comes. Oh, and there we go. Oliver Hargitay just sees it in time. And this could be... and that's good spatial awareness from Carl Magnus to get on the brakes in time there.
If you don't go too wide through there, it's not going to end well for usually whoever's on the outside.
Yeah, have a look here. You can see the astronaut. Is that an astronaut? There's something on the rear. There's the sun shining on it. You can't really see it.
Censored.
Possibly, I don't know. Somebody was saying something about the sponsor on the Paperboy esports car, actually. There was like a horse or something on it. I didn't notice that.
A horse?
Yeah, I'll read out the comment while no doubt Carl Magnus will make his move. It was in the live chat. Let me have a look. Hawk78 says, if you want to interview me, I'm in the waiting room RCG. Okay. Bang horse is what they're saying.
Do I want to Google what that is?
I don't.
Probably not with safe search turned off.
Shame these bored commentators don't check the interview waiting room. Well, how about... Well, the problem is that I've got it where I've got the screen sharing thing takes full screen on my second screen, so I have to alt-tab out of that to go. And there we go, I see Lars Otto in the waiting room.
When I Google it, it just gives me a nice picture of a horse with bangs, like a nice hairstyle.
Okay.
So that's
I don't think I actually have permission to drag Lars Otto in. You two.
We're not in the
commentary Discord. Yeah.
Mumble though, are we? So we wouldn't be able to hear him.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, I'm in Mumble, so that's fine. Right, so Lars has muted himself, so he doesn't want to talk. So we can't introduce him yet. So this is Lars Otto.
No, I'm here.
Oh, hello, Lars Otto, driver for Race Club Germany, RCG. And Race Club Germany currently, where are they?
We are on 12th position.
Yeah, 12 past with Brandon Vortwich.
Yeah,
one of your cars is off the track. I don't want to alarm you.
78 then.
we got we had a good pace at the beginning of the race, and we got Joshua take over the car, and we got a crash and a disconnect.
Stop, sorry.
Okay, and so we got lost many rounds, but giving up is not an option for us. So we drive on all the race and take a look where we can came out.
Hello.
And yeah.
Oh, and there's a Hunter Birch that's stopped by the side of the road as well.
Yeah, thanks for it, Cody. Oh,
There we go. It was Florian Paul, of course, who I think isn't too far ahead of Eliseo Neto now. Oh, no, he's about to unlap him. That's what's happening. So there you go. So the battle team, Carl Magnus Boré and Oliver Hargitay, is paused then under Code 80. They're probably both, or one of them is going to pit at least under this Code 80 for new tyres. So anyway, Lars, it sounds like a pretty difficult race. Disconnections, all sorts of issues on your end, but like you say, so important to keep going in the 78 and get some experience under your belts, get some points as well. We've had a similar issues in our race in the Hunter Birch simulation entry, where our chances of fighting for the podium are basically gone now, so we just got to sort of get to the end in as decent a shape as we can, as Carl Magnus Boré getting very, very held up by the LMP2 here. Under Code 80, which is a sigh of relief for Oliver Hargitay as he gets to briefly escape under 80 mile per hour conditions. But anyway, Lars, there must have been some. We definitely saw early in the race the Race Club Germany was fighting for those top positions. It's definitely had its moments. This race, as into the pits comes the 390 of Oliver Hargitay.
Yeah, we got a pace for the top three. The top 5 against, I think. So we got a good pace, but yeah, some difficult. The track is very short, Hockenheimring. If you got the old one, it was not the problem. But the faster class cars are so often you've got one LMP is coming. Then one corner you're clear to race, the next is coming, and the crash was with Joshua Preuss. He was driving, and there were GT3s fighting for positions, at least we, and LMPs and LMP2s. So it was a big tohu babu, I say, and so shit happens. So yeah, we keep pushing, and for Brandon, the first race in the league for our team. So I hope he can gain some experience.
There we go. So confirmation from race direction, and we're about to get underway. Sorry to interrupt you there, Lars. But yeah, great to see Brandon. We're back underway, but great to see Brandon versus the similarly named Brandon Ray in the TWR 96. So it seems that there's the battle of the Brandons, and there's a few laps in between the pair, but still, the battle's not over yet. Still plenty of race to go in the last hour and 51 minutes, as looks like Gabriel Yilmaz, after several incidents, has decided to go into the pit lane and call it a day. But anyway, anything else you want to add, Lars? It must be great to race at your home track, by the way, as well.
Yes, of course. It's a very nice. I love Hockenheimring. It's the first endurance and multi-class race for me on this track. It's as I said, it's a short track, and it's sometimes very difficult to get everything sighted, the LMPs, and get carefully let them pass. And but yeah, it's okay. It's going on, and the track is not smallest from the track wide, so it's okay. It's going, and yeah, no big problems for us. We had no problems, or no mistakes with other drivers, or no. We got no angry. We are going out of straight and let them pass. So we got.
And a big collision there, between Jansen Bintz, and that is Bentz Horvath then. And he spins into the wall at high speed at turn 11 there, just before Sachs Curve. And that is a big bump for the 5th place in Class 66 Morera. And that heavy damage then to the 66 with the hypercar hitting it. And the hypercar seems to come off fairly lightly, all things considered, but it is out of harm's way now, which is crucial. So sorry about that, Lars. Things just seem to keep happening in the race. By the way, Ike Sky in the chat says, all I'm hearing is excuses, and he gives a little tongue out emoji, so he's clearly not being all that serious with his criticism there. But I didn't sound like total excuses. I think it sounded like it's been a tough race, and you guys are doing well to stay in it. So best of luck to Race Club Germany for the remainder of the race. Thanks for talking to us, and have a good evening.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for streaming and commentating this nice race and this nice league. So have a nice evening too. Bye bye.
Yeah, we always love having you around at Race Club Germany. Always great fun to talk to, and we'll see you around. And let's see where you end up at the end of the race.
Yeah, thanks. Bye bye.
Bye now. There we go. Lovely man, Lars Aldo. Always great to watch on track and to hear speak about his passion, of course, which is sim racing. So, big crash. So Horvath will be serviced now, and that big crash is going to enable Shepard to snatch away Harvey Shepard in the Void Transport number 40 to snatch away 5th place. I think Ricardo Checker might be a lap too far now, but it could be a heavy repair job there. What do you guys reckon?
For Ben Horvath, that's going to be a good 5 minutes, I'd say.
You hit him, by the way. I forgot. Was it the Rookie Monsters car? Was it Toff?
I think it was Bintz in the Aztec car.
Jansen Bintz in the Aztec 290. Yeah.
I don't wanna say if it wasn't them, but that's what
it did feel a little bit like they were fighting over the same piece of racetrack, and there just wasn't enough space for both of them. It was a bit of a shame that had happened.
2 into 1, don't go. It looks like you've got James Smaggersgale if you want him.
Oh, awesome!
Be a permanent fellow commentator.
Well, I'd love to have James in, especially after his stint to get his perspective on the race. And he says, "You want a friend?" Okay, well, he thinks I'm that pathetic that I don't have any friend.
You got a friend in me.
Oh, here we go. Randy Newman has joined the chat. Right, so we wait for James Megascale to join. Unless do I need to drag him in or something? I don't see him.
They should have the rolls.
Yeah. Anyway, it has been a trying 8 hours to Hockenheim at times, but at least the race hasn't been too uneventful, as it looks like actually Carl Magnus Bore may be able to get up to second here because the Trax VR Mercedes is being serviced in the pit lane. So
I don't know when they're pitting after the Code 80 ends.
Maybe they couldn't get there in time and they just need to do a driver change.
That's unfortunate timing if that's the case.
It is, but they have got the Mercedes, which is a monster down the straight, so it's only fair that they get some bad luck come their way.
It's going to be quite close with Hargatai as well, who's coming through the stadium section.
Yeah. Gap in for the lead in Hypercar is 23 seconds as well, or just under 23 seconds, so looks like Toff Zoltan Toff is starting to fight back a bit.
Definitely coming down.
So for Jowd, we could see it go quite close in the final half hour or so if the current trend continues, as Toff negotiates the Honda Birch car.
It's come down about 10 seconds in the last sort of 10-15 minutes.
Smegasgale says it'll be about another minute or two, which is fine. And for those interested, which is just me and Josh, I guess, Underbet Simulation reading game are Neto's a lap down on Boris. Boris is 4 laps down on Peter Schoenemann. So looks like you're pretty safe at the moment in 7th at the very least. Then so
Neto just had a bit of an off as well. Now a few laps back.
Well, the problem is he's so far down. The only chance to catch is to push like crazy.
Yeah, and do a few pirouettes for the fans.
Yep, I guess so. We could see the Underbirch cars fight each other in the last hour or so, which might be fun. But I doubt there'll be much else to fight for, sadly.
Who's your other driver? Oh, Bentz. Yeah. Be it together.
Come back in for the final couple hours, which is good. So, the problem is we've had James Jubo, I think, was pushing because he wanted to get out the car.
Oh, someone's going the wrong way.
Oh.
That was the LNR Bangers and Mash car.
Brian Barrington Smith again. He's had his adventure.
It's got going again. I just caught out of the corner of my eye. A car going the wrong way.
Travel. So no wonder he's gone the wrong way and then found himself in the gravel as well. So Barrington Smith, 6 laps down on Louis Hartley, decided just to have some fun. But looks like Miklos Toff may catch the logistical nightmare car. So the South African team.
As you said that,
turmoil. Oh, fresh tyres, of course. But,
at least the car isn't vaping anymore.
yeah, we did have Tom Dillon in earlier. Sounds like the 72 crew is feeling pretty optimistic about their chances of finishing on the podium here. 2 laps ahead of Adam Buzita in the 139.
We had a disconnect.
I saw, yes. It was a bit of a shame for Pascal, just when he was in the car.
It was about 10 minutes after. He says, I haven't had any disconnects for a while.
Typical, eh?
Yeah.
Right, let's see where our friend Mr. Smaggersgale has they were struggling the other couple of days with James's last name as well. They would call him Smaggersgali, I think, or something like that. Or something ridiculous. Smuggersgale. They would call him Smuggersgale. That was it. Yeah.
He would be Smuggersgale if he won.
Well, the sister car is third at the moment. The other car, the 490 that he's been driving, has had a pretty horrendous time of it, especially with Gabriel Yilmaz at the wheel, it must be said, who's really struggled out there just to keep it in a straight line.
Now give it up.
That explains why he's so eager to come into the commentary box. He's got nothing else to do in that car for the rest of the night.
Surprisingly few DNFs for the amount of incidents we've had. Only 3 cars have actually retired from the race so far.
Yeah, looks gapped in the hypercar lead down to 7.5 seconds. It looks like Taze has actually got a lap on Carl Magnus Bore now, so for the first time in a while the GD3 lead is over a lap. But I think we could see a battle for the overall lead in Hypercar before too long. Oh, especially if Pajau keeps doing that. Seems to don't look too healthy anymore. And are we joined now by the one, the only, Aztec Racing's James Smaggersgale. James, are you there?
Yes, hello. Hello.
James?
You hear me?
So a tale of, I guess, 3 Aztec Racing cars. 2 that are in third, and the other one that sadly, unfortunately, has just had to retire with Gabriel Yilmaz at the wheel. Looked like Gabriel, there was something very, very wrong with the car because he wasn't able to keep it pointing in a straight line. It looked pretty evil out there, the way it was handling. But you've got to take heart with the 290 and the 390 getting onto the podium as it stands, with Hargitay potentially looking to get himself into the championship fight, I think. Did they get some points in Istanbul as well?
No, because
I think the 290, the 290 might be able to fight for the hypercar points lead, I think, at the end of this, depending on
how we are championship leaders in hypercar.
That's it, yes, that's what I'm
that's like the important car. We sort of had a bit of a stress this morning because of Janssen's internet, which has been fine all race, apparently. It seems fine. But we had a bit of a stress so I've been practicing the Ferrari all week. So I was ready to hop in a Ferrari, and then last night what's happened there? Oh, never mind. Yeah, last night.
I'm still here, don't worry.
Janssen's. Yeah, someone left and it made me spook. It keeps leaving.
It's race direction. It's decided
yeah, and then last night they were like, "Oh, my Wi-Fi is still not working." So 10 p.m. last night, I learned the hypercar for the first time.
Oh wow! I guess you're a hypercar reserve.
Well, I've driven it before, you're a
very versatile driver, James.
Well, I had to be the one to take responsibility. Really, it's the manager and whatever. So if anyone had to take it was going to be me. But yeah, it's not been our day in any car really. It's not gone our way really in any aspects. Traffic hasn't gone the way for the hypercar and all the GTs. Penalties haven't really gone our way either. It's just the nature of endurance racing though. I guess it's not been our day.
It was quite funny because the 485 sped in the pit lane, and then the 390 also sped in the pit lane, so we were looking good for a battle for a while, and then James decided he didn't need the rear wing anymore. He thought he'd be faster without it, and then he wasn't, and he caused a code 80. and came out several laps down now, and basically he's given Eliseo Neto a pretty difficult job to score any decent points today. But I think the 390 there it is, just still being negotiated then by the sister Aztec car. I think that looks like Bintz just making his way through. Horvath gets a penalty from 7th in LMP2, so that's going to destroy any chance of the 66 after its massive crash when it got hit by the 290, funnily enough. So it looked very contentious there, but it was a huge crash there for the 66, and that's really salt in the wound for Bent's Horvath then for the Marrera car. But these things happen. Did you hear anything about that crash, by the way, between the hypercar 290 and the 66?
No, but I saw there was a penalty for something. Might have been when I was driving.
That might have been, they might be being blamed for the penalty, even though they already got crashed out and lost a lot of time anyway, so it does feel a bit like a hush on the 66.
Was it an LMP2? Was it another hypercar?
It was the hypercar that hit the LMP2. It was either Jansen or it might have been Adam Shipston. It was definitely one of the hypercars that they were fighting through turn 11, and the 66 got sent into several spins and hit the wall at high speed.
Yeah.
It was the same for the 66. A good shout at 4th in LMP2 at that point. Making it clear which class I'm talking about, I should do a better job of that. But it's free classes, it's a bit hard to keep track of. It's not as bad as EES, where we had 24 hours of them on, we had 5 classes, although it's only 3 different cars, I guess. But
yeah, that race was also affected and by Jansen's internet. We didn't race because of it. Because we turned up on race morning and he was like, yeah, still not working. I was like, brilliant. And then I was staring down at 8 hours.
A penalty for Eliseo Neto. So, no. As if the 485 hasn't suffered enough. There we go. More salt being rubbed into yet more wounds. There is Eliseo Neto. 9th for the moment, a lap down on his teammate, but it's going to be more than probably. He's going to have to make up those 20 seconds again. Those sort of drive-through penalties, they're not the end of the world, but they're pretty disheartening sometimes. And doing well not to crash into the back of the sister 72 reading game car. Schunemann does a bit of grass cutting and gets going again. But wow, we've got just over about 97 minutes then left in the race, James. So a couple of interesting fights to look forward to. So we have got 10 seconds between the leaders in hypercar. So Zoltan Toff has been catching Stanislav Pajoud in the Marrera 87. And Horvath in a crash with the 290, sorry. And that's at turn 11. Another crash between those two cars. And that is really bad news for Jensen Bintz as well, who was getting the gap to 84 seconds to Adam Shipston, and needs to make sure it doesn't hit the other LMP2 as well. But Horvath will have to come in. That's yet more damage. And did he serve that penalty from earlier as well? Let's have a look at the steering in the pit lane. Doesn't look great, but seems functional. So more drama then, James.
Yes, right. The 66. Yeah, I have seen that incident. I don't know if I should make comments on it.
Okay, well let's not then.
Yeah. All I can. I don't know what they think and what their side of the story of that for the original one, but we weren't happy.
Lucas Bud says the 2-hour stint was hard with 85 laps. Yeah, I don't blame him there. Nothing against the driver, says Ike Sky. I mean excuses for not seeing me wait for interview. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, but it was me sort of having the thing blocking. Is there anyone waiting for interview now, by the way? Just problem is I can't look at the race and the Discord at the same time. Nope, nobody there. I didn't miss anything. If Ike Sky was there, he probably waited about like 2 minutes and then got bored of waiting. You gotta poke me, because otherwise I'm too busy getting engrossed in what's
Ferrari
happening.
Off.
Oh, dear.
Someone off somewhere. Just seen it. I'm still in the server watching Jansen. There's someone in there somewhere. I don't know.
Oh. And Carl Magnus Bore gets a penalty from 2nd in GD3, so they're just handing out penalties left and right and centre. There's Neto, I think he's come in for his penalty. But it's going to be Bore. Here he is. That's not going to affect them too much, because they are 2nd head of Argitai, but it could help Aztec Racing, that's for sure, James. But also up front, let's keep an eye on Mr. Toff here, who clears the reading game, number 72, another time. Trying to close in on Pajald. Have been trading lap times between the pair, haven't they? Last lap, 26.4 for Toff, 27.7 for Pajald. Wonder what's going to really make the difference between those two. Is it going to come down to traffic in these last 90 minutes then? Or do you reckon it's going to be strategy that the number one's just going to try and run a bit longer?
Well, you never know. It's a bit of both. Traffic is always a pain. Just around this track, there's a few quite tight places, but at the same time, I wouldn't say it's the most difficult track to overtake as a faster class.
Unless you're coming upon someone in the stadium section, it would seem.
Yes, yeah, that seems rather annoying. But it's quite funny because I've had both sides of the both ends complaining about each other all day. So every time I join one Discord call, I get the hypercar lot complaining about GTs and then vice versa. So
Exactly, yeah.
it's quite funny.
I had my own team have a go at me because I thought one of my drivers crashed into the hypercar early on before the red flag, but actually they were saying the hypercar got the penalty, so I called it wrong in the end. It sort of can happen sometimes. I guess I tend to, even though I have a GD3 team, I tend to see it from the hypercar point of view, sadly, which is probably quite bad of me. As Riva goes into the pits, Ricardo Riva. Oof. So 6 seconds now. We should probably focus in then on this lead battle because it could really swing dramatically in the next couple of laps, couldn't it, James? So
for sure.
Racing, and this is really important for Aztec Racing. They really need the 87 to keep the number one at bay, don't they?
Yeah, well, we need them to. Well, I wouldn't say crash, but you know, no. Yeah, we as little points to them as possible. Maybe more points for us. But, you know, we'll take what we can get. But you know, also we want a good fight. But we also know how quick the guys are at Racing Zone, so take what you can get really, and try and beat them. I don't know. It's not easy. That's for sure.
They are reigning champions for a reason, of course.
Exactly. Yeah, we're trying to change that. We want to be reigning champions next year.
Exactly. And you certainly got the lineup to make it happen, of course. But look how much Toff is pushing there, right on the limit, and maybe even a little bit beyond as well, as he just avoids the gravel. It's completely swinging that Racing Zone hypercar. Always looks a bit weird when I see it because I see the big R on it, and it confuses me with Race Clutch, who I commentate on in Formula Sim Racing.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
I definitely need new logos for some of these teams, maybe, to add a bit of distinction. As we see yellow in sector 3, Rashk has now come out. Riva's only come out about 20 seconds ahead of Thomas Rashk, so Rashk is going to try and close in. He was said earlier that he wasn't feeling too confident about that he doesn't feel like he's the best driver in that car. He is, to be fair, been promoted from the GD3 squad. Well, he did pretty well, I think, and him and Ryan Mazumda did pretty well on the 8 hours Abu Dhabi to finish top 4. We need an absolute miracle for that to happen again here for the 485, as we see Fort Riches in the Race Club Germany car. That's Brandon that's been given a penalty then. So I've really struggled with some of these German and European names as Toff really slides it in behind the 159 of Bore. Yeah, it's always quite alarming in Turn 8 when you see them arriving sideways in the hypercar.
Yeah, they're not meant to go sideways. They're not meant to do that.
Oh, and I've got bad news. Penalty for Bintz then.
Dude. What's that for? Chris,
might have something to do with the crash with the 66. I can have a look at the.
No, it's a 20-second stop and go penalty for an incident on lap 172 with Trax VR number 11 GT3.
Oh, that's the Sanders, the Colin Sanders car then. That's out at the moment in 4th position. 31 seconds down on Hargitay in the 390. Ricardo Cheika in the number 2 pits, which will let Horvath back through into 6th position. Meanwhile, the gap up front between Hives and Pajard is down to just under 6 seconds. But for these hypercars, where do you think Sultan Toff is going to make the move? because surely Pajal, let's if we compare on a tyre life between the pair, we got Toff, who's been on for 18 laps, and Pajal has been on for 15 laps, so they're actually pretty similar on the green tyres, which I believe are the hards, or are they the softs? It's one of the two, isn't it?
I don't. Who are we talking about? Because I mean, I
On the
can
race, it's Pajal and Toff in the overall lead, 5 seconds apart. Pajal is on 15 laps. Mediums, there we go. So 18 lap old mediums for Toff, 15 lap old mediums for Pajal. And it's interesting, you see every time the 87 pushes, it seems to end up in the gravel at Sachs Curve, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Just slightly concerning for them.
Slightly. I'm trying to find this incident. I've just watched the whole of lap 72 and there was no crash. So I don't
We're
know.
also seeing a battle between Parky and Bulio's? Parky and Shaker, sorry. Here they are, for 7th in LMP2. And they've got the hypercar in between them. That looks like the Shipstone just lapping them. Closer than that lead fight, at least for the time being. Right on board with Ben Parky, who's lost a lot of time early in this race for EP Lab. And they've done exceptionally to catch up to Optimal Esports. Ricardo Checkett struggling down in 7th position in the number 2. But Ben Parky going to press on, see if he can parky his car where Ricardo Checker doesn't want to. So Ricardo will have to checker his mirrors. Sorry,
Oh dear.
It has been 6 hours of commentary. Well, I've been in the cameras when I've not been commentating as well, pretty much. At least I got a break, I guess. But here we go. Look at how much Ricardo Checker is being held up by, funnily enough, is that the 390. And here we go. A gap on the inside then for Ben Parky to slot his EP Lab car. Side by side they go down the main straight then, James. But it looks like Ricardo Checker just got the run. And so Ben Parky has to back out into turn 1.
Yeah, good move. Good move.
Or good defensive driving.
Yeah.
The Optimal Esports entry. It's been around the block once or twice. They know what they're up against. And they were very nice to actually, when the test server from the Logistical Nightmare went down, they put up a substitute test server 24 hours ahead of the race, I think.
Yes. Yeah, I always love that.
EP Lab, they don't really care about that though. They want to get through and almost hits the back of him into the hairpin. They're so easy to get suckered in. In fact, we saw, I forget which team it was, but they had to avoid, I think it was actually the 486 or 485 had to avoid the 72, the sister reading game car, by just going straight on at the hairpin. Because otherwise they would have hit the back of him if they tried to make the corner. 4 seconds the gap between Toff and Pajal, so it's a matter of when he strikes, not if he strikes, I think, at this point, unless Toff makes a mistake soon, pushing too hard. Oh, speaking of which, there's some gravel being thrown up ahead of these two. As Ricardo Checker has a little bit of lazy turn in into Sachs Curve. Looks a bit vulnerable here, as here comes the, that's the 486, I think, about to be lapped. As Bintz gets, is that another penalty, James? For Bintz. Looks like it, and in he comes. Is that him coming to third? The first one is side by side, they go again. And once again, there's a Hunter Birch car that holds up Ricardo Checker and gives Ben Parky a sniff of getting through there. But this could allow Shipstone to close in on Jansen Bintz then for that podium in Hypercar. So we've got a fight for the lead in Hypercar and a fight for the podium too, as well as this fight for 7th then in LMP2.
Well, the last one was for the incident with the 66, the second one, I believe.
Yeah, that's
I don't know what the first one was.
Yeah, well, it's like you said, it's probably better if we don't talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know, because I've just watched all those laps.
It happened at the same
nothing
corner.
Happened. Nothing happened on lap 72 or 70 or anywhere near it. I don't know. No, I'm not. Not
could have been a mistake for in race direction. They do sometimes happen, but for the most part, they're pretty good. As the hypercar holds up Ricardo Checker, and this could be the opportunity then for Ben Parky, who is again denied. It's so difficult to make your move around the outside as Toff gets within 1.5 seconds now of Pajal, and through goes the hypercar. That must be Toff actually. And he flashes his lights to try and get Parky and then Checker out the way as well. So it looks like Toff really in a hurry, and Ricardo Cheika not really in a hurry to let him through, as it were. There we go. Parky comes in for fresh tyres then. So this is an interesting strategy then to try and undercut. But here is Hives. 2 seconds now behind Pajard, who you can just see at the end of the straight there, trying to lap the LMP2 and the... Is that the BMW? Is it the Race Club Germany number 78, isn't it? Round goes Toff as well, and he clears the LMP2 as well at the same time. 1.5 is the gap then. Look at the sparks flying up the back of that as we go into the evening sun here in Hockenheim. And it's very reflective off the track, isn't it, this late in the evening. So visibility just in some of these, especially into the hairpin, could be a little bit tricky, couldn't it, James?
Yeah. Well, when the sun gets low, yeah, right in their eyes. Can't see a thing. Need some sunglasses.
So Vince comes in to serve. But Vince comes in to serve another penalty, which is going to allow Adam Shipstone through. Now Bullian's in the pits, Adam Buzita, Ben Parkey, who we saw go in, and Andy Tomlinson as well. So all action for the prototypes in the pit lane. With the GD cars, they're all staying out and all pretty far apart, even though none of them are more than a lap apart from one another, apart from sadly enough, Eliseo Neto and is it Lucas Bird or is it Florian Paul? It's Florian Paul that's out there at the moment, isn't it? Or is it? No, it's Bent Boros in the 486. And there we go, 6 tenths now between the two, because that GD3 Finna Bond has really held up the number 87. So this is the crucial point now between the pair, as another GD3 car has to get out of the way. We did say traffic would be important here. Vince, by the way, is going to come out a little bit adrift. Let's see if we can refresh the timing screen and get the gap between first and Fadders. Oh, there we go. Nearly into the back comes, and there we go. That's the opportunity for the lead then for the number, and they're still side by side then, and it's actually Pajard that holds on, I think, for the lead, but by the skin of his teeth around the outside there. So great defensive driving from Stanislav Pajard. And the LMP2 gets a great view of that, of the pair of them fighting. I think that's the 139, isn't it? No, Buzita's in the pit, so it must be someone else. But here we go. They're not done yet. Carl Magnus Bore and somebody else in the way. Is that Christian Lewis? And that's Toff trying to go round the outside. He's got the inside into Sachs curve. Can Zoltan Toff bully his way through into the lead? Almost off track there, but just about surviving. And that's Racing Zone into the lead, at least for now, with the 87. Very much not happy at all with that manoeuvre.
No, not at all. He didn't know he wasn't happy about that one. A little bit of a send, but...
So now Scuderia and Moreira have got to hold their nerve, haven't they? They've got pretty similar tyre life. I think Toff tyres are a couple of laps older, if I remember correctly, but Pajard has just got to hope that he's got the hybrid power underneath him down the straight to... And there we go, look at the weaving ahead from Toff as well as he gets back onto the racing line. But being bullied out of the way, that's never a nice feeling, as there we go. It looks like Pajard is going to be stranded on the outside at the hairpin as we see a yellow in Sector 1. But let's keep watching this lead battle in Hypercar, because it's come a lot sooner than I thought it was. Toff's pace has been absolutely electric, hasn't it, out there? And Pajard doesn't seem to have too much of an answer at the moment.
No, well, that's what we expect from Toff. I would say, unfortunately, but no, that's what we expect from Toff. He's a very well-known driver, isn't he, for his pace.
So this has gone spectacularly badly then for the 290, because not only have they lost third, but the main rivals in the championship have stolen the win away now from the 87, at least for now. 87 might be able to use some clever strategy or a few of these lapped cars to get back in front, but especially if they block them at the apex there, that's not really going to help, although looked like Toff nearly got in the grapple there. So it didn't take too much time.
And I'm going to stop complaining about that incident because Nick Homer sent it in the commentators chat, and I'm not going to stop complaining. I've seen it.
I was trying to bait you a little bit there, I think.
I don't know why I couldn't find it on the replay, but oh well.
We saw it on the stream, is all I'm saying.
Oh, really? For God's sake. Okay.
I could probably have said that earlier, couldn't I? Would have saved a bit of pain. Anyway, there's still more pain to come then. 1 hour and 19 minutes left, James. And by the way, now that the lead battle seems to have sorted itself out, you're welcome to bring up other subjects if you wish. But I will keep an eye on Pajald and Toff, because I think Stanislav hasn't given up just yet, but he starts to see the number one just eke away into that first position as they all start to turn their lights on now, because it's starting to get a bit dark out there. Korkmazer also pits from the LMP2 lead, which could be interesting as all that's Toff trying to go side by side and actually makes contact there with that's the 139 of is that Buzita? No, it's Eggert, sorry. And side by side go the leaders. Pajat is back through. Oh my goodness, this is I thought we were about to get the race underway. And look at the flashing lights from Toff. He is not happy because Pajat has just done exactly what Toff just did to him. So now it goes back the other way, and Zoltan Toff will be fuming with the 139 of Pascal Eggert there in the way at exactly the wrong moment at Sax Curve. What was your read on that then, James?
Bit of a... well, to be honest, I've just got pinged from the server, in my server, saying that Ollie Hargenside wanted me to report something, but I've made Gabriel do it instead. So,
Okay.
so I actually missed it,
that's
but my bad. My fault. Although actually watching it back now on stream.
Yeah, sure thing. But for now, Toff will have to try again. But you could tell Toff getting very, very badly held up through turn 11 and then into Zach's curve as well in turn 12. So it was just sort of unfortunate placement and reaction.
Yeah, I've just
There's a
watched
little
it
bit of
back,
relief
yeah.
though, because this keeps this really helps out the 290 then, who's only 47 seconds behind the 73. So Vince could still get back on the podium in the last hour and overcome Rookie Monster 73, who are technically, I think, second in the points at the moment. But Toff, we can hope. Yeah, hope springs eternal, I guess. Yeah. We're sort of hoping that our rivals in GD3 drop out ahead of us, but it doesn't look likely at the moment with the gap, the 4 laps that we've got to make up to them.
Oh, we're thinking that as well. We would like that as well.
Well, you guys are third. You got nothing to complain about. Well, the other car is the 490's out. So.
Yeah. Well, we're second loser still, so could be better. So, well, it's better than the first 2 rounds in GT, of course, but see the first one.
In perspective, haven't you? I guess that's the problem. We got a podium in the opening round, and that's the right expectation.
It's gone worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well,
I think we were sort of hoping this would suit the Aston Martin this track, and it hasn't really, because we qualified a 10th and 12th, I think it was, in the field, which is not great in GD3. No. It's a pretty stacked GD3 field, though.
That's true, but this track hasn't favoured the hypercars at all. I think it's possibly been one of the most.
Well, that's why they had to POP them to make them faster, didn't they? Look at that Purge car getting right out of the way for both of them there. That looks like, is that Neto or is that Boros getting out of the way? I think it's Boros.
Yeah. So, the curbs around here for the hypercars are just lethal. Lethal with the curbs. But they seem to be getting along with it. But we have seen a fair amount of crashes, so maybe not.
No overtake this time then into Sank's curve. Like, mercifully for Stanislav Pajal. In fact, let's take advantage of some of these unique cameras we've got on the hypercars. Here we go. Let's ride right next to Zoltan Toff's head and helmet as he pursues Stanislav Pajal for the lead with championship implications. The 87 trying to get itself into the championship. The number 1 trying to retain the championship. The 290 trying to hold on to the lead of the championship. 50 seconds down on Adam Shipstone, with Shipstone doing a great job to hold them at bay. And look how late he breaks into Bernie Eccleston corner there, as it's called. The switchback corner. In fact, that really delays Zoltan Toff, doesn't it? But here's an angle we can try, actually, from facing back from Pajal. Let's see if we can find it. It's, I believe it's number 7. There we go. This is quite a scary angle as the reading game of Thomas Rash gets well out of the way.
Yeah, past the 390.
Good old 390 of Oliver Hargitay. Good old Ollie. Ollie's actually driven for Hunter Birch in British touring cars as well in the EERC. So there's a lot of drivers that drive for several different teams, so you sort of end up with a lot of different people cheering them. My guess is, out of the way gets the Race Club Germany car, or is that the other one? I believe that's is it Iliev's car, isn't it? I think that might have been Murdo McCloy, or is it Brand? No, I think it might have been Brandon in the Race Club Germany. Or was it Brandon Ray in the '96? So look how much closer Toff is now that he's cleared the traffic. So it looks like Pajal has got the rear wing and the rear mirrors very, very full of the racing zone car, hasn't he? And defensive manoeuvres will be called upon, especially into the hairpin, but also into Sachs curve, as we've seen. And this time, the racing zone car actually gets a pretty good run, so he's going to get very, very close then into the braking zone. Talk us through it then, James.
Well, he's got the run on him a little bit. See if Pajal covered the inside. Yeah, he does cover the inside. Forces him the long way around. His hairpin is...
Oh, and he gets hit in the back
straight
there.
to the back. Ooh. Naughty, naughty.
He sort of had to cross him there, so I think Toff got caught out there, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, that hairpin is horrible. I don't know, might just be our setup, but we are bouncing like hell through that.
In the 490?
No, in the hypercars. The hypercars, I don't know if it's bottoming out or something, but yeah, it bounces around at every given opportunity at this track.
Oh, here we go. He
thought
about it. Unfortunately, was that the Finn of on just ahead of him that's just a little bit, the McLaren just a little bit too far forward, but now getting very in the way for Pajal, and in fact tries to put his nose up the inside, and the GT just doesn't see him there. Is that must be Peter Schoenemann getting out of the way, I think. Oh, and Toff puts a wheel on the gravel there, so that is going to allow Pajal to live to fight another day, and we're just sort of neglecting the rest of the race to watch this, aren't we? The lead battle.
This is the best battle on track at the moment, I think, isn't it? So
be the most strategic.
Good to watch, yeah, for sure. Oh, Janssen Bintz off in the gravel as well, somewhere on track. I don't know if that'll come up on the
screen.
There he
is. Yeah, he's just recovered, then that must have been his next curve. So he's pushing a bit too hard to catch back up to Adam Shipstone, and now he's nearly 60 seconds down.
Yeah.
It's right on board with just the inside. What camera is this? This is just inside the windscreen, isn't it? You can see the windscreen wiper on the left. Just the view of the front wheel arch. And there we go, that's the EP Lab GD3 getting out of the way and almost creating an opportunity for Toff to dive up the inside, but that would have been well too late there. That's the sort of move that if you just dive bomb into there, you can get in trouble. And not just with the stewards, but also if the move doesn't work out as well.
Yeah.
So just 70 minutes left in this race then. It could go either way then between Toff and Pajal. We must be getting near the pit stops now as well for one or both of these guys. I have a look very briefly actually.
Well, I know Bintz. Oh, Luca Gray's just said he's getting in a second in my Discord server. So
that means he'll be coming in for Jensen Bintz then in the hypercar.
Yeah,
Toff is on 31 laps, so he's very near the end of his stint. Pajal is on 28 laps, so he's got a bit more life. And generally, Moreira have been able to extend their stints as well, a bit longer than racing.
Yes.
Great to ride on board with the pair as we see yellow in sector 3, which briefly clears.
Not sure who that's for.
Probably wasn't anything too serious.
It wasn't Janssen, that's all I can tell you. he was in sector 3, but it wasn't him.
It's great we've got a battle in hypercars because it's the only time I can use all the fancy cameras. The others have any setup on them.
Yeah.
And in fact, does something happen to Toff, or are we riding on board with Toff at the moment? Yeah, we are on board with Toff. Sorry, there we go. I thought we were riding on board with Pajal. That's the problem with the rear view camera. You forget who you're on board with. Fuentes pits from the lead in GD3, so I think Borre is going to briefly take the lead from the EP Lab 162, which is looking good to take the lead of the championship as well as a race victory after finishing runner-up to Team Shiba in Istanbul. Shepard also pits in the Boyd Transport. So that could potentially allow Horvath to close in. But also closing in is Toff upon the 87. So Stanislas Pajard has kept his wits about him, has survived a relentless assault here, but with 1 hour to go in what's pretty much been 7 hours of flat out racing since the red flag in the first half hour. It's been pretty full on. Remco de Zoo gets into the 71 by the way for the first time a few laps ago. So that's great news for URT. So Remco de Zoo looking to bring URT home a lap to the good and get the 71 to increase its championship lead in LMP2.
Yeah, Janssen been briefly having another trip to the gravel there a second ago.
Oh dear, I think Jansen's starting to fatigue, sadly.
Well, I think his tyres are completely finished. I've been tagged in Stewart decisions.
Oh no.
It's alright, it's not the one that's almost on disqualification. And it, well, okay, and it was a penalty for another team. Nick, don't do me like that. It's scary. It scared me there for a minute. So, good fight this to watch.
And there we go, Toff into the pit. So Toff has got to come in. So I thought those tyres wouldn't be able to last too much longer, and that probably explains why he was struggling to stay ahead of Pajard, doesn't it? So are they going to do a driver change as well, do you reckon, for the final hour, or do you think Toff is going to go to the end? I've got to think he's going to the end.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how long he's been at. How long him and Hives.
He's done 1, 2.
Oh, it was a drive-through. Oh yeah, they got a drive-through. Yes, I just.
Carrera also gets a drive-through as well. Who is where's Carrera? He's near the back somewhere, isn't he? In GT3, I think.
Yeah, 9th in GT3, 26th.
Well, it was nice of Racing Zone to at least give us a battle before they served the drive-through. So they've got to catch those 18 seconds back up, which I think they're very capable of doing. We're getting a message in the chat from someone then. No, I don't want to pay with my card ID. There we go. I was looking at the stewards' reports. I think the last one I've seen is that, here we go, report 35. So that was the lap 178 incident between the 390 and the number 1. And that was dangerous driving while lapping. And stuff. That would have been the move we saw at Sachs Curve, wasn't it? We saw where they barged him out of the way.
Yes.
So what we did say it seemed like a close racing, but maybe it was a little too close. That's a shame. But anyway, let's see if the live chat has been enjoying that. 34 people still watching, which is impressive because I didn't even bother advertising. Vince playing plow straight into the back of the Mercedes, doesn't even try to avoid. I imagine with Topp's pace and his anger, he'll catch back up, is what Chris Tompkins says. And PCK183 says, let's go Chaker, you can do it, go Chaker. So Ricardo Chaker's definitely got his fans. He's only 66 seconds down on Harvey Shepherd, so the Boyd Transport could well be caught as we look at Juan Fuentes being lapped by Vince in the 290.
Spices things up, that drive-through a little bit.
We do also see Harvey Shepherd is only about 2.2 seconds, I think, behind Ben's Horvath as well. Oh, and look at the Ligier stepping out there at turn 10. That was a bit close.
Bit of a wiggle. Oh, Mr. Harvey tyre, here we go. This is what we like to see.
Can we just watch your guys, because mine aren't doing too much.
Yeah, let's just watch them. Like, can we just watch them to the end?
Rashkin, the 72, has done a very, very good job with his team. So, the 72 is doing well. The GT3 side seems to just be having awful luck at the moment. There's Victor Cabello serving. I think he got a penalty, didn't? Oh no, that's actually just a regular stop. But we can keep an eye on. In fact, there's Horvath pitting, so that has let Roy, Harvey Shepherd through in the Boyd Transport. Go. 47, that's Ricardo Chica, teammate to Bulio, of course. I've still got the old names on my RF2 TV client. So that's why I'm saying the wrong drivers, because the teammates are in. Has Shepard been out the pits? He has, hasn't he? Timing screen's wrong, isn't it? So let's personalise this thing. There we go. Looks like Horvath is coming out then. So he should be able to get out ahead of Ricardo Cheika, but Cheika will only be about 15, 16 seconds down on him. There he is. Cheika just coming around to complete what will be actually up front. Pajada started lap 229 and he's extending that stint. He's done 32 laps on this set of tyres. So he's getting into, in like 2 or 3 laps time, he's probably going to come in again, unless he really wants to extend. Depends. We didn't have any code 80s in this stint, so he's probably going to hit on lap 33 or 34 of this stint. Sanders also pits in the Trax VR, which is going to allow Corrales in the 163 EP Lab car to catch him. Or at least get a bit closer. But I think Cheika versus Horvath is the closest battle on track now, with Toff having to pit again for a fresh set of tyres.
Yeah, his scheduled pit stop here is finally coming for that. Not sure how much longer Bintz has, because I think it was about 20 minutes ago Lucas said he was getting in, so I don't know.
Yeah, Bintz has slowly started to catch Adam Shipstone. I'm not sure how long Shipstone in that stint, as Cheika gets very wide actually. There is Adam Shipstone, so Toff continues to be serviced. I'm going to have a look to see what Shipstone's tyre life is looking. He's done 32 laps, so he's getting to the end of that stint. Jensen Bintz has only been on those tyres, I think, 13 laps though. Adam Shipstone starts his 33rd lap on that set of tyres.
Right, obviously it doesn't show on the overlay, but I'll give you a piece of information. Obviously, Jansen Bintz fastest lap of the race. I think that's why he might be catching Shipstone, but he keeps going on off into the gravel, which to be honest isn't particularly the quickest way around the circuit.
Okay, I saw last lap around Shipstone set a 127.5 and Bintz set a 128.2, so that must have been a while ago. As Hugo Carrera what comes in to serve that drive-through.
Oh yeah, his fastest lap at ages was quite a while ago. So 1 minute 25.3.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
Almost a second quicker than the Shipstone in the Rookie Monsters car. So they've had pace up at some point, Bintz at least. We can celebrate at that.
Oh, definitely. Is it okay if I very briefly get up for like 30 seconds to turn the light on in my room because it's gone dark over here?
For sure, mate. For sure.
Right. Okay, I'll be back very, very shortly.
Renko Dazoo, United Racing Team leading in LMP2. Good pace. So it's got a lap to the next car, so they're looking pretty comfortable. Looking pretty comfortable at LMP2. It's the first time I actually picked up the LMP2 actually. So logistical nightmares. The bangers up match. You know, I love this livery. I've been looking at this every time they've gone past. Spinning there. No, I'm kidding. It's a lovely livery.
It's not done that many spins, and at least it gives everyone a nice view of delivery.
Yes, yeah, they just wanted to show us a little 360, you know. Give us a spin.
Finally comes into the pits then.
Yeah.
So that creates an opportunity for Bintz. Let's see if Jansen can get the position. Here he is, 29 seconds down now. Oh, pushing for all he's worth. We see the blue tyre marks from where someone has gone off track and rejoined just before Sack's curve there as well from the grass. But yeah, we're doing a lot of commentary lately, James, for like GPVWC who are on break at the moment, and Formula Sim Racing, who I think have got a World Championship round tomorrow at Barcelona. And I did the highlights for Bahrain. And Jake Denahan, who some people might remember drove for Iris in LMP2 back in 2020, and was pretty competitive. Yeah. He won the opening race of the season, which is great to see from the 18-year-old Irishman who's beat Jerne Simoncic, who's of course a legend in Formula Sim Racing. 3-time champion is Bintz. It's a bit of argy-bargy with one of my cars.
These dodgy Aston Martins.
They are the only Aston Martins in the race.
Yeah.
Feels like they're being lapped every half a second. They seem to be quite close on track as well. Is that for position? I believe it is. I'll have a brief look actually. Yeah, there we go. Boros
no.
is about.
There's a lap
second.
between them.
Boros is actually fighting with Carrera then for 10th overall. Neto's got quite a way ahead actually, yeah. So Neto is trying to catch a 4-lap gap to Peter Schumann, isn't he?
Yeah, it's 2 laps between your 2 cars.
Yeah, but Boros, despite that little tap in the side from Jansen Binz, is not. Binz is up to second now, 30 seconds ahead of 30 seconds ahead of Adam Shipston.
Yup. Who will have to do another pit stop as well. Skipstone.
Yeah, but Shipston is actually his name, so sorry. Just for thinking it, I feel bad. Because it reminds me of like skimming stones at the beaches. Bore now pits in GD3, which hands Hargitay second place. He's only 29 seconds behind the lead, actually. So Oliver Hargitay has slowly worked the 390 into contention, hasn't he? It's at the moment, it's kind of coming back to Aztec Racing's way, isn't it, James? Since you started commentating, apart from maybe the 87 being challenged by the number 1, but that was just for entertainment because they had to serve the penalty for the silly move that Sultan Tough tried to make, barging Pajot out of the way.
Yeah. Well, other than the 2 penalties that they've had to serve since I've been since I've come on, it's been looking good for 290. I'm not sure how long we've got. Other than the only information
We've got an hour left in the race, I can tell you that. That's how long.
Yeah, I don't know how long's left in his stint. All I can tell you is Luke has just put a message in the chat. He says, "The game's reset all of my controls." This is what he's just put in our Discord server. It's doesn't sound ideal, if I'm being honest.
Nah, you gotta. Sort of thing R-Factor 2 just randomly does if you leave it alone for a while. It just resets all your controls and forces you to relearn the game entirely. Look at the sparks fly under the curb. So the Aston Martin is pretty decent over the curbs, but I don't think it's that good. To the point you can just fly over them. As Pajot now pits from the lead in Scuderia Marrera, number 87. So this is going to hand the lead to Toff, isn't it? Or it could be quite close on exit. Toff has been pushing, hasn't he? If you look, I think 26-1 last time around. And there we go, through he goes. As we see yellow briefly in Sector 2. Toff retakes the lead, but Pajot is going to come out on fresher tyres. I think there's still quite a delta between the pair of them, isn't there? Not a complete disaster then for the 87. They were able to go 35 and 36 laps on the previous 2 stints. Toff though, because he had to pit as on, I think, he did 3 laps, then served a penalty, and now he's done another 4 laps since then, hasn't he? But mind you, they were pretty quick laps, although last time around, 127 his last lap. And Chris Davis now gets them. Well, they did a driver change, that's why Marrera have come out behind. So Toff, who has been going a while, Chris Davis gets this. Toff. This will be Toff's 4th full stint in the race. So he's going to be quite tired by the end of this. As Hartley retires, oh dear, we missed that. Louis Hartley has been disconnected, I think, in the 137. I didn't see him go off track or anything. Oh no, he says very slow. So he went very slowly, didn't he? And then DNF'd. So we'll have to see what happened to poor Louis Hartley then. I don't want to try and do the replay because I was explicitly told that if I try and do it, it'll probably blow up the machine or something. Unfortunately, we'll just have to imagine what happened then.
Yeah, my guess is connection issues. He doesn't crash, he just starts going very slowly. And the other thing that's giving those hints is that I've just been told in the bottom corner of my screen he's launched R-Factor 2. So I've got him as friends on Steam, so...
Oh, that is such...
My guess is he's disconnected.
137 after red flag when they were leading, Louis Hartley made a brilliant start, and then it all has just fallen apart since then, sadly, for Finn Avond in the 137. And Louis Hartley still stationary and could get back in the race, could still get a top 5, but 6-lap gap to Neil Bullion in the logistical nightmare. But it's not been ideal, has it?
No, it's not. It's not, and obviously with them not scoring points last round, that's not ideal for them either. Louis wasn't particularly happy about that, because unfortunately that's the way it was. I think they had the same glitch as the McLarens at Abu Dhabi, if you remember
that
it.
is really well, I remember it meaning GT3 didn't count for points. So I
Yeah,
thought,
GT3, yeah, but they were the only one in hypercar, so the stewards decided it wasn't. The stewards decided it sucks for them, but not for everyone else. Woo! That was a
sucks
bit
to be
tight.
your rule. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember a lot of people complaining that they didn't test beforehand at EERC to discover that issue.
Yeah. Well,
I guess it was a bit of a freak incident anyway. It's a sort of
we won that
fire-
race, so
So no complaints from Aztec Racing.
no, not at all.
Didn't think so. Algitai though still fighting to win again in the 390. Fuentes on the fresher tyres, but Oliver Hargitai's pace has been pretty impressive, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's super
There's that Louis
impressive
Hartley
driver.
coming back in the race then, so that's good news for them potentially.
Yeah, really good driver, Hargatai. Really good driver. Super fast. He's been doing the
Finished second,
TT stuff, didn't he?
Yeah, he finished
With,
second.
like, Mitchell Hoyer.
He has, but also he finished second at EERC GT3 last season,
Yeah,
and I think
last
season
season,
before
yeah.
too.
First loser.
Well, that's true, but that was the reason why we picked the Aston Martin, because Team Imperium won with the Aston Martin last season. We thought, well, we can do it too, and then it's not gone that way. At least not
Did you
this
build-
race. Anyway.
Was it a Lego? It was some Lego car or something you were building.
They've made an official set of I think it was the Valkyrie and the Vantage GD3, and I was able to get it in the Team Imperium livery. I guess I could do one in the Hunter Birch livery as well, the breeding game Hunter Birch. So
Yeah, because I remember you building it during Bahrain. I remember being on commentary with you, and you were building it.
It was a 24-hour race. There wasn't a whole lot to do.
Yeah. Well, when you're not driving, I guess it.
Well, I've never driven in ERC.
Oh, exactly.
I've not driven off. I think I've driven more than a couple of laps in RF2, like at most in the period. And even then, they weren't entirely serious. Anyway, of a broadcast guy, it seems. And they had a lot of videos of RF too.
Oh, very good broadcast guys. So that's.
Whoa! And that's Horvath in another crash. And who's that? He's crashed with. I'll have to
Not
see.
Janssen Bins.
No, it's an LMP2. I think it might actually be. Is that the leader, Korkmazer? Remco de Zoo, sorry. No, it's not Remco. It's not Ricardo Riva. It's not Thomas Rasch. It's not Pascal Eckert. Was it Harvey Shepard then? It's definitely Horvath, and it might have actually been Shaker in the Optimal Esports car. I'm trying to figure out who it was. But anyway, it was definitely sort of dark blue car, wasn't it? It's pretty hard to tell from the actual onboard camera, isn't it? I sort of panicked there.
Well, yeah. Well, also on another point, I think that's the leader. Is it Toff? Yes, Toff. Well, obviously I'm watching on board with Janssen Bins. Toff just went straight on at the hairpin. Janssen let him through, and he just went straight on, which is cost him a bit of time, probably only a couple of seconds, but. Bins just let him back through.
About 17 seconds ahead of Adam Shipston.
Yeah.
Remember Davis. So keep an eye on Chris Davis's pace then. It's been pretty similar to Toff's, hasn't it? So he sort of needs to keep him in sight and wait for Toff to pit, because I think Toff has still got another pit stop to make, isn't he? Well, he's probably not going to get to the end on this set of tyres. He might try though. The fuel is the big question, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure how much fuel Janssen
because of that penalty, he did 3 laps and then 8 laps. So I'm not sure. That's that's 11 laps so far in this stint. 50 minutes to go. It's going to be close with that 32, 33 lap, but he might try and save fuel and keep Davis behind. But Davis can afford to push, can't he?
Oh yeah, for sure. He's got nothing to lose, Davis. Nothing to lose. He's got another pit stop though, I believe.
Yeah, it's only done 4 laps on this. They might both have a pit stop then, in which case Davis has just got to push that 37-second gap, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Look at him go.
I believe it's about 45 minutes a stint, isn't it? I think, in the hypercar. So...
I believe so. 50 minutes remaining then. We are 10 minutes into the final hour then, and
Vincent.
the lead in Hypercar undecided, the lead in GD3 undecided. Hockenheim may be able to snatch it away from EP Lab if Aztec get lucky, I guess.
Yep. Janssen
Looks
Vince
like
in the
Vince.
pits, so
Whoa, and look at Chris Davis letting the rear slide out. Well held though on those fresher tyres.
lovely
But
save.
the gap up to 40 seconds now, so Toff starting to extend. And Jansen Bintz is going on the blue compounder tyre, so are those the hard tyres to the end? Or is the blues the soft?
He's gone
soft.
soft.
Okay. Well, it looks like he's thrown that ice to try and get back ahead of Adam Shipston. Let's see if there's any interesting comments in chat then with nope, just Chris Tompkins from several hours ago. 37 people watching. Rip, rest in peace, says Sui Viking. I'm not sure who that is. That might have been the crash we saw between the 66 and whoever else it was in the dark blue car. Might have actually been the 46 of Arshad, actually. But Horvath, you got to feel for him having a lot of bad luck as Chaker makes it back to the pit lane. Ricardo Chaker for Optimal Esports.
Oh, I've been distracted. My mate's just sent me a video. He's staying in a flat right at the hairpin in Monaco.
Oh, nice.
He's
Sounds
literally
like
just
pretty
sent me a
hard, this
video.
track.
He's just sent me a video. He's just like, I don't know if you've seen the memes or whatever of they like film the TV and they go, "Damn, this race is good to watch," and they walk out onto the balcony and there is the race. That's pretty much what he's just sent me. Pretty funny.
So, Adam Shipston is now, I think, is he a lap ahead now of Luca Gray? He is. So something's happened to Gray. Those soft tyres, perhaps, not getting the end after all, because Gray is still stationary. So it sounds like this. And is that Luca pits then? I've been disconnected. There's some issue for Luca Gray on his end, and it always seems to happen to Luca Gray, doesn't it?
Well, I'm lagging like hell. Everything on my screen just crashed. There we go. I explained that one.
In fourth place because laps to Louis Hartley, who remember got disconnected earlier, but Hartley now 47 minutes to go. Fourth place is up for grabs here. Very, very intense. We are back to red or grey. It was actually so with the red Chris Davis. So LMP2, it is River are going to be wiped out though. And the red flag graphic we used earlier is now back in service. Then GD3, it is Juan Fuentes who's going to lead Oliver Hargitay and the 159 of whatever his name was. Let me get out of the. Yeah, Oscar Evers Janssen. That's his name. Sorry, the name wasn't coming to me in the moment there. I knew it was a double-barreled last name, but I couldn't remember exactly. It was EJ something or something. But anyway, so this is pretty unexpected then. So we are. This is a sort of our equivalent of the Australian Grand Prix, isn't it? With 2 red flags and 3 starts to the race effectively. So basically the first 7 hours don't really matter now. It's going to come down to the last 30 minutes even. We may not even be able to restart the race if it takes too long, which would be a bit of a shame, especially for Chris Davis and Zoltan Toff, who were looking so good to have a last closing stages battle, weren't they, James?
Yo, for sure. It's going to be a good watch, that. But, well, if they do get the server restarted and everybody is back on the same lap, so that could be an interesting watch as well. We see all the hypercars.
That's good news for Hunter Birch as well, because we were 4 laps down or whatever,
Yeah.
so we might be able to gain a few places.
I might have to jump back in the 490 to be honest, but no.
And Joshua Birch says he'll be back soon having tech issues, so it sounds like you're not the only one, Josh.
Yeah, everyone's having tech.
We will, it's just been one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah, well, so full of carnage, that's for sure. I guess I think this track was always going to bring a lot of carnage, to be honest, but not in a bad
True,
way.
but it's been mainly the disconnections and the sort of horrible server crashes that have caused the drama rather than necessarily just the on-track stuff. But we did get a great battle for the lead in Hypercar. And it's been close and strategic in pretty much throughout the GT3 field and pretty much second onwards in LMP2, hasn't it? With the 71 has held onto that lead for quite a while, so it would be. I got a feel for Remco de Zoet because he was looking to cruise home 2 laps to the good, and now he's got to really fight to hold on to that lead. I wonder, are they going to set them on the restart several laps apart, or do you think they will put them back on the same lap as they did earlier? I think they'll probably put them back on the same lap, won't they?
But yeah, all
But
of
I think
them,
given how late it is in the race, there might be a few people who aren't happy with that.
Well, Ollie Hargitay wants the race to end now. He wants to call it a day.
Yeah, we could, I guess, call it like 45 minutes early or whatever it is now. But at the clock, I'm not sure if it stopped at 47 minutes, but certainly it looks like EERC organisers were worried that it would overrun. And we're sort of in a kind of holding pattern now, aren't we? But so if it ends the way it is now, we could have a look at how it affects the championship standings for those who care about that. So it would mean Racing Zone Team number 1, Zoltan Toff, is going to score 25 points. The 87 is going to score 18 points, which puts itself on the board. I think it will put them into the top 6 in the points. Adam Shipston, the 73 Rookie Monsters, would score 15 points, which would put them onto 45 points compared to the it would be 58 points, I think, that Racing Team Zone number 1 would have. Aztec Racing 290 in 4th would gain 12 points, so it'd be 40 plus 12 would be 52. So it'd be a 6-point lead then for Racing Zone Team number 1, wouldn't it? With Rookie Monsters close behind, I think. 45.
Yeah, we're on a bit of a tie vote really from my drivers, because the hypercar guys want the race to restart so they can try and gain as many positions back as possible. Try and gain another position or 2, but
from what Elisio has been saying to me, it sounds like they won't give anyone back their laps. It'll be same as before.
What, people laps down?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't do it at the beginning.
So red flag due to Asia issues. I'm not sure what Asia means.
I think it's the company.
We're unsure as to whether to finish the race, and they're doing a vote at the moment. At the moment, it is 34 thumbs downs, 35 wishing to call the race here, and about 31 saying thumbs up. So if you're watching this, then you need to go to the Discord and vote. I'm not going to vote because I'm the commentator. I'm biased. You've probably got more of a stake in this. Actually, I've got a team. I could probably vote and argue that it.
Yeah, you could vote.
Yeah. I kind of want to see the finish, but I can understand.
So do I, but I have voted for down.
Yeah, fair enough. Got to support your team. Because we were so far behind, I think we want to carry on the race, see if we can gain advantage. But
yeah, I mean, there's plenty of pros and cons in our heads at the moment, I think.
Let's see. Elisio Neto has put a thumbs up. That's good. Let's see who else from our corner has put a thumbs up.
Oh, yeah, let's see who's
Chris Davis has put a thumbs up. Ben Horvath, Louis Hartley, Colin Sanders, Peter Schuneman. All right, thumbs down is Roy Tun, Remco de Zoet, not surprising given that he's leading. Smaggers Gale, Homeward wants to thumbs down it.
Homeward wants to thumbs down.
Tom Dillon, Carl Magnus, Borate. Well, Tom Dillon to get it because he's on the podium.
Yeah,
Juan
absolutely.
Fuentes, yeah. Vince Boros in the 486. He wants to. That's one of my drivers. Why is he thumbs down in it?
As far as I'm concerned, Ed, we could have called this race 2 hours ago.
Thomas Rasch is also thumbs down. Well, that's understandable from the 72's point of view. I think Eliseo Neto has both thumbs up and thumbs down it, unless he's changed over after I read out his name. Maybe I got confused there and switched between the two very quickly, but I think he has switched over. So 33 thumbs ups, 36 thumbs downs at the moment. So the thumbs downs have it. Thanks, Eliseo. It's like you don't want to get a good result in this race. Oh well. So anyway, we're just looking at how it's affecting the championship then. So LMP2 is going to be won by our championship leaders, the 71, who are going to extend their gap yet further over Boyd Transport number 40, who are going to finish in 5th and get 10 more points to their name. We've also got the 46 EFA Racing team, who are going to finish 2nd. They're going to get 18 points to their name, and that is going to put them on 38 points. So they're going to be, I think, pretty close with Boyd Transport, who are going to be on 35 points. Yeah, so EFA Racing will go up to 2nd then in the points. Both of them quite from URT. Anyone else? 139, 72 is going to take 3rd position, which will get them up from 9th. They will get 15 points to add to the 8. That is going to put them in with 15 plus 8 is going to be 33 points, I think. So actually, that might put them. And 15 plus 8 is not 33; it's 23. Sorry. So that is going to put them potentially into the top 6 in the points.
Oh, now it works.
Oh, hey, Josh. Sounds like
Hey.
red flag is done, and the race is unfortunately.
It's been called off. It's finished now, Josh. You're late.
Oh,
It's
well,
been
to
officially
be
called off.
fair,
So there was
it's
a
all postponed.
vote to carry on or call the race. So the Asia, the service that hosts the server, has binned it for the 2nd time today. It did happen about an hour in, and it's happened again. GD3 then. So this means in GD3 it's going to be not Juan Fuentes, sorry. Is it? Yeah, it's going to be the 162 then of EP Lab driven by Juan Fuentes. They're going to take maximum score, so 25 plus 18 points will put them into the championship lead. 100 Birch Simulation are going to finish, I think, 8th with Neto, just outside the top 7. So that is going to be a paltry score of points, sadly. I think they're only going to score 4 points. So 15 plus 4, that's going to put them on 19 points. I think Finnevond might actually be quite close to jumping them. They might only be a couple of points behind now. I think Finnevond only just ahead of them, so they will score 4 points. So Finnevond will be on 16, Under Birch on 19, and I think actually we're still behind SD Shiba, who have quit the championship on 25 points, having won in Istanbul. So we are still 3rd.
Brilliant.
Just, I think,
I'm trying
depending
my
on how
best.
many other points the others scored. Go on.
I'm trying my best to get this R factor set up, and it's stucking on me on the video setup, and I can't get it to actually behave. And it's been causing me no end of tech problems. And then the Discord on the laptop, the internet decided to go off, and I couldn't get it back on for ages. And I've been doing that for 20 minutes. I'll be trying to do this for 2 hours. So yeah, technology can literally, do one after today. We need a break.
I can agree with that.
Do you guys want some interviews then at the end?
Yeah,
of the,
sorry. Like I say, I'm trying to look at the actual kind of things, and I can't see the Discord. There we go. Right, so we got people who want to be interviewed then, and we're joined now. Oh, hello, Josh. I can actually see you through Discord. That's interesting. We got joining us now. James Fagsale was already with us. Joshua Birch has just joined us. And sadly, earlier than expected, we've got Justin van der Smissen from, is it Boyd Transport, Justin, that you drive for?
No, I'm the manager of URT.
URT, there we go. Our championship leaders have extended their advantage in the number 71. So, sadly, the running curtailed, but I doubt you guys are going to be too upset about that because it means you get to celebrate earlier, Justin. I voted for the race to carry on, but I guess it wouldn't have been worth it if it crashed again immediately. So,
yeah,
I'm going to say congrats to you guys. Looked like Remco had things pretty much under control at the end. It was really the first couple of stints where you guys were able to get into the lead and just pull away, weren't you?
Yeah, I've been following the race like with one eye because I was at work at work my own.
On a Saturday?
Wow. Yeah, and sometimes I need to work on a Saturday, but like Remco had issues with connection just before the race, I think, or maybe when the race started, and I don't know what happened, but we got the chance to get back in, and then we had, I think, Afe or Mustafa start the car, and they did like amazing to go from P11 to P1. And of course, we would have liked to continue for the last half an hour, but like, yeah, I mean, if the server was to crash like 5 minutes after the restart, I don't think we would have continued anyway. So, like,
exactly.
you never know what happens to the server, especially with R Factor 2. But yeah, the guys did a great job going from P11 to P1 to extend the championship lead, and yeah, I just hope we can continue this form.
Yes, I believe you've got a, let's see, 25 plus 25 plus 18. That's going to be a 68 points to your name. And I think that puts you at least 20 points ahead of EFA Racing Team 46, who've just moved up to second now, ahead of Boyd Transport number 40. So next race, Le Mans 20, the 24 hours of EERC Circuit de la Sarthe. UIT, looking forward to that. You're going to need a few more drivers, I guess, in the lineup. But on current form, you guys are the ones to beat in LMP2. Everyone else is trailing in your wake.
Yep. Yeah, we are looking really forward to Le Mans as a team. I mean, we have the drivers ready to drive. We have the confidence. The guys are, how to say, they are putting in all the work they can. They feel fine in the car, feel fine with the team. Yeah, for myself, because I do want to drive Le Mans, but I need to see if I'm available, because there might be a chance I need to work for a racing team at the 24 Hours of Spa, which is in the same weekend.
Oh goodness! Wow, one 24-hour race to another. You really do work full time over the weekends, Justin, and not just that, but you also compete in GPVWC as well, don't you? So
yeah, I mean GPV, ERC. I have another league on the Sundays as well.
You're almost as busy as me in the comms box.
Yeah, just managing the team from inside out, doing a lot of the team entries. Yeah, focusing on the drivers, helping them develop, helping with the setup as well. So yeah, it's just a really busy schedule.
Anyway, thank you very much for coming to talk to us, Justin van der Smith, and congratulations to URT Ultimate Racing Team, as I call them. I'm not sure if that's your actual name.
You can say Ultimate, but
yeah,
I mean it's not what we initially named it for. So
okay, I'll have to ask you what you actually named it one day. But anyway, thank you very much, Justin.
Yep.
Congratulations to all the drivers at URT number 71, including Mustafa, including Remco, who's one of my former drivers. So great to see them triumph in LMP2. We'll see you in Le Mans, and take care till then. Thanks for coming to talk to us, Justin.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Right, shall we have our podium finishes in LMP2 and next, and then talk to Oscar Evers Janssen? I think that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, just by the
let's
way,
get
I
Cochrane
just
in
want
as
to
well.
thank Chris for giving me the R Factor 2008 link earlier on. I've just got it sorted, and I want to thank him deeply for that.
There we go. A very reliable and stable game compared to what we've just seen tonight. Anyway, let's not slag off our Factor too much, because we got our podium finishes for the first time this season. The crew of Reading Game number 72, Tom Dillon, Thomas Raschke, and Alex Cochrane. Well done, guys. You did it.
Finally.
Yeah, there we go. Of course, we were there to talk to you all earlier, and now you're here to celebrate. Sadly, about half an hour early, but of course, it was Thomas, two Toms, of course, and Alex doing all the hard graft to get that ground in the stint. and there were some good battles there with some of the other runners in LMP2, weren't there? In terms of Optimal Esports, Finovond 139 was in the mix at one point. There was one point where it looked like you might be able to finish second, and then ended up with you guys just having to settle for third in the end. So overall, you guys have got to be delighted with that. That was a very, very hard 8 hours work then from all three of you.
Well, I don't think it was sadly at all, Ed.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm quite happy. In fact, as I said to you when we were sorting out the graphics and things, I mean, it could have ended 2 hours ago, and I'd have been quite content. But no, I enjoyed it, and we were 2 laps down as well off of the starting from the pit lane. Now I'll be happy to tell the boys now. When I said
I've forgotten about that, yeah.
yeah. When I said my wheel disconnected, I may have forgot to plug it in because I was messing up with the the stream. I was trying to fix the stream. Parsec wouldn't let me have my wheel plugged in, and then I ended up having to plug my wheel in. But anyway, so that was unfortunate. But no, a good recovery, and Thomas and Alex drove very well to seal the deal.
Well, it was my first race in the LMP2 as well. Second race in the league. After having to miss out on Istanbul, where you guys over in the GT3 camp managed to get on the podium. So,
yeah, that's 2 podiums, I guess, from for us this season, technically.
Basically, yeah.
Except that you broke your foot, I think, just before Istanbul.
No,
so
I didn't break it. Like, don't overreact.
Okay, I mean, it didn't fall apart into 1,000 pieces, but you hurt your foot, and it wouldn't have been worth injuring it further trying to drive. So great to see you recover and put in a brilliant performance, Thomas. And I assume you're going to be hoping to stay in the 72 for Le Mans along with Alex and Tom.
That's up to Tom and you, Edward. If you guys say I'm in the GT3, then I'm in the GT3. If I'm in the LMP2, then I'm in the LMP2.
Yes, and I think final word should go to Alex, who's been very quiet, no doubt celebrating hugely. But that was absolutely brilliant. But you obviously had the later stints near the end, and you got to get it to what ended up being the flag, of course. Did you think there was any chance of second place, or were you always thinking, right, third was the aim, and you just needed to make sure you didn't make any mistakes?
No. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I thought second was possible, actually. We were running P3 for some time. And then, when I first got in the car, I wasn't sure what my pace would be. I didn't do as much preparation as maybe I should have. But yeah, my pace was pretty good. I was pretty surprised that, I was on the pace with the rest of the field quite comfortably. So I thought maybe P2 will be possible. Didn't seem to be there. And then just at the end, we were like doing some calculations with the fuel, and we were like, "Oh, we can do one less pit stop, or we won't have to do a splash and dash at the end." So we thought there might be a little bit of a chance. So obviously we were pushing for that if we could, but P3 is still a very, very good result. First podium for me here as well. So it's good. We'll take it to the next race and hopefully do a better there again.
Yeah, great momentum for the 72. Launches them into the top 6 in the LMP2 points, and it puts them in great stead going into the 24 hours of EERC lit Circuit de la Sarthe, which, of course, 24-hour events tend to go well for Reading Game. Just ask the crew of the 2021 Spa 24 hours that finished second as well. So there's certainly every step of the podium has been filled, apart from that top one, which I'm sure you'll be going for, and you're going to challenge for it very well indeed. It's so great to see the 72 back on form, back on song this season. And thanks for coming to talk to us, all three of you. We've got one person left waiting for us in the interview room, and I think that is Oscar Evers Janssen from Baba Boy Sim Sport. So shall we drag Oscar in? And we are now joined by the driver of the 159 in GD3, Oscar Evers Janssen, who finished P2, was it? Or was it P3? I can't remember.
It was P3.
So there we go, on the podium. The 159 started quite well, wasn't it, with your teammate, who was Carl Magnus Bore, getting on pole position, leading quite a bit of the race. Some of the Code 80s didn't quite go your way. You got shuffled down just outside the podium and were able to fight your way back on it in the end. So I suppose mixed day, but still a day that ends in the podium isn't too bad a day overall for you guys.
Yeah, all in all, a very good race. As you said, unfortunate with the Code 80s, and it would have been nice if the server broke down after the people in second place had pitted, but...
Sorry about
that. Well, it happens.
It does.
It's motorsport, but pretty happy we finished at least. So we didn't last time. We had an unfortunate Well, both. It was a combination of a mistake and server problems, a bug with where you couldn't rejoin the race, and then we had to DNF, unfortunately.
Yeah, so a less buggy time this time for you guys.
Yes.
And with points finally on the board, 15 lovely points going to Baba Boy Sim Sport. I'm saying, yeah, it's definitely Baba Boy Sim Sports, isn't it? That's the name of the team. I keep forgetting exactly what it's called. But you've got some good momentum to take with you to 24 Hours of Le Mans, especially after getting on pole position by Carl Magnus. That was a great lap by Carl Magnus. And are you looking forward to the 24 Hours?
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be doing a lot more preparation, of course, and hopefully, just be very consistent and finish the race first and foremost. Hoping to get a podium there.
Absolutely, that's got to take priority, finishing first, rather than necessarily worrying about where you finish. You got to finish first and get to the end to be able to get the points. And you did that beautifully today. Thank you very much for talking to us, Oscar. So OEJ, we let you go and enjoy your podium champagne because you very much deserve it. And we have time to squeeze in one more, I think, which is Juanma Fuentes from EP Lab. And I keep trying to drag him into the text channel. That's why that's not working. Oh, so here we are. Juanma Fuentes from EP Lab Sim Racing Team number 162, winners of the Hockenheim 8 Hours in the GD3 class. Join us now, Juanma. We were hoping to keep with you in the stand. Unfortunately, we had a pretty tough race today, Hunter Birch Simulation, but you guys didn't put a foot wrong. Once you got into that lead, you guys stretched your legs and showed exactly why you're one of the top teams, and you're now leading the championship. That's your reward. So congratulations, and it looked like you had a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, it was quite fun there with my teammates doing a great job, and also I'm thanking also the sponsor of the team. They helped us a lot, and it was I took the car out on the last hours, but my teammates Gianluigi and Antonis did a great job to manage the lead, and I just held on the lead and made no mistakes and finished the race.
Yeah, sounds pretty straightforward from your point of view. Not a lot of people have told us similar stories. There's always something that seems to pop up around here, especially with all these hypercars and LMP2s trying to battle for space at these very, very tight points in the stadium sections at Hockenheim. But anyway, next up, Le Mans 24 Hours then. EP Lab now leading the championship. You guys have got to be feeling confident because you've got the Ferrari, which is one of the best cars down the straights. You've got, of course, your teammates, not just Antoni Paparinopoulos, Gianni and Gianluigi Cortesi, but you got your other your teammates in EPLab that were driving on the 163 car today, who also finished pretty well, I think, in the top 5 in the end, didn't they?
Yeah, they finished P5.
That's it. Yeah, I'm remembering things now. That's good. It has been 8 hours. So you guys have got to be feeling confident that EP Lab can get another podium at the 24 Hours. That would be a big achievement then to score to win at the big one.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race with the two cars. We had a bit of bad luck with the 163, but at least they recovered to P5. They did a great job.
You want to talk about bad luck? Look at our Hunter Birch cars. I think 8th and 10th, I think, was our final position. So it didn't quite go to plan. But anyway, it was great fighting against you, and we look forward to resuming battle at Circuit de la Sarthe in a few weeks' time. So thanks for coming to talk to us, Juanma. And we'll let you go to celebrate you and the team with another hard-earned victory.
Thank you. Good night.
Cheers. So anyway, now we just have our race directors, Chris Tompkins, Tom Dillon, and myself and Joshua Birch left. So Josh, the bits of the race that you did see before, unfortunately, it ended early. We've still got 20 minutes to go before the race would have ended, but we made it end 20 minutes early, I think. What are your thoughts on the race, of course? So we got... I think a new leader in the GD3 Championship. LMP2 leader 71 URT has extended its lead in the championship, and then Hypercar Aztec Racing, I think, have just been. It's pretty close. There's 3 points in it, 6 points in it, I think, between Racing Zone Team number 1, who I think are just ahead of Aztec Racing, who finished 4th today after Racing Zone Team sort of inherited victory there after a very, very close battle with the 87. There was some really nice wheel banging with them, and the 87 getting 18 points on the board in Hypercar as well. So lots of good big stories. The the 72 getting that podium as well is a great day for Reading Game. Not such a great day for Undervote Simulation, though, sadly, but these things happen. And I'm sure we'll be back next time in the 24 hours at the Circuit de Soft.
Yeah, we've been an interesting little day planning, hasn't it, with running, and well done to everybody on the team. It's been a difficult one, and well done to everybody driving. I mean, I thought it was quite a good little race what I was watching as well. Shame about all the incidents with the red flags, but
yeah, certainly watch
24
back
hours
that
coming out.
battle in Hypercar
Yeah.
that me and James were commentating on, because that
Yeah, you
was
gotta send me that
that
one
was
as
probably
well.
the highlight of the race, watching those two go at it, hammer and tongs. But
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a very, I don't want to say it, but I think it's going to be very good.
yeah, just how on earth we're going to
24
get the commentators to cover all 24 hours, I do
no
not know.
idea.
Yes, we sort of just
We'll figure it out.
gave up on the night stint and had a sort of we're asleep now, so come back in the morning sort of message come up, which tend to work pretty well. So another 24 hours. What price another 24 hours? We even got poor Justin Van der Smissen doing 2 24-hour races in the same day, apparently.
That's true. Yeah.
But anyway, I guess URT wanted to push themselves, give themselves a bit more of a challenge. But anyway, thank you very much for joining us, Josh. It was great to have your
Pleasure,
company.
pleasure.
Even though I was on the cam, so I wasn't actually talking to you, I was just doing a few texts. But Tom, congrats on the podium. And commiserations, I guess, to Chris for all the stewards reports and, of course, the 2 red flags that had to be enforced. It looked like a pretty tough day in the stewards room. But I'm sure that'll be enough time to sort things out ahead of Le Mans. And I'm sure we're going to run as clean an event as we can with as few interruptions as possible. But I wouldn't be surprised if we end up having to split the stream in two due to the sheer length of it. But anyway, I guess now's the time to end the broadcast. So your winners are Racing Zone number 1 at the second race in succession in Hypercar. We got URT take another win in LMP2, and in GD3 it is of course EP Lab number 162 that takes the honors. So those are your 3 winners in Hypercar, LMP2, and GD3. But next up, it's a big one. It's the 24 hours of Circuit de la Sarthe in EERC, in our Electronic European Endurance Racing Championship. Tune in to find out who is going to triumph there in the 24 hours in France. I've been Edward Hunter. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you in about a month's time.
Mike's